Qi Yuan seemed to ignore the hidden mockery deep in the eyes of the two men. Lead the way, I need to learn how to have a grand wedding. The dark-skinned man, hearing this, simply regarded Qi Yuan as a foolish wealthy man from the county town. Whose wedding could be more grand than that of our sea god? Our sea god is a deity of the highest order. When the dark-skinned man spoke of the greatness of the sea god, he proudly puffed out his chest. How many wives has the sea god taken? Qi Yuan asked casually. I'm here to learn. Well, the dark-skinned man frowned. I don't remember exactly. The sea god has been here for 3 years and takes a young woman every 2 months. I don't know why recently, though. Just last month he took a bride, and this month he's taking another. Sigh. The dark-skinned man seemed troubled by this. He was already 30 years old and had yet to find a wife. His old lover from the brothel had even been tricked into marrying the sea god. 3 years, huh? Qi Yuan pondered, as the sea god related to the aquatic tribe in the county town. Which of them is stronger? The leader of the monsters in the county town was Kun Lao Da, from the aquatic tribe. Here, there was a sea god. The two might be connected somehow. No, the dark-skinned man shook his head, then continued to puff up his chest. Half a year ago, Kun Lao Da from the county came to our Heishi village to seek an audience with our sea god. This statement demonstrated the status of the sea god, who was not inferior to Kun Lao Da, and might even be superior. I see. Many thoughts crossed Qi Yuan's mind. If that's the case, then this sea god must also be a great demon at the Jade Blood realm. Currently, all the demons in Union County have gathered in 3 strongholds. 2 of these strongholds, led by Elder Huang and the Snake Demon, called upon various demons to gather. Thus, the locations of these strongholds were exposed to Qi Yuan's eyes. All these demons were slaughtered by Qi Yuan. Only the stronghold where Kun Lao Da resided remained unknown to Qi Yuan. Logically, every known demon in Union County should head to one of the 3 strongholds. For a great demon like the sea god, also at the Jade Blood realm, it seemed likely he would be with Kun Lao Da, discussing matters related to the spirit blood child. Yet, the sea god continued to act independently, still taking brides here. This is intriguing. Could it be a bold guess? Is Kun Lao Da the sea god's wife? Kun Lao Da disappeared without informing the sea god, and the sea god became jealous and angrily decided to marry 2 brides. It makes sense and is more reliable than some wild historical accounts. Qi Yuan looked toward the depths of Heishi village, his interest growing. Following the dark-skinned man, Qi Yuan entered Heishi village. Heishi village was mostly populated by young men dressed in coarse cloth, their chests exposed. As for young women, they were extremely rare. Upon entering the village, Qi Yuan was immediately greeted by the strong smell of fish. Low thatched roofs had fish drying in baskets on top, while some eaves had dried fish hanging. In the corners, scraps of red paper seemed to have been washed to the base of the walls by rainwater. This small fishing village had a stifling yet festive atmosphere. At this moment, the sound of a dispute came from nearby. You may be from the yamen, but in our Heishi village, the sea god is first, and the yamen can only come second. If you want to see the sea god, there's no way. HMPH, what nonsense about the law. The law is just a rope you yamen folks use to hang around our necks. Can the county magistrate ensure we have enough to eat? Can the emperor keep us safe while fishing? Since they can't, the sea god is the greatest. The village chief, staring at the few constables before him, his beard twitching, was unreserved even in the face of the law enforcers. For the past 3 years, Heishi village had grown stronger. There were thousands of young men and hundreds of boats, large and small. At first, Heishi village needed the help of the government to defeat neighboring villages. But now, Heishi village no longer took the government seriously. The fishermen here could also be pirates. Moreover, with the sea god backing them, they feared no one. And Chow, holding the tracing dog, frowned deeply upon hearing the village chief's words. How innocent these girls are who marry the sea god. After all, she was from a modern society, and despite having experienced many such incidents, she still found it difficult to accept or condone them. The old village chief looked at Chow with contempt. Exchanging a few girls for a year's harvest is a good deal. People, after all, are either slaves for the government or servants for the sea god. Since that's the case, why not choose an option that benefits us? To the old village chief, people were simply resources. And resources were meant to be traded and exchanged. Other villagers eyed Chow and the law enforcers beside her with malice, clearly agreeing with the village chief. In the past, they fished from dawn to dusk, and over 70% of their catch had to be handed over to the court and the government, not to mention what was taken by corrupt officials. Seeing those in official garb kowtowing was common. Life back then was hopeless. But now, they ate and drank well, even daring to point fingers at the constables. And Chow was infuriated, mainly because she felt the village chief's words made a bit of sense. If you were one of those girls forced to marry the sea god, would you be willing? The old village chief looked at Chow with contempt and said, "Young lady, you must have come from a good background to ask such a naive question at your age. It's them, not me, marrying the sea god. If it were me, of course, I wouldn't want to. But, it's not me. Why don't you ask the emperor if he'd want to be a farmer, facing the dirt day in and day out, and paying exorbitant taxes to the government?" And Chow was so angry she wanted to draw her sword, but the man in black martial attire beside her stopped her. "If you truly want to attend the ceremony, you are welcome. But if you want to cause trouble, don't expect to leave Heishi village alive. In Heishi village, the sea god is the emperor, and I, the old man, am the crown prince." The nearly 70-year-old village chief spoke with great boldness, his tone extremely domineering. At this moment, a somewhat surprised voice sounded. "In this world, there's actually a 70-year-old crown prince." Qi Yuan walked over, looking at the village chief in surprise. "After being a crown prince for so many years, are you content? Are you, like the ones in the TV dramas, secretly hoping the emperor dies? Oh, and these young men around you, they must be the secret guards you've been secretly training." Qi Yuan stared at the village chief, his eyes suddenly widening. "My goodness, I observe that this place is filled with bloodthirsty energy, a sign of impending battle, the imperial star dimming. Could it be that you, the crown prince, feeling unjust, have hidden these secret guards, planning to assassinate the sea god during today's royal wedding?" Qi Yuan spoke quickly, like a machine gun. His exaggerated performance immediately heightened the tension. The village chief's expression changed repeatedly. "I didn't. Stop talking nonsense. I am loyal to the sea god. Sigh, no wonder I had a dream yesterday. I dreamt of a white snake speaking in human language. It said, 'Heishi thrives, and the village chief becomes king.' Initially, I didn't understand what it meant, but now I see. Village chief, you're quite the ruthless one." As Qi Yuan spoke, the young men around the village chief instinctively distanced themselves from him. The village chief's head buzzed. Honestly, for some reason, hearing Qi Yuan's words, he felt stirred, even thinking about rallying the people to really become king. But soon, he came to his senses. He had no son, and if he became emperor, who would inherit the throne? Wouldn't it just benefit someone else? Thinking this, he glared at Qi Yuan. "Who are you, spreading these lies?" "I am the blood collector of all worlds," Qi Yuan replied seriously. "He came here to take the sea god's blood." The village chief was dumbfounded, he couldn't quite understand Qi Yuan's words. His head still buzzing, he said bluntly, "Turns out you're a madman." At this moment, Chow looked at Qi Yuan with amusement. "Brother Qi, why did you come here?" She used to call Qi Yuan a newcomer, but now she called him Brother Qi. Qi Yuan couldn't help but sigh. "Ah, women. My child bride is getting married today. I'm here to attend the wedding," Qi Yuan replied earnestly. Quote? And Chow was baffled. The village chief's gaze at Qi Yuan also turned hostile. Could it be that the woman captured below is this lunatic's child bride? He looked at Qi Yuan, his tone threatening. "Anyone who dares disrupt the sea god's wedding today won't leave this village alive." These people were from the government, so he couldn't go all out. After delivering his threat, the village chief left with the villagers. Qi Yuan watched the village chief leave and shouted loudly, "Don't misunderstand. My child bride and I settled things a long time ago. Even if I were to steal a bride, I wouldn't steal her. The sea god is my white moonlight." But the village chief and his people didn't hear him. At this moment, Chow thought the village chief was probably right. This Qi Yuan was indeed a bit mad. "Brother Qi, do you remember the madman from yesterday? We followed him here. Our team leader is currently hiding here, and the two of us came openly to Heishi village to investigate and see if there are any clues." And Chow explained why they were there. Qi Yuan nodded. "Do whatever you want. Just don't interfere with my bride stealing." And Chow looked serious. "Brother Qi, this sea god seems to be a great demon at the Jade Blood realm. If you steal his wife, he certainly won't like it." "Who said I'm stealing his wife?" Qi Yuan was nonchalant. "Don't worry, I know my limits. Let's attend the ceremony first. I also want to learn and see how weddings are done. The first time he got married, he was asleep and didn't remember anything. He stumbled into the bridal chamber half awake. This time, he intended to watch carefully. And Chow, hearing this, felt speechless. She wanted to say, "Brother, the mission is more important." But remembering Qi Yuan's strength and erratic behavior, she feared getting herself killed and didn't say anything. For the next while, the three of them and a dog roamed around the village. Amid the sound of gongs and drums, the sea god's wedding officially began. A long procession, with a sedan chair carried high, was accompanied by the beating of gongs and drums. And Chow looked at the scene, her expression complicated. Apart from everything else, these ancient weddings are quite interesting. Though there weren't 10 miles of red makeup, high-headed horses, or phoenix coronets, the atmosphere was still vibrant. Qi Yuan, on the other hand, was disappointed and shook his head. It's not as grand as my musical band, not even as impressive as my morning band. Huh, and Chow blinked. What musical band? What morning band? Where? She suspected Qi Yuan was just talking nonsense again. Therein, my heart. Qi Yuan's expression grew a bit heavier. All the villagers in the mortal heart realm had become part of his nascent soul, becoming part of him. He couldn't awaken them now. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of the actress Wu Qi. And Chow fell silent, feeling she couldn't communicate with Qi Yuan. By now, the procession had reached the sandy beach by the sea. 8 villagers carried the sedan chair, joy on their faces. The village chief stood on a high platform, burning incense, worshipping the sea, and bowing deeply, looking extremely devout. Great sea god, all-powerful sea god, please grant Heishi village a season of abundance and peace. Following the village chief's words, all the villagers knelt facing the sea, prostrating themselves with utmost devotion. Only the spectators and the villagers carrying the sedan chair remained standing. The men carrying the sedan chair stepped onto the sand, heading toward the sea. Seeing this, and Chow felt a pang of sadness. Another innocent soul was about to suffer. Beside her, Qi Yuan perked up, looking puzzled. Why hasn't the officiant asked if they're willing? If he doesn't ask, how do I steal the bride? That's how it always went in the movies. Whenever the officiant asked if they were willing, and the camera focused on the bride or groom, the bride stealing would begin. Qi Yuan also thought that was the best time to steal a bride, otherwise, the TV wouldn't portray it that way. Qi Yuan always followed the rules, did things by the book, and never broke the law. After all, if it was on TV, it couldn't be illegal. If it were, it wouldn't be aired. I don't think they have an officiant here, and Chow didn't really want to talk to Qi Yuan. What? No officiant? How do I steal the bride? Qi Yuan was also dumbfounded. He stood there, stunned, his mind racing with thoughts. At this moment, and Chow's gaze shifted to the sea. She saw a massive wave suddenly surge from the ocean, towering like a building, dozens of meters high. The sound of the waves was deafening, and the villagers knelt even lower. Any thoughts the village chief had, stirred up by Qi Yuan, disappeared amidst this display of the forces of nature. And Chow, witnessing this, looked grim. As expected, it's the Jade Blood realm. I can't even handle a wave like this. That poor girl, she's doomed. The sea god hadn't shown himself, but even the way he welcomed his bride was astonishing. Qi Yuan, however, remained calm. This display is just so-so. The special effects aren't that great. And Chow and the man in black martial attire automatically tuned out Qi Yuan's words. At this moment, Qi Yuan focused on the horizon. Using a Qi refining level technique to enhance his vision, his eyesight improved, allowing him to see further. However, even across the sea, he could not spot the true form of the sea god. At this moment, the tracing dog suddenly sniffed the air. This scent, very familiar, quite similar to the aquatic tribe, but not exactly. The tracing dog suddenly looked at Qi Yuan, terrified. It's exactly the same as your scent. You are the sea god. What? And Chow was shocked. The man in black martial attire was equally stunned. Qi Yuan is the sea god. And Chow suddenly remembered, Qi Yuan never explicitly said he was the same as them. Moreover, how could a newcomer be this powerful? Could it be that the sea god devoured the newcomer and disguised himself as Qi Yuan? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The two people and the dog instinctively kept their distance from Qi Yuan. After all, the tracing dog's words were quite shocking. With such a strong newcomer like Qi Yuan, everything suddenly made sense when they put the pieces together. Qi Yuan looked at the people in front of him as if they were fools. Are you all missing a screw in your heads? If I were the sea god, why wouldn't I just marry my child bride directly? Why go through such a convoluted way? Qi Yuan felt that there were too few people as smart as him in this world. These words left Chao dumbfounded. The man in black martial attire was somewhat confused. He wanted to ask what the connection was between what Qi Yuan said and whether he was the sea god or not. However, if the other party was the sea god, he probably wouldn't be talking so much with them. This lowered his guard a little. Could it be that the other party wasn't the sea god after all? At that moment, the 10-meter-high waves raised by the seawater swept from the sea towards the beach, from far to near. The towering white waves were overwhelming. All the villagers were trembling with fear, and the village chief's rebellious intentions vanished completely. The waves were surging directly toward the 8-carried sedan chair. At this moment, Xiao Mei was confined inside the sedan chair. If the waves hit, she would undoubtedly die. Seeing this, Qi Yuan sighed leisurely. Why is it different from how it's portrayed on TV? Does this mean I have to rush in and steal the bride ahead of time? On TV, the bride stealing always began when they asked, "Do you?" Now no one was asking. He took a step forward, ready to take action. But just then, a sudden change occurred. A loud voice suddenly came from the sky above. Die. Everyone must die. A stumbling figure emerged, emanating a powerful aura belonging to the Jade Blood realm. That figure suddenly appeared and thrust a palm forward. A surge of blood-red murderous energy boiled, a white jade-like light flickered, and faintly, 18 bloody palms could be seen. The terrifying cry of a giant beast also sounded at this moment. Clearly, this was a gifted martial technique being used by a powerful man of the Jade Blood realm. The mighty palm strike hit the giant wave. 18 blood palms continuously slapped against the wave. Bang! The wave churned and shattered under the impact of that palm strike. That's the madman. Why is he attacking the sea god? And Chao was astonished. The person who made the move was the insane man they had been secretly following. The deranged man hovered in midair, his hair disheveled, obscuring his face. However, his presence in the air exerted tremendous pressure on almost everyone present. Such a palm strike was beyond human capability. Even if faced with 1,000 riders, he could probably escape unscathed. The madman shattered the wave, his clothes drenched. He stood amidst the waves, his face twisted in fury. Demons! They should all die. He roared and struck towards the sea again. Each blow hit the water, raising waves, but to no avail. The village chief trembled on the high platform. The other villagers felt a wave of fear wash over them. He's truly gone mad. Attacking wildly like this, recklessly using up his blood martial energy, how will he fight when the sea god appears? And Chao was anxious. Who is this person? Clearly, there are no Jade Blood Realm warriors in Union County. The man in black martial attire was puzzled, watching the madman pounding the sea. He is Luo Bufan. At this moment, a heavy voice rang out. Two men quietly appeared near Chao. Seeing the newcomers, Chao's face lit up with joy. Captain. Seeing the captain calmed her down. Although the captain wasn't at the Jade Blood Realm, he was at the peak of the Qi and Blood Realm, making him the strongest among them. The captain's gaze fell on Qi Yuan, a flash of surprise in his eyes. You actually made it here. Qi Yuan looked at Chen Fan and shrugged. What a coincidence, we ended up matched together. Seeing the captain knew Qi Yuan, Chao and the man in black martial attire felt their doubts dissipate. The tracing dog, however, wore a peculiar expression. It sniffed forcefully but said nothing. Everyone's attention shifted back to the madman in the distance. Luo Bufan, he's the Luo Bufan from the Luo family. And Chao had a sudden realization, wasn't he just in the Qi and Blood realm? How did he reach the Jade Blood realm? Luo Bufan going mad was understandable. After all, his whole family was murdered, and his fiancée's family was wiped out too. But his sudden leap in strength was abnormal. Because he killed everyone in the Luo and Chen families. Chen Fan's eyes were deep and complex. What? And Chao and the man in black martial attire were stunned. This answer was completely unexpected. Their mission was to uncover the truth behind the massacres of the Luo and Chen families. Simply finding the murderer wasn't enough, they needed to understand the motive and the reasons behind it. Could it be, he killed his relatives to increase his power and extract their bloodline? And Chao's expression turned complicated. The faces of the other two men in black martial attire also changed repeatedly. He's truly ruthless, slaughtering his entire clan just to advance a single realm. Chen Fan remained silent, only gazing deeply at the sea ahead. At this moment, Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes, observing the frenzied Luo Bufan. It's true he killed them, but there might be an even more interesting reason behind it. Open black lens bracket Luo Bufan, Jade Blood Realm warrior, mad and deranged, killing his own kin will be his lifelong torment. Close black lens bracket. This was the hidden information he saw today. Yesterday, when he saw Luo Bufan, the information was different, mostly about Luo Bufan's martial arts. The group watched Luo Bufan's outburst but didn't dare step forward to stop him. Given Luo Bufan's current state, approaching him could result in death. Suddenly, the village chief on the high platform stiffened. His murky eyes became deep, transforming into snake-like pupils. He suddenly floated into the air, his voice cold and severe. Luo Bufan, you killed your whole family, and now, you come to disrupt my wedding. What is your motive? The old village chief was evidently possessed by the sea god, who was now speaking through the village chief's body. Luo Bufan, standing on the sea, suddenly froze. He turned, his gaze filled with murderous intent, staring at the village chief. Demons that disturb the world should all die. He shouted and struck out again. However, this blow was blocked by the sea god. A look of disdain flickered in the sea god's eyes. I am a demon, but I never kill my own kind. And you slaughtered your entire family, your parents, your elders, even small children, you didn't spare anyone. What does that make you? No, I didn't. Luo Bufan's body stiffened. Countless images flashed through his mind. He saw eyes filled with fear and his parents lying in a pool of blood. HMPH, to increase your power, you didn't even spare your parents. What kind of person are you? The sea god's eyes were full of contempt. Is it true that to kill demons, to increase your strength, you can abandon everything? No, I didn't, Luo Bufan shouted, falling from the sky. He held his head, unwilling to accept this reality. After killing your entire family, you felt remorse and regret. With nowhere to hide, you went to see your fiancée, Chen Xinlian. She kindly took you in and cared for you. But then, she accidentally discovered that you had killed your parents. In a fit of rage, afraid that the truth would leak out and ruin your reputation as a demon-slaying hero, you panicked and killed your poor fiancée. And in passing, you killed her whole family too. The sea god's words pierced like knives. Luo Bufan fell to the ground, his mind lost, his hands clutching his head. Stop talking, stop talking. Images spun wildly in his mind. He seemed to see Xinlian dying in his arms, her eyes still holding a smile mixed with a bit of nervousness. Luo Bufan's aura continued to decline, his mind in turmoil. Not far away, the demon-subduing division members' expressions shifted repeatedly. This appears to be the truth. This isn't good. The sea god has spotted us. He won't let us go. We're doomed this time. They hadn't expected that a simple investigation would draw the attention of a Jade Blood Realm demon. Luo Bufan is ruthless. If he could restore his full strength, he might be able to suppress the sea god. But unfortunately, given his current state, we can't rely on him. It's a dog-eat-dog situation. And Chao couldn't help but say, "Hey, why drag dogs into this? Aren't they innocent?" The tracing dog spoke up for itself. And Chao's statement resonated with the others in the demon-subduing division. Luo Bufan was certainly no good man. But was the sea god a good demon? They were both equally despicable, just like a dogfight. Luo Bufan, shouldn't you die to atone for your sins? The sea god's voice was cold, with a hint of temptation. At this moment, a female corpse wearing a wedding dress floated out from the sea. The female corpse's eyes opened and stared at Luo Bufan, her eyes suddenly filled with malice. Luo Bufan, give me back my family's lives. Xinlian, seeing the bride-dressed corpse, Luo Bufan painfully closed his eyes. Could it be? I really did make a mistake. Demons rampaged, and Union County was on the brink of collapse. One day, a friend brought news that a great demon would appear in Union County. Once this great demon emerged, Union County would be destroyed. Time was running out for Union County. Luo Bufan, always known as a demon-slaying hero, grew anxious but was powerless. Without Jade Blood Realm strength, he couldn't intervene in such major events. Then one day, his friend casually mentioned a bloody method to increase one's power. At that time, his heart wavered for a moment but was quickly suppressed. On one side were the hundreds of thousands of citizens of Union County, and on the other were his closest kin. For several days, he was in a state of extreme confusion, even hallucinating. Finally, when he regained his senses, everyone was dead. Dead. All dead. Brother Bufin, I always thought you were a righteous man, so I told you a method to increase your power. Who knew you would really use it? Alas, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have told you about it. I'm sorry to your parents, even more sorry to Xinlian. I didn't protect her. At this moment, a young man emerged from the crowd, his face full of guilt and deep remorse. He looked at the corpse of Xinlian in her bridal attire, a flash of deep affection in his eyes. Luo Bufin sat on the ground, his mind lost. The young man continued, Xinlian won't forgive you, and neither will I. Luo Bufin's aura grew erratic, his blood energy boiling, as if possessed by demons. This is truly an interesting drama. Not far away, Qi Yuan, lacking any melon seeds to snack on, could only clap his hands. Every character, no matter how far or close, arrives right on cue. And Chao, who was engrossed in Luo Bufin's ruthlessness, was momentarily puzzled. What do you mean? Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence that Luo Bufin's friend showed up right when he did? Just like in a TV drama. No, this is a TV drama. When would something this coincidental happen in real life? A bunch of people keep berating a single person endlessly, just waiting for him to. Qi Yuan didn't finish his sentence. And Chao seemed to be pondering. The man in black martial attire, however, was extremely anxious. What should we do? If Luo Bufin dies, we're next. This sea god clearly isn't a good demon. Why hasn't this mission ended yet? Could there be more to the story? The demon subduing division members were all tense. The sea god's cold gaze fell on Luo Bufin, his words biting. Luo Bufin, if you don't end your life, how can you face your loved ones? Brother Bufin, killing demands atonement. If you end your life now, Xinlian might forgive you. Luo Bufin sat on the ground, his hair disheveled, his mind in disarray. He raised his hand and placed it on his head, as if preparing to bring it down in the next moment to atone for his sins. But at that moment, Chen Fan suddenly leapt forward, shouting loudly, Luo Bufin, what's done is done. The most important thing now is to kill the demon. Do you want the 176 lives of the Luo family to have been for nothing? Kill it first, and then you can die later. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Luo Bufin's hand paused in midair. He seemed to be pondering Chen Fan's words. Brother Bufin, do you think you're worthy of Xinlian? Luo Bufin's friend continued, back then, we both pursued Xinlian. In the end, I chose to give up. Didn't you promise me that you would love Xinlian all your life, protect her? And what happened? You killed her with your own hands. She died in the arms of the demon-slaying hero she revered, the man she loved the most. Luo Bufin's eyes, which had briefly cleared, clouded over again. In his heart, he felt the stirrings of a desire for death. If I were you, I would end my life right now, Luo Bufin's friend continued, then looked at Chen Fan. You believe these government lackeys? Back then, when we sought help from the government, what did they do? They asked us to come up with 100,000 taels of silver, and after the Luo and Chen families managed to gather it, what then? They took the money but did nothing. How is he, a government lackey, qualified to meddle in Union County's affairs? Because of the uniform he's wearing. Luo Bufin's friend was filled with righteous indignation, seemingly harboring deep resentment toward the government. At that moment, Chen Fan ripped off a layer of skin from his face, his voice heavy, because I am Luo Bufin. As the human skin mask was removed, Chen Fan revealed a face that was 80% similar to Luo Bufin's. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Luo Bufin. The young man stared at Luo Bufin, his face filled with disbelief. The village chief, who was possessed by the sea god, also appeared bewildered, clearly not expecting what was happening today. Luo Bufin, who was slumped on the ground, looked at Chen Fan's familiar face and seemed momentarily confused. And Chao widened her eyes, then smiled bitterly. So, the protagonist of this mission is the captain. Earlier, when talking with Qi Yuan, and Chao referred to the mission world as a parallel world. This wasn't just a casual term but a reality. The mission world they were in seemed to be a reenactment of events from the past of their real world. It was like going back in time, back to different historical timelines, to complete their tasks. During these missions, they had seen many parallel versions of famous historical figures and had come to know many remarkable yet forgotten individuals who had left no trace in the history books, overshadowed by fate. History is vast and heavy, and each small figure is so insignificant in the long river of time. So, the captain also went through the same experiences as Luo Bufan, the man in black martial attire said, looking at Chen Fan with a hint of caution. After all, Luo Bufan was ruthless enough to kill his entire family to increase his power for demon slaying. If he dared to kill even his closest kin, who wouldn't he dare to kill? The captain isn't that kind of person, I don't believe it. And Chao gritted her teeth, her expression complex. There must be more to this. At this moment, all eyes were on Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked at Luo Bufan, his expression resolute. I am another you, the you from another world. I too experienced what you are going through. I was in pain, blamed myself, felt remorse, and even wanted to die. But, I pulled through in the end. If I died, wouldn't my parents and my family have died in vain? Luo Bufan, think of the hundreds of thousands of citizens in Union County behind you. Do you want to see this great demon drown Union County completely? Chen Fan's voice was hoarse but firm, with a hint of sorrow. He too had gone through these things. In the end, he sealed the great demon. Upon entering this world, his long-sealed memories resurfaced. Though he seemed calm and carefree, each word he spoke drained his strength as he painfully reopened the blood-soaked memories of his past. Luo Bufan, will you join me today to perform the Luo family's ultimate technique, the lifeless hand? Chen Fan shouted. The enemy they faced today was stronger and more cunning than the one he had faced before. Hearing Chen Fan's words, the last traces of suspicion in Luo Bufan's eyes vanished. The lifeless hand was the Luo family's ancestral technique, passed down only to the next head of the family. Apart from his father, only he knew it. This technique was unknown to outsiders and could not be practiced by any other bloodline. Therefore, Chen Fan was not lying. Luo Bufan looked at the corpse of Chen Xinlian, his eyes filled with endless guilt and regret. Finally, his gaze became determined. All right. Lifeless hand, as its name suggests, is a technique of no return. At this moment, both the past Luo Bufan and the current Chen Fan chose the same path. The faces of his family, his fiancé, and all who had died appeared vividly in Luo Bufan's mind. Now, the blood flowing through him was not his own but theirs. Lifeless hand, Luo Bufan shouted as a Jade Blood Realm expert. Chen Fan, at his peak in the Qi Blood Realm, roared. On the beach, the two terrifying figures charged at the body possessed by the sea god without hesitation. Bloody handprints flew everywhere, like leaves falling in a forest. Long ago, the Luo family's ancestor had created the lifeless hand in a maple forest, then died. Since then, the Luo family had this unique technique, but no descendant had ever used it. Today, Luo Bufan resurrected the lifeless hand. This technique, surpassing the Jade Blood Realm in power, displayed terrifying might at this moment. Its chilling, unstoppable, leaf-falling intent was almost akin to a primordial divine ability of the Purple Palace cultivators. No, the sea god roared. Faced with the two strikes, his body couldn't move. The powerful defensive technique seemed to lose all its effectiveness, and his most prized illusions failed. The two bloody handprints fell on his possessed body. Boom! The village chief's body shattered, turning flesh and bones into fragments. The strike even hit the sea god's soul. No, the sea god let out a painful wail. His spiritual form floated in the air, his eyes filled with rage and despair. You actually destroyed one of my bodies. Unforgivable, unforgivable. The sea god was furious, but his anger was mixed with pain. For years, he had used illusions to lure Kun Laoda, the water clan leader, into becoming a vessel for his divided soul. But now, the combined attacks of Chen Fan and Luo Bufan, full of deathly determination, struck directly at his soul. He had to use Kun Laoda's form to withstand the two lifeless hand attacks. Not only that, but many of his possessed bodies exploded as well. In Heishi village alone, over 100 young and strong men died. Even so, he suffered a severe injury. The fearless, life-for-a-life martial skill directly exhausted his decades-long accumulation. Especially Kun Laoda's form, which was at the Jade Blood battle level. Today's encounter was truly a disaster for him. Damn it, you all must die, all of you must die. The sea god's eyes turned blood red. With his furious roar, the distant sea suddenly churned as if a dragon absorbed the water. A wave, as high as a mountain, surged into the sky. Upon the enormous wave, a hideous soft-bodied creature opened 3 eyes, each as large as a lantern. Each eye represented a different martial skill. The white eye focused on illusions. The red eye focused on attacks. The purple eye focused on control. This was the sea god's true form, the so-called son of spirit blood, mentioned by Kun Lao Da. The son of spirit blood was merely a deception. After devouring Kun Lao Da to turn him into his puppet, the sea god spread the false information to lure all the demons of Union County into his trap. But for some reason, things went awry. Now, with one of his powerful bodies destroyed and a third of his strength lost, he was furious. His grand plan was thwarted, and he decided to stop hiding and directly carry out his scheme to flood Union County. This was the warning Luo Bufan had received, which had left him unsettled and led him to seek the court's help. However, despite offering 10,000 taels of silver, nothing was accomplished. Under the sea god's control, the sea continued to gather, the waves growing taller and higher. He seemed determined to drown Union County. What do we do? The sea god isn't dead. We're doomed, he's furious. Captain, the 3 members of the demon subduing division rushed toward Chen Fan. At this moment, Chen Fan, his face as pale as paper, looked at the distant rising water, worry flashing in his eyes. Union County, it's doomed. The enemy he had faced before was even stronger than this one. But with others' help, he had managed to seal the great demon. But today, Union County, Luo Bufan, disheveled, stared at the growing mountain of water ahead, his eyes bloodshot. I failed, how could this be? His loved ones had died, and the demon he most wanted to kill still lived. Even sacrificing his life hadn't changed that. How unwilling, how remorseful, how? Luo Bufan stared blankly at the sea, seemingly dying with his eyes open. Chen Fan, panting, coughed up blood. And Chao pressed down on his shoulder, tears forming in her eyes. What's going on? The mission is clearly completed, why can't we go back yet? She wanted to return, not only to avoid the sea god but also to exchange some healing items to save Chen Fan. She believed Chen Fan could still be saved. Her thoughts were clear to Chen Fan, who had lived for hundreds of years. I should have died long ago, I can't be saved. His heart was already broken, his blood dried up, and he was just a step away from death. What a pity, Chen Fan's lips curled into a self-mocking smile. They called me a genius in the later generations, but it seems in every world. I'm just trash, can't even protect my own family. The events of the past seemed to be the deepest pain in his heart. Now, he no longer had to endure such pain. At this moment, the sea continued to surge, the monstrous waves growing taller. The entire Union County was in danger. But few were paying attention to this. The sea god, sitting arrogantly on the wave, looked as if he controlled everything in the world. But then, a calm voice cut through the roar of the waves and reached everyone's ears clearly. But it seems, in this game, I'm not the hero who arrives last to save the day. Instead, I'm just a Lao Lu, who cleans up after others and snatches the final kill. Qi Yuan appeared, looking relaxed. It seemed as if he was not facing a terrifying great demon, but simply a near-dead target. The sea god's gaze finally fell on Qi Yuan, and a flash of surprise crossed its eyes. Have we met before? You could say we have. In the real world, I've eaten you before. Well, actually, it was a fatter version of you. Qi Yuan recalled the Mo Li Sha fish king he had eaten in reality, and it was truly a memorable experience. That was a giant demon of the martial hero level, far superior to the jade blood level demon in front of him. Impudent, the sea god roared, its blood-red eyes locked onto Qi Yuan. Instantly, a blood-red arrow shot towards him. Sorry, I'm also at the jade blood level. Dodge, Qi Yuan easily sidestepped, evading the attack. There was a hint of mockery in the sea god's eyes. A mere novice at the jade blood level, and you dare to act so arrogantly. Kun Lao Da was a mid-jade blood level demon. Even when Luo Bufan and Chen Fan joined forces and unleashed an attack that nearly reached the late jade blood level, the sea god still survived. If you were in full form, I might be more cautious. But now, you're just a wounded dog, intimidating in appearance but not much of a threat, Qi Yuan retorted with disdain. He loved dealing with weakened enemies. Being the Lao Lu, who cleaned up the mess and took down weakened opponents was his specialty. The mockery in the sea god's eyes deepened. Just in time, Kun Feng's puppet has fallen. You shall become my new puppet. Even though Kun Feng's puppet had been shattered, causing the sea god to lose a third of its combat strength, its most prized illusion technique remained intact. Dealing with Kun Feng and the present Luo Bufan required setting traps. But against a novice jade blood level like Qi Yuan, brute force through illusions would suffice. With the sea god's command, the white pupil focused on Qi Yuan. Suddenly, Qi Yuan felt the world around him become still. At this moment, he narrowed his eyes and smiled. Oh, you want to hear my inner thoughts? The sea god's illusion attack was designed to invade Qi Yuan's mind, extract his memories, and listen to his inner thoughts. Sigh, too weak, can't even open the door. Come on, let me help you open it. As the saying goes, a confidant is hard to find. Rarely did anyone want to hear his inner thoughts, and now that someone did, Qi Yuan was happy to open the door and let them listen. When the door opened, countless, divine infants flooded into the sea god's consciousness. Chaotic, mad, disordered curses, murmurs, and joyful voices all rushed into the sea god's mind at once. Boom! The sea god's white pupil exploded violently, its eyeball turning to pulp and splattering everywhere. Ah, what are you? The sea god's thoughts became chaotic. Moments ago, it had used its illusion technique to break through Qi Yuan's mental defenses and hear his inner voice. But what did it hear? Ah, it went mad, claws digging into its own white pupil socket, seemingly intent on crushing it completely. Sigh, why not stay a little longer? My nascent souls are lonely, and it's rare for someone to come in and keep them company, Qi Yuan said, a touch of melancholy in his tone, like a lonely old man left behind. But soon, his expression turned into the smirk of a sly opportunist. Now do you understand why I called you a wounded dog? Without Kun Lao Da, you're nothing. The Mo Li Sha Fish King's strongest suit was illusion and mind control. However, Qi Yuan was almost immune to being deceived or trapped in illusions. Why? It was simple, he was sharp-witted and incredibly smart. With his ability to see hidden information, he wouldn't fall for illusions. Therefore, he was a natural counter to the Mo Li Sha Fish King. Without Kun Lao Da's protection, wasn't the sea god just a wounded animal ready to be slaughtered? Someone once said, you can't step into the same river twice, nor can you eat the same fish twice. Today, I'm going to prove them wrong and see which tastes better, you or the one before. Jade blood level. Explosive bird-killing fist activated at that moment. No flashy moves, just a simple, straightforward punch. It cut through all illusions and struck directly at the sea god's heart. No, the deranged sea god had no power to resist. The divine infant's murmurs, like the whispers of an evil god, had driven it insane. With one blow, Qi Yuan's punch struck true, and the sea god lay flat, the flame of its life flickering out. The towering waves that had risen seemed to vanish in an instant, like fireworks in the sky fading away. Over 30 drops of jade white blood appeared in Qi Yuan's hand. His expression was indescribable. This mission was surprisingly easy, and he even got to watch a drama play out. His gaze then fell on Chen Fan. At this moment, Chen Fan's internal organs were completely shattered, his expression a mix of relief and numbness. The insane Luo Bufan lay on the ground, smiling, but his expression was more sorrowful than anything. Thank you. Dying like this makes it easier to accept, Chen Fan said softly, looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar Qi Yuan. His eyes had already lost their light, and he seemed detached from everything in this world. Dying this way felt like a release. At least Union County survived, didn't it? Qi Yuan looked at Chen Fan and spoke calmly. Before you go, would you like to hear some hidden plot details from the game? Chen Fan's life force continued to wane, and he didn't respond. Luo Bufan also lay there, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. Still, Qi Yuan continued, speaking as if to himself, the mission isn't actually complete yet. It's quite simple, really. The Luo and Chen family massacres were done by the Mo Li Sha Fish King. The game task was to investigate the true reason behind the demon massacre of the Luo and Chen families. Clearly, it was the demon that acted. In fact, your father, your mother, your family, and even your fiancé didn't die by your hands. They were killed by the Mo Li Sha Fish King, but it excelled at illusion and tricked you into believing that you were the killer. As for the motive, it's also straightforward. The Mo Li Sha Fish King's combat power was too weak, so it needed protection. Kun Lao Da was one choice, and Union County's genius Luo Bufan was another. Hearing this, Luo Bufan's body trembled. And Chao beamed with joy. I knew the captain wasn't that kind of person, he would never kill his own parents. However, Chen Fan, whom and Chao was supporting, remained calm and softly asked, is that true? Yeah, Qi Yuan nodded, and Chao was overwhelmed with joy. Captain, we'll go back. There must be a way to save you. The other two black-clad men also smiled. This mission was full of surprises but ended without a hitch, a perfect outcome. It seemed like a major victory if the captain could be saved. Chen Fan seemed not to hear in Chao's words. He continued to cough, spitting out blood mixed with bits of his organs. He looked at An Chao. After the mission, go to my place and take my belongings to him, as a reward. After saying that, he glanced at the young Luo Bufan not far away. For the first time, his eyes showed a look of relief and calm, and his hand finally fell limply to the side. The world seemed to have made peace with him, but it seemed he hadn't made peace with himself. Chen Fan's death didn't stir much emotion in Qi Yuan. After all, he was just an NPC with limited screen time. Finally, the mission is over, where are we going back to? Before returning, let's bury the dead. It's the least we can do. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. And Chao and the others worked hard to bury Chen Fan and Luo Bufan. Qi Yuan looked at the corpses scattered all over the Sea Stone village, a pained expression in his eyes. So many dead. This must have been a huge banquet. It's a pity, I can't eat them. The notification for task completion had already appeared, they would soon leave the task world. Qi Yuan glanced at the ruined Sea Stone village, his expression calm. If I ever get the chance to come back, I'll feast then. At this moment, An Chao approached, her face showing respect as she looked at Qi Yuan. Brother Qi, when we return, I will give you the captain's belongings. Generally speaking, if a newcomer completes their first task successfully, they return to the outpost where the veteran mission members are located. What's the name of the place where you're returning? Qi Yuan asked curiously. An Chao's eyes still seemed somewhat dazed, but she responded, the world of dead Qi, but, we prefer to call it, the Yellow Springs world. The Yellow Springs world is home to a group of dead people, or rather, those who are not quite dead yet. Oh, let's call it the Yellow Springs world then. I'm patriotic and support domestic names, Qi Yuan replied casually. This comment left An Chao and the others momentarily speechless. The task is complete, and we can't stay longer than half an hour. Just think about returning, and you'll be back at the outpost, An Chao explained to Qi Yuan. Got it. Qi Yuan looked over at Xiao Mei in the distance and waved. With her innate marriage-prone physique, who knows how many more times she'll get married if they meet again. Return, Qi Yuan silently chanted in his mind. In an instant, he felt time and space flip. He heard countless wails and whispers in his ears. This sensation lasted for less than a second before completely dissipating. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing in a small stone chamber. The stone chamber wasn't large, about 30 square meters. In the southern part of the room, there was a stone table with a stone lamp on it. The lampshade contained a candle, emitting a dim yellow light, which was the only source of light in the chamber. A free house. Qi Yuan glanced around, intrigued by his surroundings. It seemed that this house was carved out from a massive rock, with the stone table connected to the ground. Qi Yuan pushed open the stone door and discovered that he was standing on a cliff. This meant that the entire stone chamber was hollowed out from the cliffside. If the apocalypse came and zombies overran everything, I could stash some supplies here and hide. No zombie would ever find this place. If he were a kid, Qi Yuan would have loved this stone chamber and treated it as a secret base. But now, as an adult, he was only mildly interested. He scanned the area and noticed there were many stone chambers like his on the cliff. Below the cliff was a valley filled with the fragrance of flowers. A deep breath of the air would make anyone feel a bit dizzy. Qi Yuan followed the steps down the cliff. Brother Qi, over here. An Chao waved at Qi Yuan from not far away. At this point, An Chao looked no different from her appearance in the task world, she was still wearing the black combat uniform of the Demon Suppressing Division. However, Qi Yuan also noticed many men and women dressed in modern styles at this outpost. Just then, an old man approached Qi Yuan, sniffing him with a slightly anxious expression, a newcomer. What did you get as your task reward? A body-refining blood pill. If you have one, how about making a deal with me, old man? See those beauties and handsome guys in the bamboo pavilion over there? If you give me the body-refining blood pill, you can play with any of those 3 beautiful women or handsome men. HMPH, not everyone gets a chance like this. I'm only making this offer because I see potential in you and want to befriend you. Qi Yuan glanced over and saw 3 men and 3 women sitting in a bamboo pavilion not far away. The men were handsome, and the women were beautiful, all dressed in different styles. The women wore ancient Qin costumes, modern cheongsams, and short skirts with stockings. The men were similarly dressed, each representing a different era's charm. Lin Yeshan, stop trying to deceive people. Brother Qi isn't just some new recruit. And Chao stepped forward and glared at Lin Yeshan. This is Lin Yeshan, a notorious trickster in the outpost who targets newcomers. The body refining blood pill is precious and can greatly enhance one's strength with almost no side effects. You don't need to waste a body refining blood pill to enjoy the bamboo pavilion. And Chao exposed Lin Yeshan's tricks without hesitation. Lin Yeshan laughed sheepishly, a strange look in his eyes. And Chao was a decent martial artist herself, why was she addressing this newcomer as Brother Qi? Haha, looks like this new recruit performed well in your mission. Seeing that his trick didn't work, Lin Yeshan changed his tone. Well, if you want, I can still arrange for you to visit the bamboo pavilion girls. And Chao glared at Lin Yeshan, clearly displeased. Brother Qi, come on. I'll take you to the captain's place. And Chao led Qi Yuan away. Lin Yeshan was stunned for a moment, then asked, what happened to Chen Fan? Lin Yeshan knew that Chen Fan was a loner who almost never allowed outsiders into his place. For An Chao to be taking Qi Yuan there, what did it mean? The captain is gone, and Chao said softly, her voice tinged with sadness. Perhaps this would be her fate as well in the future. Lin Yeshan was taken aback, then looked at Qi Yuan with a complicated expression but said nothing more. And Chao led Qi Yuan through the valley toward another cliffside. Your people here are quite friendly. If I'm not mistaken, that guy earlier was at mid-jade blood level. Yet, you could scold him like that, and he didn't lose his temper. Qi Yuan asked casually. He's an old martial artist. In the outpost, he has jade blood level strength, but in the task world, his strength drops to mid-chi blood level. So. And Chao didn't finish her sentence, but Qi Yuan understood. In future tasks, they might team up. In the task world, Lin Yeshan's strength would be relatively weaker. The main point was that advancing in the jade blood level was far more challenging than in the chi blood level. Thus, for old martial artists like Lin Yeshan, their status in the outpost was significantly lower. Soon, under An Chao's guidance, Qi Yuan arrived at Chen Fan's stone chamber. The safest place in the outpost is the stone chambers. Without the owner's permission, no one else can enter. The captain granted me entry access before he died. In 3 days, this stone chamber will become a vacant room, and Chao explained, her eyes red with emotion. She entered the stone chamber, her gaze falling on a stone box. This is the captain's belongings, he wanted me to give them to you. And Chao opened the stone box and took out a bundle. Qi Yuan took the bundle without hesitation. This was his reward for a side mission, why wouldn't he take it? Quiet blood pills, golden bell shield, 1000-ju whirlwind blade. Inside the bundle, Qi Yuan found several quiet blood pills and various martial arts manuals. None of these martial arts were particularly high level, but Qi Yuan was quite interested. These martial arts were all of the new style and could boost his combat power. Among them, a stone token caught Qi Yuan's attention. What's this? The token was inscribed with the character for heaven. With his special eyes, Qi Yuan could see hidden information, but all it told him was the material and crafting method of the token. This is the entry token for the Genius Alliance. In the Yellow Springs world, there are many outposts and many factions. The Genius Alliance is a major faction that recruits talented individuals. The captain had a very high aptitude, otherwise, he wouldn't have been noticed by the Genius Alliance. However, he always had a knot in his heart, so he never went to the Genius Alliance on the East Coast. Oh, sounds decent, I'll keep it. After taking the belongings, Qi Yuan bid farewell to An Chao and left Chen Fan's chamber. An Chao stayed behind in Chen Fan's chamber, seemingly wanting to take everything that belonged to Chen Fan. After all, this was all that Chen Fan had left in this world. Back in his own stone chamber, Qi Yuan took out the body-refining blood pills. These are worth dozens of drops of demon blood, not bad for something small. For others, this reward was quite good. After all, they didn't have the ability to devour their original body and couldn't consume demon blood as freely as Qi Yuan could. Even body-refining blood pills had a limit to how much one could take. Still, even a small gain is a gain. System, level me up. Once again, Qi Yuan provided his own narration. After killing the sea god, Qi Yuan's stockpile of demon blood had reached 300 drops. With these 300 drops, he planned to master the 3 martial arts he had obtained from Chen Fan. You have consumed 50 drops of demon blood and begun training in the Golden Bell Shield. The key to the Golden Bell Shield lies in concentration, hardness, and deflecting force. Consuming a portion of demon blood, you have entered the initial stage of the Golden Bell Shield. Consuming more demon blood, you reach the second stage, the Golden Bell Shield is perfected, but you cannot progress further. You have a sudden insight, applying principles from Immortal Tao to Martial Tao. Consuming demon blood, the Golden Bell Shield, is perfected. Qi Yuan pushed the Golden Bell Shield technique to perfection in one go. As he consumed the demon blood, he gained some insights. All paths lead to the same destination. The Golden Bell Shield in martial arts and defensive spells in immortal arts are quite similar. But this similarity is where the big differences lie. Qi Yuan had a deep understanding of both paths. And he wasn't lacking in this understanding. His eyes could see hidden information, and he had a unique foundation in the Immortal Tao. After perfecting the Golden Bell Shield, Qi Yuan consumed more demon blood and quickly mastered the Thousand-Ju Whirlwind Blade. He also practiced a martial technique similar to a storage bag, constructing a space within his body to store supplies. This Tianyang finger looks good, should I practice it too? The Tianyang finger was a martial technique provided by the Genius Alliance. Anyone who mastered the Tianyang finger could directly enter the Genius Alliance with the token. You have consumed 100 drops of demon blood and begun practicing the Tianyang finger. The Tianyang finger has reached the second stage, and is perfected. What? Not enough. You consume another 50 drops of demon blood, the Tianyang finger is perfected. At this moment, Qi Yuan, with just his martial arts cultivation alone, could easily dominate his previous self. Martial techniques significantly boost combat power, especially once the Golden Bell Shield is perfected. In battle, the blood energy condenses all over his body, making his skin as hard as iron. Even if an average demon slashed at Qi Yuan, he would be unharmed. With such a hard technique, he was best suited for charging into battle. All right, time to return to the real world and participate in the martial arts tournament. Unlike the other inhabitants of the Yellow Springs world, Qi Yuan hadn't died to enter. His situation was unique, so, relatively speaking, he had more freedom and could stay outside whenever he didn't have a task. Of course, others weren't as fortunate as Qi Yuan. For instance, Chen Fan had appeared in the outside world only a handful of times in the past few hundred years. Wow, 5 days have passed. Looks like time in the game world flows similarly to reality. Before going into seclusion to break through, Qi Yuan had specifically instructed the hotel not to disturb him. So when he returned to reality, the room was still exactly as he had left it. Even if some nosy individuals wanted to intrude, they couldn't alter the room's setup. Before going into seclusion, Qi Yuan had set up an array. This place is still the best. In the game world, I was too weak. Upon entering the task world, his Immortal Tao cultivation was suppressed, and his realm dropped by 1 level. This led him to be especially cautious in the first task. He couldn't even sleep well at night, fearing he'd encounter a terrifying demon. Game world Luo Bufan had it rough, and so did Qi Yuan. Among the masses, everyone has their hardships. For instance, some people are born without parents, becoming orphans. Qi Yuan also had it tough. He never had a mother-in-law. No one to care for him, love him, or protect him. His strength was suppressed by a level, and in the game world, he was constantly on edge, fearing discovery by a great demon. Fortunately, his cautious and steady nature allowed him to complete the task perfectly. Back in the real world, with his foundation establishment perfect stage strength, his confidence was restored. Looks like, I need to form my golden core. Qi Yuan gazed at the sun in the sky, deep in thought. Soon, there would be another sun in the sky. By forming his golden core, he would gradually draw in the stellar golden core. The first one to be drawn in would be the star where Ning Dao was, which was also Qi Yuan's first golden core. Time to break through. In a military camp, thousands of soldiers in uniform were training, their loud shouts echoing non-stop. Engines roared like thunder, various artillery fired freely. Inside the steel structure, however, it was very quiet, the soundproofing was excellent, so no noise from outside could enter. A pot-bellied man in military uniform took a sip of tea, then looked at the man in front of him. He spoke. Xiao Huan, this matter has already attracted the attention of the 7 martial stars. What he did, sending a coffin to the Marquis of Blue Sea, puts us in a difficult position. Although the Marquis of Blue Sea's actions were a bit excessive, after all, his intentions were for the nation and for Qin Yuan. How about this, I'll have the Marquis of Blue Sea personally go to apologize to him, and we'll call this matter settled. There was a chilling aura in the military man's words. Recently, the extermination of the Guiran military camp had caused a huge uproar. The upper echelons of the Qin Yuan nation had also taken notice of Qi Yuan. Perhaps due to greed or following the orders of some high-ranking figures, the Marquis of Blue Sea tried to secretly infiltrate Qi Yuan's phone and computer to gather more information. Unexpectedly, this little trick was discovered and intercepted by 01. So, Qi Yuan arranged for 01 to deliver a coffin to the Marquis of Blue Sea. And that led to today's incident. Kwang Huan dared not look directly at the military man. He lowered his head and said, "Chief, I don't have the qualifications to interfere in Lord Qi's matters either. Whether or not you're qualified is irrelevant. You just need to convey our words to him. Otherwise, if today he dares to send a coffin to the Marquis of Blue Sea, won't he dare to kill people from the 7 Martial Stars families tomorrow? He is indeed very strong, but our Qin Yuan's Sky Eye is not just for show. Under the Sky Eye, even gods cannot survive. However, we aim for peace and do not wish to start a conflict lightly. As long as he shows goodwill and forgives the Marquis of Blue Sea, everything can continue to be discussed." The military man's expression carried a hint of threat. Regarding such an unstable person like Qi Yuan, there was much debate at the top. Some wanted to win him over, while others wanted to eliminate him. For now, the faction advocating for cooperation had the upper hand. But even for cooperation, there had to be some strategy. First, a little suppression. Otherwise, he wouldn't know who held the bigger cards. Kwang Huan looked troubled. At the Guiran military camp, he had witnessed Mr. Qi's strength firsthand and regarded him as a celestial being. But could Mr. Qi, no matter how strong, compete with the Qin Yuan nation's ultimate weapon, the Sky Eye? Back when the Glorious Star invaded, the reason the Gong Star managed to remain independent without being annexed was largely due to the Sky Eye. At this moment, Kwang Huan couldn't help but worry for Qi Yuan. He knew Qi Yuan's character. Mr. Qi would never regret what he had done. If spoken to nicely, it would be fine, but with such an obvious, condescending attitude, Mr. Qi would surely disdain them. Kwang Huan stammered, unable to speak. Seeing this, the military man seemed to understand where things were headed. Although the cooperation faction currently had the upper hand, the war faction was secretly making moves. "Kwang Huan, I was your grandfather's comrade in arms. Since you don't want to go speak to him, then don't get involved in this matter." The military man decided he would personally have the Marquis of Blue Sea meet Qi Yuan. If Qi Yuan refused to apologize, then it would be a different matter altogether. He spoke this way to keep Kwang Huan out of the impending storm. "Chief, the Marquis of Blue Sea is at fault," Kwang Huan began to say. But the military man interrupted, "Xiao Huan, you're not a child anymore. You should think about your family. When you return, act as if nothing happened, or, stay here for a while." His intention was to detain Kwang Huan until the matter was resolved. Kwang Huan was filled with struggle, helplessness, and anger. He was deeply worried about Qi Yuan. From what he knew, Qi Yuan would not compromise. Once he decided on something, he would never change his mind. What should he do? His mind was in turmoil. He didn't know how long he walked out of the steel building. 2 guards were always escorting him. For some reason, he felt that today's sun was exceptionally glaring. He suddenly realized that many soldiers were looking up at the sky. He also looked up. When he saw an extra sun in the sky, his eyes widened, and he seemed to realize something. Cursing words escaped his lips uncontrollably. "Damn the 7 Martial Stars, they're not worth even dog shit." Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. On the road, "Mommy, there are 2 suns in the sky. You're so young and already lying. Yesterday you lied about your dad playing with 2 pretty women, and today you're saying there are 2 suns in the sky. But it's true, look. In the hospital, quote question mark. Did I mess up the surgery? Why are there 2 suns in the sky? 2 suns." Hearing this, the doctor was confused. The surgery was on the eyes, it's not like I cut into his brain. Maybe, we should check him into a psychiatric hospital. Thinking this, he looked up at the sky, and immediately, his eyes went blank. At this moment, across Gongxing, exclamations were heard everywhere. Many people looked up at the sky, their faces filled with disbelief. There's actually another sun in the sky. Could the rumors be true? Spiritual energy revival, the awakening of the immortal Tao, the advent of mythology. Holy crap, the sun. My eyes are burning. Based on my limited scientific knowledge, isn't Gongxing going to be destroyed in a few minutes? Why in a few minutes? It takes a few minutes for light to travel here. With an extra sun, can Gongxing handle it? You idiot, we can see the sun now, which means the light has already traveled here. Huh, at this moment, all over the country and in various places, everyone's gaze was focused on the sky. They were filled with shock, curiosity, and even fear of the unknown over the additional sun in the sky. Some even began to kneel and worship the extra sun in the sky. On a warship, Luo Ping looked stunned, feeling for the first time that the development of events was beyond his expectations. As a restarter, he was well versed in major events on Gongxing. He was familiar with all kinds of secret treasures and relics. But an extra sun in the sky? He had never heard of such a thing. He looked up at the sky, his expression serious. At this moment, a tall, sexy woman wearing a blue skirt approached. Her gaze towards Luo Ping was extremely gentle, her eyes fully focused on him. Grandpa's call. Hearing this, Luo Ping quickly took the phone. Old man. The sun in the sky. I don't know either. Before the restart, there wasn't an extra sun in the sky. It could be an unexpected anomaly. Yes, Xiaoqin and I are on our way to Xingyan Island. We will return immediately after retrieving the item. After hanging up the phone, Luo Ping glanced at the extra sun in the sky again and then looked over at his young and beautiful wife nearby. He felt a sense of satisfaction. It's okay, an extra sun in the sky, or the restart of the world, such things are far too remote for us. Let's just take care of our little family. Meanwhile, on Kangxing, a massive space fleet was cruising through the deep space beyond. A man wearing a white, fluid-like battle suit had a hint of doubt in his expression. Professor Li, what are the results of the investigation? The elderly professor stared at the large screen in front of him, a rare look of confusion in his eyes. Our probe, emitting a 7th-level Kang light, couldn't make contact with the newly appeared sun. Couldn't make contact? For the first time, the young man's eyes showed a serious expression. Kang light was a type of light captured by the Morning Star Nation from a relic deep in space. This light had unique properties, and the 7th-level Kang light was best suited for detection. It could detect all sorts of celestial bodies. Even black holes could be probed around. Yet, it failed. It seems to exist, yet it also seems not to, hovering between reality and unreality. At this point, Professor Li paused in his speech. The young man frowned. He didn't understand. Do we have any clues? For instance, where did it come from, and does it have any impact on our Kangxing? Professor Li shook his head at this point. I suspect it's related to the ancient Immortal Tao, but to obtain more information, we would need to visit the National Archive. I don't have the clearance. The National Archive was the largest library on Kangxing, with the most collections of ancient books, materials, and documents. Most of the ancient books there were priceless and could not be borrowed. Some materials, for special reasons, could not be digitized using normal technology, nor could they be photographed and uploaded to the internet. Hence, they were kept in the National Archive. Professor Li wanted to enter the National Archive to investigate the sudden appearance of the sun. All right, when our fleet returns, I'll immediately apply to the higher-ups. The young man glanced at the mysterious sun one more time and piloted the fleet back towards Kangxing. Han family residence. Han Shanyan stretched as he walked out of the house. With only a few days left before the martial arts tournament, he wanted to meet Qi Yuan to discuss some matters regarding the tournament. However, just as he reached the entrance, a middle-aged man in a black jacket blocked his path. Seeing the man, Han Shanyan's expression became respectful, even a bit fearful. Big brother. Are you going out to meet Qi Yuan? Han Kang's voice carried the tone of someone in authority. Han Shanyan couldn't help but lower his head. Yes. I advise you not to meet him for now. It seems he's involved in something. Han Kang gave a warning. Han Shanyan was puzzled, unsure of what had happened. Has Mr. Qi gotten into some trouble? Han Shanyan asked worriedly. But then, remembering Qi Yuan's strength, he felt reassured. After all, Qi Yuan was someone who had single-handedly destroyed the Gui Ran military camp. What trouble could he have? The trouble is big and seems to be related to the 7 martial stars. I am at a critical point to enter the provincial cabinet. You need to be more cautious and avoid causing trouble, understood? Han Kang reminded again. His position was already high, and a step further would place him in the provincial cabinet, similar to the provincial committee secretary in Qi Yuan's previous life on Blue Star. The 7 martial stars. Han Shanyan frowned. If it were any other trouble, Han Shanyan wouldn't be afraid, and he was sure Qi Yuan could easily handle it. But the 7 martial stars family was different. The 7 martial stars family controlled the Sky Eye, a divine weapon. Under the Sky Eye, all beings were equal. It was even more terrifying than a nuclear weapon. Yes, Hong Kong nodded and said no more as he walked back into the courtyard. Inside the courtyard, the old butler approached. Master, given the second master's temperament, perhaps, should we assign someone to keep an eye on him? Hong Kong paused. He had heard a bit about Qi Yuan's situation, but he wasn't entirely clear. His position didn't allow him to get involved in such high-level conflicts. He only vaguely knew that Qi Yuan was just a fuse, igniting a conflict between 2 factions. As for which faction to join, Hong Kong still had no clue. In fact, he was already at a stage where he needed to pick a side to advance further into the provincial cabinet. No need to follow him. Hong Kong shook his head. Father and mother left everything to me, and I owe my younger brother a lot. This time, I'll let him have his way. They say, brothers united are invincible. This time, as the elder brother, I'll go along with him. Hong Kong spoke softly. He was old enough to be his younger brother's father. So, their relationship had always been strained. All the political resources in the family had been invested in him, leaving his younger brother to survive in the martial arts circle, which made him feel guilty. Anyway, he hadn't chosen a side yet, and he didn't know which side to choose, so he might as well let his younger brother help him decide. At this moment, Han Shanyan was filled with inner conflict. His brother's words made him nervous. No, I must inform Mr. Qi about this in advance. If it weren't for him, I'd probably be dead by now, after running into that impressive lady last time. Han Shanyan was very loyal. Last time, when he accidentally entered a mysterious space, he would have died if Qi Yuan hadn't intervened. As they say, he who kills must die. Qi Yuan saved his life, so he naturally had to repay the favor. As for his brother's warning, he could only put it aside for now. Han Shanyan's thinking was simple. Gold and silver treasures, power and influence, none of it was as precious as life. With this in mind, he quickly drove to the hotel where Qi Yuan was staying. How did Brother Qi get involved with the 7 martial stars family? Han Shanyan couldn't figure it out. But now wasn't the time for him to think about it. After all, many strange things happened in this world, and there were more things he didn't understand. For example, how did an extra sun appear in the sky? Who knows? Nobody does. Half an hour later, he finally arrived at the hotel. He hadn't even parked his car when his sharp eyes immediately spotted a familiar figure. Brother Qi. Han Shanyan didn't hesitate at all and quickly got out of the car to run over to Qi Yuan. When he ran over, he was stunned. He saw that beside Qi Yuan stood a charming young girl in a black, fitted dress. The girl had fair skin, contrasting sharply with her black dress, making her look particularly striking in the sunlight. The hem of her dress revealed slender legs wrapped in black stockings. Her long black hair flowed down, giving her a classical and modern beauty, as if she had stepped out of history. Han Shanyan had thought that Princess Wansha was already very beautiful, but compared to the charming girl before him, she was not even close. This is Han Shanyan, a guy the first know, Qi Yuan said to the girl beside him. He has a unique taste and likes really impressive women. After speaking, Qi Yuan then said to Han Shanyan, this is Ning Dao, also known as Jin CK. She is we're about to get our marriage certificate. As he said the last few words, Qi Yuan paused slightly. The golden canary in the black dress, small and delicate, quite cute, blushed when she heard Qi Yuan's words. Hee, blood pearl, I thought you liked men, Jin CK said as she reached out, tightly hugging Qi Yuan's arm. The sunlight poured down on her dress, making her feel lazy. Don't talk nonsense, I'm perfectly normal, Qi Yuan said, glancing at Han Shanyan. As for who was abnormal, it was naturally Han Shanyan. Since you're here and you're familiar with the place, Jin CK just arrived. We're planning to buy some clothes and stuff, so lead the way. Qi Yuan wanted to be waited on. After all, this was a daily leisure game. In such a game, if you don't buy nice clothes for your wife and have her change into them for your enjoyment, then you're at a loss. After all, it's quite pleasing to the eyes. Brother Qi, this is no time for shopping. This is an urgent matter. Han Shanyan said anxiously, I heard from my brother that one of the 7 martial stars families seems to have targeted you and intends to harm you. The 7 martial stars were a taboo in Qin Yuan nation. Or rather, these families had ruled this nation from ancient times. Several royal families had changed, but the 7 martial stars remained standing. As soon as Han Shanyan finished speaking, he immediately felt the atmosphere around him turn cold, as if he were in an ice cave. This cold aura came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. He realized that this aura might have come from the charming girl beside Qi Yuan. He was shocked inside. Could it be that she was also a formidable figure? Where are the 7 martial stars? Ning Dao's voice was sweet, like sugar in a honey pot. Qi Yuan held her small hand. It's just a game, don't argue with the NPCs, otherwise, it's too much of a waste of emotions. Hearing this, Jin CK smiled sweetly and said no more. Brother Qi, I know you're strong, but the Sky Eye is too terrifying. You might. Han Shanyan hesitated. Qi Yuan laughed and said, I may be weak and helpless right now, but my wife is here. If they mess with me, it'll be her turn next. I'm not afraid. Qi Yuan spoke proudly, like a rich second-generation scion. Hit the small one, and the big one comes out. With Jin CK around, he could walk sideways on Gongxing. Jin CK tightly hugged Qi Yuan's arm and nodded firmly, hee, this time I've got your back, Blood Pearl. Han Shanyan looked at Jin CK with suspicion, confused and uncertain. Could it be that this Jin CK was even stronger than Qi Yuan? 1 day later, inside a military base, a document was placed on the table. Marquis of Blue Sea stood to the side, his expression respectful. In front of him sat a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The man glanced at the document, his eyes flashing with amazement. Indeed, powerful martial strength is everything. Even a woman like this is willing to give her heart. He had seen many women of various types, all beautiful in their own right. But the woman in the document, captured by an ordinary camera with no beautification or retouching, was so captivating. How much more stunning would she be in reality? And this kind of woman, like a little bird, nestled against Qi Yuan. A feeling of jealousy grew in his heart. Young Master Mu, what should we do? The Marquis of Blue Sea asked cautiously. He had secretly investigated Qi Yuan and attempted to steal his information on young Master Mu's orders. As a result, his actions were discovered, and he was sent a coffin, which really scared him. After all, Qi Yuan was a ruthless man who could slay the Guiran military camp with a single strike. Although the Guiran army was weak and far inferior to the Qin Yuan military, Qi Yuan was undoubtedly a formidable man in his eyes. In Qin Yuan, there were very few weapons that could deal with Qi Yuan and eliminate him. Isn't it simple? Tomorrow, you'll personally go and apologize to him. As for me, I'll go and meet his little girlfriend. If he's sensible, he should know what to do. If not, his end will be very tragic. As for his little girlfriend, she'll only be a widow, and I just happen to like that. Young Master Mu's eyes held a condescending look. The 7 martial stars families had ruled this land for thousands of years. No matter how many emperors were replaced or how many uprisings there were, they were always on top. Stable and solid, they naturally became arrogant. Indeed, Qi Yuan was terrifying. But, could he be more terrifying than Kangxing? One could even say that if Kangxing sent just one battleship, it could destroy Qi Yuan. Yet even such a powerful Kangxing failed in its invasion of Gongxing. The rule of the 7 martial stars was unshakable. Young Master Mu had the right to be proud. With the revival of the Immortal Tao, they had already mastered a lot of information related to it. For them, Qi Yuan was more like an unstable element. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. In the mall, Qi Yuan casually took the elevator, holding Jin CQ's delicate hand. Today, he took Jin CK shopping, buying all kinds of things. They placed all the bags and packages into his martial arts storage space. Jin CK, being new to this place, found everything quite interesting. Is it tasty? Qi Yuan asked, looking at Jin CQ's beautiful profile. Jin CK was holding a cup of milk tea. The taste is a bit strange, kind of average. To her, the milk tea did taste pretty ordinary. After all, she was once a supreme being, having tasted countless earthly delicacies. Compared to Gongxing, Lufeng realm might have seemed ancient, but ancient didn't mean it lacked gourmet food. It's average, yet you're still drinking it. Why not just throw it away? Qi Yuan said generously. He currently had plenty of savings, and he could certainly afford a cup of milk tea. It's because you bought it for me, Ning Dao said, holding on to the milk tea tightly. When she called Qi Yuan, husband, she was more like Ning Dao. When she called him Blood Pearl, she was more like Jin CK. Of course, both were the same person. We haven't even gotten the marriage certificate yet. Don't say that, it makes me shy. Qi Yuan shrugged, a smile in his eyes. Ning Dao smiled. How about I move the Civil Affairs Bureau over here? She was serious when she said it. This wasn't just something people say online, she actually could do it. No need. After I win the martial arts tournament and return to Tianyu, we'll get the certificate then. I don't know anyone here, can't cut any corners, so we might not get the certificate, Qi Yuan thought seriously. Here, the only person he knew was Han Shanyan. In Tianyu, it was different, he knew Kwang Huan, who knew people in the Civil Affairs Bureau. At that time, he could arrange ID cards for Ning Dao and Xiao Jia, then get a legal marriage certificate. Everything would be above board. Okay, Ning Dao just nodded firmly, agreeing with Qi Yuan. The two arrived on the first floor of the mall. Ning Dao looked at the bustling crowd, smiling softly. That gold bracelet, I want it too. She saw a newlywed couple enter to buy gold bracelets. Since they were going to get a marriage certificate, there should be some ceremonial gestures. You're right, we should buy a gold bracelet, Qi Yuan nodded. Then he frowned. How should Xiao Jia wear a bracelet? Xiao Jia didn't have jade feet or jade hands, so how could she wear a bracelet? It was a conundrum. While he was thinking, Ning Dao had already entered the jewelry store. Qi Yuan thought for a moment and decided to wait outside. After all, isn't that how shopping usually goes? The woman goes inside to choose, and the man waits outside. That's how normal people do it. And he happened to be very normal. Qi Yuan casually found a bench to sit on and played with his phone. Just then, footsteps approached. A group of middle-aged men with an impressive presence entered the mall. These men were almost uniformly dressed, with crew cuts, and didn't look like they were to be trifled with. As soon as they entered, they attracted a lot of attention. Are they shooting a short video? Must be for a web drama, right? Hearing this chatter, Qi Yuan also looked at the middle-aged men with interest. It seemed this group was walking straight toward him. Qi Yuan suddenly felt a sense of unease and his mind raced with many thoughts. Has someone discovered my identity as a live-in son-in-law? But no one slapped me, and I didn't smirk evilly. Qi Yuan imagined all sorts of scenarios. Would these people kneel down in a moment and say, "Welcome, war god," or something like that? Qi Yuan had a rich inner world, so he was quite imaginative. But the kneeling he expected didn't happen. The leader walked straight up to him with a humble and respectful expression. I am the Marquis of Blue Sea, here with sincerity. If I have offended Mr. Qi before, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. The person in front of him was indeed the Marquis of Blue Sea. No matter what, he had to play his role properly before the conflict escalated, they couldn't afford to lose face. Honestly, at this moment, the Marquis of Blue Sea was quite nervous. The 7 Martial Stars family did indeed have the Sky Eye, which could easily annihilate Qi Yuan. But even so, Qi Yuan could take him down before being annihilated. So, this meeting was his confrontation with Qi Yuan. Young Master Mu would confront Qi Yuan's little girlfriend. Even though he was extremely unwilling, the Marquis of Blue Sea had to come, otherwise, it wouldn't just be him who might die, but his entire family. Oh, you are, do we know each other? Qi Yuan looked at the Marquis of Blue Sea with a puzzled expression. He had no idea who this old guy was. Qi Yuan's words left the Marquis of Blue Sea bewildered. He even wondered if he had approached the wrong person. But looking at Qi Yuan's face, it matched exactly with the photo. Besides, the higher-ups wouldn't make a mistake. Qi Yuan didn't know him. The Marquis of Blue Sea felt a sense of absurdity. Are you mistaken? I have no impression of you. Qi Yuan was honest. If he didn't know someone, he wouldn't pretend. Did you offend me before? It must be a misunderstanding. I'm a very forgiving person, I never hold grudges. I don't have any enemies in this world. Qi Yuan didn't hold grudges, he just killed them. The Marquis of Blue Sea's mouth twitched slightly. Feeling nervous, he said, Mr. Qi, not long ago, you had someone send me a coffin. Qi Yuan's expression changed slightly, becoming stern. It was you. He was very smart. Upon hearing the Marquis of Blue Sea's words, he instantly guessed his identity. This Marquis of Blue Sea was the despicable, shameless, unscrupulous person who secretly had a hacker check his phone. Back then, 01 had sent Qi Yuan the intruder's information, but Qi Yuan only skimmed through it, not knowing who it was. He just had 01 send them a coffin. After the martial arts tournament, Qi Yuan planned to deal with them personally. And now, here they were. About that incident, I need an explanation. Qi Yuan said coldly. He was very reasonable and never killed the innocent. Most importantly, Qi Yuan considered himself to have a compassionate heart. If he hadn't cultivated the Tao, he might have become a Buddha. Back then, Mr. Qi wiped out the Gui Ran military camp, causing an uproar in the country. The high-level officials were curious about Mr. Qi's identity and various information, so I was momentarily misguided, and now, the higher-ups know about this and have sent me to apologize. The higher-ups sincerely wish to cooperate with Mr. Qi. At that time, the Marquis of Blue Sea was acting on young Master Mu's orders to investigate Qi Yuan's privacy, even thinking of uncovering his cultivation techniques and the secrets behind Qi Yuan's strength to seize his celestial destiny. Who knew, with such advanced hacking skills, they would still get caught. Oh, is that all? Qi Yuan glanced at the Marquis of Blue Sea. His nose elongated slightly and then returned to normal, indicating that what the Marquis of Blue Sea said was a mix of truth and lies, full of deceit. What kind of cooperation? Qi Yuan asked. Cold sweat appeared on the Marquis of Blue Sea's forehead as he continued, as long as Mr. Qi lets bygones be bygones and accepts my apology, the higher-ups are willing to coexist peacefully with Mr. Qi. However, Mr. Qi would need to hand over some of his cultivation techniques. In return, the higher-ups wouldn't treat Mr. Qi poorly and would provide some cultivation resources. If I were to give them, would you dare accept? Qi Yuan's eyes smiled. The Marquis of Blue Sea was filled with anxiety, though he had come with a mindset prepared for death. Anything Mr. Qi gives, the higher-ups would naturally dare to accept. The Marquis of Blue Sea said, bracing himself. At this point, a young man behind the Marquis of Blue Sea stepped forward and slowly said, but Mr. Qi should think twice. Your martial prowess is indeed astonishing, able to destroy the Gui Ran military camp with a single sword strike, which is unparalleled. But, we, the 7 martial stars, control the sky eye. On this land of Qin Yuan, we have the authority to determine the life and death of any being. Anyone who invades Qin Yuan, no matter how far, will be executed. Even the mighty Kangxing couldn't take a bite out of us. If anyone dares to cause trouble within our borders, don't blame us for being impolite. The young man's words were firm and direct, with the intent to threaten clearly implied. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan still wore a cheerful smile, seemingly not noticing the underlying threat. I've always been law-abiding and helpful. I often help elderly ladies cross the street. If you had a young pioneers here, I'd definitely be the captain, wearing a red scarf every day. Qi Yuan's words left the Marquis of Blue Sea at a loss. He exchanged a confused glance with the young man, unsure of what to say next. Before coming, they had already created a character profile for Qi Yuan based on some publicly available information. This kind of strong individual was supposed to be decisive in killing and would not tolerate any threats. Their words should have been enough to provoke him. Yet, Qi Yuan remained unfazed, even claiming he was all about helping others. If they truly ended up resolving things peacefully, wouldn't that mean their task wasn't accomplished? The task given by young Master Mu was not like this. Their deaths wouldn't matter, but if they didn't complete their task, young Master Mu wouldn't spare their families. They needed to find a reason to provoke the person before them, but it couldn't be too obvious. Otherwise, it wouldn't be just young Master Mu who wouldn't spare their families, but another faction would also target their families. They needed a good reason. The Marquis of Blue Sea's mind was in chaos. However, just then, a particularly suitable reason appeared before them. But this suitable reason was too frightening. With a loud bang, a figure fell from the 2nd floor of the gold shop, landing right in front of the Marquis of Blue Sea. That figure's face had a broken golden framed glass, a blood mark on his face, and blood was continuously flowing. His throat was crushed, and his internal organs seemed to be in chaos. Seeing the lifeless figure on the ground, the Marquis of Blue Sea's expression drastically changed. Young Master Mu. The lifeless man on the ground was none other than young Master Mu. The difficult-to-handle Qi Yuan was left for them to deal with. The harmless-looking young girl was left for young Master Mu to handle. Yet, young Master Mu was dead. Footsteps approached, and down the steps came the alluring Ning Dao, a smile on her face. She wore a black and white knit top, a black skirt with black stockings beneath, her figure curvaceous and graceful. He was showing off his wealth upstairs, asking if I had ever seen a house made of gold, Ning Dao said as she gently nestled against Qi Yuan's arm. He also said he wanted to show me how beautiful the Sky Eye weapon is in this world. Oh, Qi Yuan nodded. If you acted, normally his body wouldn't be left behind. If I didn't leave the body, how would they know? I killed him. Ning Dao's eyes carried a dense killing intent. Husband, let your wife's sword eliminate these scoundrels for you. In fact, over the past 2 days, Ning Dao had always been aware of many gazes watching them. But she and Qi Yuan, newly reunited after a brief separation, completely ignored those people. Today, they even dared to confront them head-on. Especially that guy claiming to be named Mu, who was extremely arrogant. He even tried to entice Ning Dao with money. He even mentioned wanting to test the Sky Eye on Qi Yuan. Ning Dao directly sent him to meet the King of Hell. Killed. Young Master Mu, we're doomed, you're all doomed. The Mu family has full control of the Sky Eye, we're all going to die. The Marquis of Blue Sea collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant. If he died, that would be fine, his family could remain safe. But now, young Master Mu was dead. This was a catastrophic event. Once, in a city, a second-generation member of the Seven Martial Stars family was killed by a local second-generation official. As a result, the Seven Martial Stars family issued a single order, sending a military force to execute the official's entire family. Even the father of the second-generation official, as well as those under his command in the system, were not spared. The Seven Martial Stars held the real military and political power in Qinyuan. Young Master Mu, a legitimate family member of such status, was extraordinarily valuable. Now he was dead here. Longtai City was about to experience a massive upheaval. Qi Yuan smiled casually, relaxed and carefree. At that moment, Ning Dao's voice rang out, "Where is this man's family located? Tell me the address." The uniformed men present, as well as the Marquis of Blue Sea, were stunned. Die. Finally, one of the uniformed men couldn't hold back any longer. He pulled out a gun and fired. Unfortunately, their guns were useless against a powerhouse like Ning Dao. She didn't even move, yet those who dared to attack her died on the spot. Immediately, some memory fragments flooded into Ning Dao's mind. So, it's there. She already had the answer and knew where the Mu family was located. Next, it would be. However, just then, she suddenly squinted her eyes, seemingly seeing through the sky, a smile appearing in her eyes. So, this is the Sky Eye. If this were in Lufeng realm, it might be troublesome, but now. Husband, let's go watch fireworks together. Meanwhile, inside a hotel. Mu Longxian's face was filled with horror and immense pain. The man with the golden-framed glasses, Mu Ju, was his only son, his most beloved child. Now, through the mall surveillance and footage from drones, he saw his son was killed. Killed by that woman, how could he not be furious? They must die, they must die. Someone, activate the Sky Eye. At this moment, he lost all reason. Mu Ju wasn't just his son, he was also favored by the old master. If Mu Ju took over the Mu family in the future, Mu Longxian could become the supreme ruler. But with Mu Ju dead, everything was off the table. How could he not be furious? The high-ranking officials in the hall saw this and their expressions changed slightly. Even Hong Kong couldn't help but advise, Elder Mu, please calm down. The Sky Eye cannot be used lightly, everyone in that area will die under the Sky Eye. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The Sky Eye is immensely powerful, as every Qin citizen knows. A nuclear weapon is powerful, right? A large-yield nuclear weapon can destroy a mountain or obliterate a city. However, compared to the Sky Eye, nuclear weapons seem to be a tier below. The Sky Eye not only possesses precision targeting and long-range point kills but also can perform large-scale bombardments. However, even the most precise Sky Eye has limitations on its attack range. Even at its smallest setting, it could obliterate a building. So, if Mu Longxian activated the Sky Eye, the death toll would definitely exceed 1,000, possibly even tens of thousands. HMPH, just a bunch of ants. Dead is dead. Back then, when the grandson of the Yang family died, 3,000 minor officials across Feng province were shaken to death. What, is my son not even worth as much as Yang's grandson? Mu Longxian's voice was filled with resentment. Back then, even public officials were implicated, with more than half dead or injured. Now, this mall was filled with mere commoners. If they died, so be it. As for public opinion, that was easy to handle. Ji Yuwu state orchestrated a terrorist attack, aided by the Guiran state. Qin Yuan State and Ji Wu State had used each other as scapegoats many times before. Once, the upper echelon of Ji Wu State became furious and annihilated one of their own towns, causing massive casualties. The blame was ultimately pinned on Qin Yuan State. They claimed Qin Yuan State had done it. Not only did the commoners not doubt the higher-ups, but they even united against the perceived enemy nation. As for those who doubted, let them doubt. The 7 martial stars held absolute control and had no fear of resistance from the lower classes. My younger brother is still in the mall, Hong Kong said anxiously. At this point, he was losing his composure. My son is dead, so what if your brother dies? Mu Longxian said resolutely. Activate the Mu 03 Sky Eye, target location. Mu Longxian began issuing commands. He had already lost his mind. After his son's death, his status in the family plummeted. Now, only by annihilating Qi Yuan could he vent the hatred in his heart. Most importantly, his mission also included eliminating Qi Yuan. However, before he could finish his words, a voice interrupted him. Are you the middle, from my husband's saying, kill the small ones, then kill the medium ones? The voice appeared abruptly, somewhat ethereal and seductive. Mu Longxian was momentarily stunned, and everyone in the hall was also startled by the voice. Suddenly, a young man and woman appeared in the hall. It was the very same couple they had seen earlier on the surveillance feed. Weren't they 10 kilometers away? How had they appeared here so suddenly, just after exchanging a few words? Mu Longxian felt a disaster was imminent and shouted urgently, "Guards, quickly, seize them." He was genuinely terrified. Hong Kong was also taken aback, looking at his brother's friend, feeling a sense of absurdity. Was that man back then a legendary figure from the Immortal Tao? Although he was qualified to be here today, he still remained mostly ignorant of Qi Yuan's true identity. Faced with Mu Longxian's decision to use the Sky Eye, he felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity, confusion, and disbelief. Now that Ning Dao and Qi Yuan suddenly appeared here, he immediately understood and connected the dots with the incident at the Guiran military camp. Qi Yuan's gaze fell on Mu Longxian, his smile bright. It feels really good to have a thigh to cling to. As he said this, he even bent down slightly, playfully hugging Ning Dao's thigh through her black dress. But at this moment, no one noticed these little actions. Looking at Mu Longxian, Qi Yuan continued, killing the small ones, then comes the middle, from the villains, continuously coming, extremely united. But I have my wife's thigh to hold. I'm not afraid of your unity, I'm afraid of your disunity. Otherwise, wouldn't that mean, I can't wipe out your entire family? Qi Yuan wasn't just talking about clinging to a thigh, he was really doing it. He was a man of action. Currently, Qi Yuan's physical strength was far inferior to Ning Dao's, so naturally, holding on to his wife's thigh was the best option. Qi Yuan's tone was calm, sounding particularly laid back. A blush appeared on Ning Dao's cheeks. After we kill the medium, I'll accompany my husband to kill the old. As she spoke, she gently raised her hand. Mu Longxian, who had been arrogant and proud moments ago, now looked terrified, his eyes like those of a dying dog. No, faced with the imminent threat of death, he seemed to understand the concept of equality among all beings. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't utter a single word. At that moment, his body shattered. All modern technological defenses seemed non-existent. He shattered yet didn't shatter, his body simply collapsing to the ground. No breath left. The high-ranking officials and political leaders present trembled. For the first time, they felt so powerless. Since becoming the elite among men, their mindset had shifted. It was as if the world was a chessboard, and they were the players. Everything had to follow the rules they set. The common folk were just pawns. As for the wrath of a common man, it was a joke to them. As power holders, who among them didn't have a protective suit made of nanobots, not to mention security details? The notion of a common man's fury spilling blood within 5 steps was laughable. Apart from other players, the only thing they needed to worry about and fear was making the right alliances. But now, their hearts pounded with fear, realizing for the first time that there were things in this world beyond their control. Ning Dao's gaze swept over the officials, her expression bright like starlight. You, and you, all of you have murder in your eyes, allied with the dead ones, then you should all die. Ning Dao, like the king of hell marking names in the book of life and death, pointed, and those she pointed to fell. Within a few seconds, 7 high-ranking officials in the room were dead. The remaining officials stood frozen, holding their breath, not daring to utter a word. Hong Kong stood there, his mind buzzing. Among the 7 dead officials, 3 were members of the provincial cabinet. One of them was his direct superior, someone he needed to look up to cautiously. Yet now, that person was dead like a dog. How could he not be shocked, not be terrified? Qi Yuan and the charming young woman were terrifying to this extent. I suddenly feel like reciting a poem. Qi Yuan, in a burst of poetic inspiration, mused, burning the inner treasury into ashes of brocade, trampling the bones of nobles in the streets of heaven. Although the officials present hadn't heard this poem before, their faces changed dramatically. They were all cultured people and naturally understood the implications of the poem. Good poem, good poem. The leader of the provincial cabinet stepped out shakily, trembling as he praised. To be honest, even when facing the 7 martial stars families, he had never been this obsequious. Hong Kong quickly stepped forward, adding, "This poem is excellent, depicting both emotion and scene. Mr. Qi is truly talented." Seeing this, a few more officials stood up to praise, as if flattering Qi Yuan's poem would spare them. Their compliments made Qi Yuan feel a bit embarrassed. "I didn't write this poem." Qi Yuan was very honest, he never wanted to take credit for someone else's work. The blue star hadn't been destroyed yet. If he got caught plagiarizing, wouldn't that be a social death? The rhythm of the poem is very well paced, with the grandeur of a sage. Another official quickly chimed in with more flattery. Hearing this, Qi Yuan chuckled. No wonder ancient emperors liked flatterers. Qi Yuan then turned his gaze to the secretary standing beside Hong Kong. "Why don't you say something flattering too, to make me happy?" Hong Kong's secretary's face turned even more miserable than before, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Don't be afraid, I'm a very positive person, I never hold grudges. Although last time you said Wu Yunting was your family's, what you said was a fact, which can't be changed. The fault is mine, for being poor and incapable of buying gongxing. Otherwise, I would have retorted right back at you." Upon hearing Qi Yuan's words, the secretary's face turned pale, showing an expression even worse than crying. "Mr. Qi, I was wrong." The secretary wished he could go back to a few days ago and tear his mouth apart for saying such things. "Don't look like that. You weren't wrong, you were right. It's my fault for being incompetent. Sigh, if you look like this, doesn't that make me seem petty, like a brute who resorts to violence when I can't win an argument?" Qi Yuan couldn't help but say. He was always very reasonable. He would always reason things out rather than resort to violence. To convince people with reason. Yet, in the secretary's mind, was he seen as some sort of vengeful killer who exterminated entire families? The secretary, seeing this look from Qi Yuan, collapsed to the ground, too scared to say another word. Sigh, Qi Yuan sighed again. "I actually preferred the way you looked when we first met, with that defiant look in your eyes. It's a pity that in just a few days, society has already worn down your edges. You've had a tough time." Everyone present wanted to laugh but dared not. The secretary looked even more wretched, as if he had lost everything. "All right, everyone, goodbye for now. Having killed the middle, I now need to accompany my wife to kill the old." Qi Yuan wrapped an arm around Ning Dao's soft waist. They were preparing to head to the capital. If he didn't hold on tight, the journey would be slow. The head of the provincial cabinet quickly said, "Mr. Qi, please wait a moment." "Oh, what's the matter? Are you going to help him flatter me?" Qi Yuan looked at the secretary, who was lying on the ground. The secretary was immediately looked at by everyone, feeling a chill down his spine. Qi Yuan continued, "I'm a reasonable person. Don't demote him just because he's upright and refuses to flatter me. Although there's some bad blood between us, I want to settle it myself. Don't interfere." Qi Yuan had already planned for the future when he had enough money to buy gongxing. At that time, he would take out the property certificate of the star and slap it on the secretary's face, saying, "Look, gongxing is all mine. So what if Wu Yunting is yours?" Qi Yuan was lost in his fantasies, getting happier the more he thought about it. The head of the provincial cabinet said, "Mr. Qi, the royal family of Qin Yuan state bears you no ill will. It's just that there are bad people in the imperial government. This matter with you is all the fault of the Mu family. Qin Yuan state is ruled by a royal family, but within it, the 7 martial stars hold more power. The provincial cabinet leader belonged to the royal faction. The royal faction's stance towards Qi Yuan was one of recruitment." "Oh, I understand that. Do you think I'm some bloodthirsty person who would go and kill all the members of the 7 martial stars?" No, I am very kind-hearted, and I believe in repaying kindness and avenging grievances. At most, I would just kill the entire Mu family. The officials present kept their heads down, with some even gasping in shock. There were probably thousands of members in the Mu family in the capital. Including other branches, the number would exceed 10,000. Thus, one could see that many people were benefiting from the massive tree that was Qinyuan State. Killing the entire Mu family, and that still doesn't count as bloodthirsty. You all lack perspective. I once knew a man who was truly bloodthirsty. If it were him, he would have probably killed every person surnamed Muan Gongsheng. Qi Yuan said, I'm very kind, only killing the main culprits, and those who harbor ill intentions toward me. After saying that, Qi Yuan's figure disappeared. In his ear, he heard Ning Dao's charming voice. Husband, I heard them say that the Sky Eye is very powerful. Shall I take you up there and tear the Mu family's Sky Eye apart? Sure, Qi Yuan nodded, tightening his grip on Ning Dao. After all, he was afraid of falling. Inside the hall, after Qi Yuan left, the remaining officials let out a collective sigh of relief, slumping to the ground. When Qi Yuan was there, they were too nervous, feeling as if their brains weren't their own. The head of the provincial cabinet turned to Hong Kong and questioned, what exactly happened? He was referring to the matter between Qi Yuan and the secretary. The secretary, still lying on the ground, was in a daze and hadn't snapped out of it. Hong Kong quickly explained, this matter. He recounted what had happened truthfully. He couldn't help but feel frustrated inside. Why did his secretary have to run his mouth and make such a statement? However, the head of the provincial cabinet's eyes lit up. Your brother knows him well. Hong Kong, realizing something, got excited and continued, a few days ago, the Mu family was going to attack Mr. Qi. I don't know how my brother got wind of it, but he warned Mr. Qi. Good. The head of the provincial cabinet slapped his thigh with a delighted expression. Well done. Quickly, tell me more about your brother's relationship with Mr. Qi. Hong Kong, realizing this was his opportunity, decided to go all out. Since he had already offended the Mu family, he might as well climb aboard this big ship. My brother and Mr. Qi are both martial artists. Hong Kong began explaining everything he knew to the head of the provincial cabinet. The head of the provincial cabinet's eyes brightened even more. Having this relationship is great, but... He paused, growing worried. The Sky Eye controlled by the 7 martial stars, is too strong. No, I must immediately inform the king to prevent the Mu family from using the Sky Eye. In the capital, the most prosperous place in Qinyuan State. Inside the Mu family mansion, the old patriarch sat at the head of the table, his face dark and somber. Beside the old man stood several middle-aged men, all with grim expressions. He looked at the 7th prince and Gong Yikai, his face filled with displeasure. Is it possible that the royal family and the Gongyi family want to interfere in our Mu family's affairs? The old patriarch's voice was filled with anger. The royal family was weak, even weaker than any of the 7 martial stars families. The Gongyi family was in decline. If they hadn't still controlled the Sky Eye, they would have long been kicked out of the 7 martial stars. Facing the 7th prince and Gong Yikai, the Mu family patriarch was not polite at all. The 7th prince stepped forward with grace and a calm demeanor, not showing any resentment despite the Mu patriarch's harsh words. Old Patriarch Mu, we can sit down and discuss things. Rashly using a weapon like the Sky Eye is harmful to the country and could lead to conflicts. The Mu Patriarch snorted, I see, your royal family wants to recruit him. HMPH, he killed my grandson, and we just let him go. How would our Mu family maintain its standing among the 7 martial stars? If you want to sit down and talk, it's simple. Have him kneel down, hand over everything he has, and sever his own arms, then we can forget about it. Otherwise, the Sky Eye will definitely descend upon him. The Mu Patriarch was furious. This time, if they didn't act against Qi Yuan, the Mu family would lose face. More importantly, what would the other 7 martial stars families think of the Mu family? Wouldn't they see them as a pushover? The 7th prince, unhurried, said, Patriarch Mu, according to the agreement signed between the 7 martial stars and the royal family, the use of a weapon like the Sky Eye requires approval from above, from the royal family. If you intend to act against Mr. Qi, please proceed according to the agreement. Back when the royal family wasn't fully in decline and still had some authority, they had signed a similar agreement with the 7 martial stars families. But now, the royal family was weakened, and many of the 7 martial stars families didn't take this agreement seriously. Or, they would follow the procedure, apply for approval, and the royal family would typically go through the motions and not deny it. At this moment, the 7th prince brought up this agreement, signaling the royal family's determination to recruit Qi Yuan. It was also to make the Mu family wary of the royal family, thereby preventing them from using the Sky Eye and ending the conflict. Hey, the Mu patriarch sneered, an agreement? A royal family? We, the 7 martial stars, consider you the royal family only because we choose to. If we don't, you're no different from a stray dog on the street. Without your own Sky Eye, does the royal family even deserve to be called a royal family? The Mu patriarch directly tore apart the pretense, not even pretending anymore. Decades ago, someone had married a princess from the royal family. That person was young and promising, considered the rising star of the royal family. The royal family heavily supported him, hoping to revive their prestige. But who knew that in the end, that person would strip the royal family of control over their last 3 Sky Eyes? It sounds ridiculous, hard to believe, but it's true. Since losing control over the Sky Eyes, the royal family had truly fallen. The Mu patriarch showed no respect to the 7th prince at this moment. This was a direct tearing of the face. He was speaking the truth. The royal family was merely a figurehead now. Their power only extended to a few provinces. And as for their military force, they didn't even control a single military district. Not even the Sky Eye. This royal family, if not a mascot, then what? Hearing the Mu patriarch's ridicule, the 7th prince's eyes briefly flashed with a trace of resentment, even though he maintained a smile on his face. Patriarch Mu, the world is changing, the Immortal Tao is reviving, and Mr. Qi is a pioneer on the path of the Immortal Tao. Keeping him alive benefits us all. Moreover, the Sky Eye cannot be used indefinitely. Once the energy is exhausted, it will be very difficult to replenish. So, HMPH, the control of the Sky Eye is in my hands, I decide when and how to use it. Oh, I forgot, it seems your royal family even had the control of your own Sky Eyes tricked away, haha. The Mu patriarch laughed heartily, not giving any face to the royal family or the Gongyi family. And you, Gongyi Kai, if your Gongyi family doesn't work harder, within 100 years, you might end up like the royal family, losing control of your last Sky Eye. The Mu patriarch continued to insult Gongyi Kai, his eyes filled with disdain. He sneered, only weak mice huddle together. As one of the top 3 families among the 7 martial stars, the Mu patriarch had the right to speak this way. Even the daughters of powerful families from the Radiant Star would choose to marry into the Mu family. In short, in all of Gongxing, Mu Longxian was one of the top 10 most powerful individuals. Mu Series 01-13 Sky Eyes, heed my command, full power activation, initiate war mode. The Mu patriarch directly issued the command. His body was equipped with various nanobots. The password to control the Sky Eye was encoded in his voice, specially tuned, impossible to replicate or impersonate. The network was also independent of the shared internet. Directive 1, activate the Sky Eye, search for Qi Yuan's location. The Mu patriarch continued to issue orders. Today, he wanted to show the world the authority of the Mu family, an authority not to be challenged. However, at that moment, a mechanical voice responded. Command failed to execute, encountered unknown error. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. The Mu patriarch's face turned ugly. What's going on? The AI system responded again, command failed to execute, encountered unknown error. The Mu patriarch's expression darkened even more. Activate manual override. But before he could continue, a soft, calm voice echoed through the room. Are you all done barking? Everyone turned to see Ning Dao, with Qi Yuan by her side, appearing casually in the center of the hall. The sight of them instantly heightened the tension. How did you get in here? One of the middle-aged men shouted, his face filled with shock. Does it matter? Ning Dao's eyes gleamed coldly. You're all going to die anyway. The Mu patriarch gritted his teeth, anger flaring. Activate all defensive protocols. Engage all automated defense systems. However, before anyone could react, Ning Dao waved her hand lightly. In an instant, an invisible force swept across the room. All the high-tech defense mechanisms, the protective shields, and the combat robots, everything shattered into pieces as if made of fragile glass. It was as if an invisible hand had crushed them all effortlessly. The scene left everyone dumbfounded. The Mu patriarch's face drained of color. Impossible, this can't be. Qi Yuan chuckled. I told you, didn't I? Kill the small ones, then the middle ones, and finally, the old ones. Today is the end of the line for your Mu family. No, the Mu patriarch roared, a look of fear and desperation in his eyes. Do you think you can get away with this? The 7 martial stars will not. Will not what? Ning Dao interrupted, her tone icy. Will not kill you. She stepped forward, and with each step, the air around her seemed to freeze, the pressure in the room becoming almost unbearable. I can assure you, she continued, in this world, there is nothing I cannot do. The remaining members of the Mu family, seeing the patriarch's defeat, panicked. They knew they were facing an entity far beyond their comprehension or power. The Mu patriarch, in a last-ditch effort, tried to issue another command, but his voice faltered, his strength fading rapidly. Ning Dao raised her hand again, and a brilliant, blinding light filled the room. When it dissipated, the bodies of the Mu family members lay lifeless on the ground, not a single one left standing. Qi Yuan sighed, looking around at the now silent hall. Well, that's done. I guess we'll have to find another way to pass the time. He turned to Ning Dao, his expression softening. Shall we? Ning Dao smiled sweetly, as you wish, husband. And with that, they disappeared from the room, leaving behind only silence and the cold, unyielding presence of death. The 7 martial stars might have ruled over Gongxing with an iron fist, but today, a new force had made itself known, a force that would not be so easily forgotten. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. As the mechanical prompt sounded, the Mu family patriarch was stunned, confusion flashing in his eyes. The sky eyes were rarely activated, but almost every once in a while, they would conduct simulated exercises. Even the robots executing the programs wouldn't know whether it was a drill or the real thing. Each exercise was orderly and had never encountered the current situation. Command failed. An unknown error occurred. What unknown error? Begin self-diagnosis. The Mu patriarch couldn't help but blurt out. His voice was not disguised in any way, and it fell into the ears of the 7th prince and Gong Yikai. The 7th prince's expression was one of surprise, as if he couldn't understand it. Gong Yikai was taken aback. He had also participated in exercises to start the Sky Eye procedure. Unknown error. This is an almost impossible issue. The Sky Eyes are self-contained and are not connected to any other networks. They self-diagnose continuously, checking themselves. The robots on the Sky Eyes are the latest generation, with a far lower error rate than humans. More importantly, the Sky Eyes are high up in space, like sky barriers. Aside from other Sky Eyes, there is no weapon in the world that can affect a Sky Eye. After all, a Sky Eye is a war fortress equipped with almost all the most cutting-edge weapons on this Earth. But, an unknown error occurred. And, it seemed like more than one Sky Eye was affected. It seemed like they were all affected at the same time, which was almost unimaginable. Gong Yikai couldn't imagine what could have happened to the Sky Eyes. Begin self-diagnosis. Beep. The Sky Eyes are under unknown attack, entering level 1 alert, initiating defense. The prompt came again, and the Mu patriarch's face completely changed. The Sky Eyes were actually under attack. And level 1 alert is the highest alert level. This means that the attack on the Sky Eyes is likely beyond their ability to handle. Who is it? Guwu, the Radiant Star, or another family among the 7 martial stars? The Mu patriarch's sharp gaze fell on the 7th prince. The only things capable of posing such a short-term crisis to the Sky Eyes were other Sky Eyes. The Mu patriarch naturally suspected whether the royal family had colluded with other families from the 7 martial stars against him. Activate the Starry Sky Network. Show me what's happening. The Sky Eyes, currently under attack, were in defensive mode and couldn't relay live footage back. The Mu patriarch had to activate the Starry Sky Network. The Starry Sky Network, similar to satellites on the Blue Star, was suspended in space and could capture many images and videos. Immediately, following the Mu patriarch's command, a projection of various scenes appeared in midair in the hall. The first to come into view was the Mu-01 Sky Eye. In the cold and desolate space, a massive war fortress hung solitary in the sky. Within this steel behemoth, countless strangely shaped mechanical vehicles moved, along with various conveyors. Countless robots patrolled like ants. The retractable cannon barrels were cold and rigid. This gigantic war fortress gave off a feeling of science fiction, massive and heavy industry. The steel fortress operated in an orderly fashion, like a deep space beast waiting to reveal its fangs. Suddenly, a flash of light seemed to pass by. Boom. This wasn't a sound, but a motion. That huge steel behemoth suddenly brightened, as if illuminated by lights. In the next moment, the countless robots on the steel giant shattered into pieces. The terrifying steel fortress, fragile like a collapsing building block, also fractured in its main body. The once complete steel structure was now fragmented, resembling a scene from a science fiction movie. And this was reality. Even the strongest missiles couldn't scratch the sky eye, yet now, the main structure was over 80% damaged. That light, what exactly was it? Who on earth could damage the sky eye? The eyes of the Mew family members were fixed on the shattered sky eye, confusion in their eyes. The Mew patriarch's face was grim. Who is it? Who on earth did this? I will make them pay. Repairing a sky eye would take at least several decades. However, at this moment, a voice bizarrely transmitted through the projection into everyone's ears. This was very unscientific. This sky eye is indeed quite formidable, it couldn't be blown to dust with just one breath. Husband, hold on tighter. I need to free up a hand. A slightly coquettish voice reached the ears of everyone present. The members of the Mew family were all stunned. If this voice was true, a single breath could blow the Sky Eye Fortress apart. What kind of immense power is this? Before they could think further, an even more terrifying scene unfolded. In the deep space, a light 10 times, no, 100 times more intense than before flashed. This light was vast like the ocean, like divine power. It was unfathomable and indescribable by ordinary people. In fact, everyone present, upon seeing this divine power, was filled with a sudden urge to worship. Under the divine power, the terrifying behemoth Sky Eye shattered like a 7-star ladybug struck by a space-based weapon, turning to dust. In space, it was as if a spectacular fireworks display had been ignited, boundless and magnificent. All over Qinyuan, it seemed that many people looking up at the sky saw the fireworks blooming above. A series of warnings sounded at this moment. Warning, Mew 01 Sky Eye has lost its link. Warning, Mew 02 Sky Eye has lost its link. Warning, Mew 13 Sky Eye has lost its link. These prompts filled the hall. The Mew family members, their faces filled with horror, appeared as though their souls had left them. How is this possible? 13 Sky Eyes, all destroyed in one breath. I don't believe it. It must be a false alarm, yes, a false alarm. The Mew family members, their eyes red, couldn't accept this reality. The arrogance and superiority that once shone in their eyes had disappeared. 13 Sky Eyes destroyed. What does that mean? Everyone present understood very well. It meant that the special privileges of the Mew family were completely gone. It was because of these 13 Sky Eyes that the Mew family was undoubtedly one of the top 3 families in Qinyuan. But with the Sky Eyes destroyed, everything was over. None of the Mew family members present had ever imagined what life would be like without the Sky Eyes. Because the power of the Sky Eyes was enough to make even gods tremble. But now, all 13 Sky Eyes were gone. Gone, all gone. The Mew patriarch's voice was hoarse, his spirit utterly crushed, his body suddenly hunched over. The Sky Eyes were everything. Without them, the Mew family would fall apart in no time. They couldn't imagine the storm that awaited them. The Mew family will end under my watch. I am a sinner, sob sob. The elderly man, who had just been so domineering, now looked like a lonely, miserable candle in the wind, suddenly appearing 20 years older. The old patriarch of the Mew family, one of the most powerful figures in Qinyuan, was, in the end, still just an ordinary person. After all, before they had any talent for cultivation, on Gongxing, the differences between people weren't that big. The biggest difference was probably just the starting line. Otherwise, there wouldn't be towns entirely made up of founding generals and famous ministers. At this moment, a playful voice entered everyone's ears once more. The members of the Mew family suddenly tensed. Because this voice was identical to the one from the Starry Sky Network earlier. Husband, who should I kill next? As the voice sounded, everyone in the room seemed to feel a gust of wind blow past. In the hall, a young man and woman appeared out of nowhere, like a pair of immortals. She's the one who destroyed the Sky Eyes. How did they get here so quickly? Ah, the Mew family members were in an uproar, their legs trembling. Outside, they were powerful enough to shake the heavens and determine the economy or the appointments of officials with a word. But now, they felt how powerless and weak they truly were. The 7th prince's eyes swept over the young woman. Even though her beauty was stunning, like an immortal descended to earth, he dared not look too long. His gaze landed on the familiar face of the young man. Upon seeing it, his eyes filled with surprise. Chi, sir, I am the seventh prince. His voice trembled slightly. As expected, the one who destroyed all 13 sky eyes was Chi sir, and his companion. Chi sir had come to the capital, intending to find trouble with the Mu family. When he received the call from Wang Wenman, he immediately took action. Investing in Qi Yuan meant sheltering him, helping him clear the obstacles of the sky eyes. He had come to the Mu family but was humiliated. The Mu family had no regard for the royal family. He was frustrated and thought his plan had failed. Yet, fate had played a colossal joke on him. Qi sir had single-handedly destroyed all the sky eyes. What does this imply? Unimaginable, incomprehensible. Does this mean, if Qi sir wanted, he could destroy all the other sky eyes in the sky whenever he wished? Qi Yuan could be the true uncrowned king of Qin Yuan, no, all of Gongsheng. Oh, a prince, rare to see. In all my life, I've met quite a few princesses, but not many princes. Qi Yuan greeted casually. After greeting, his gaze swept over the hall, his brows furrowed. Fear, killing intent, hatred, I think we should just kill all of them, none are innocent. Qi Yuan said lightly. With one sentence, he decided the fate of all 300 Mu family members in the room. The Mu family members' faces changed drastically, looking at Qi Yuan with eyes full of fear. At this moment, they no longer had the high and mighty image of Mu family members, all resembling dead dogs. Ah, Qi sir, I had nothing to do with the Mu family's offenses against you. Qi sir, spare me, I have money, I have wealth, I even have women, all can be given to you. A middle-aged man pleaded in panic. Without the sky eyes, facing a powerful cultivator like Qi Yuan, they had no means of resistance. Facing Qi Yuan, they felt as helpless as ordinary people facing them. After all, this was the man who could destroy the sky eyes, a terrifying being above even gods. How could the Mu family provoke someone like this? Their pride, their dignity, their arrogance were all gone at this moment. But at this moment, Ning Dao's eyes flashed coldly. Offering women to bribe my husband? You deserve to die. With her words, the middle-aged man's body stiffened and collapsed to the ground. His life force was gone, clearly dead on the spot. The hall fell silent, and none of the Mu family members dared to speak, looking at Qi Yuan as if he were a demon. At that moment, a thud was heard. The once arrogant Mu patriarch fell to his knees, his eyes filled with despair. Offending Qi sir was entirely my fault. My sins are immense, I shall take my own life to atone. I only hope Qi sir spares some of the Mu family, allows us to survive. The Mu family is willing to become Qi sir's slaves. The Mu patriarch was also a ruthless man. With the destruction of the sky eyes, he knew the downfall of the Mu family was only a matter of time. Not only would Qi Yuan not spare them, but all their old enemies wouldn't either. They had almost no chance of turning the tables. The only chance was to seek Qi Yuan's forgiveness. So he gritted his teeth and offered the 1,000 years of the Mu family's accumulation as a gift to Qi Yuan, seeking a sliver of hope for survival. After all, the wealth of a great family built over thousands of years would tempt anyone. No, Grandpa, our Mu family has been a noble family for 3,000 years, how can we become slaves? A Mu family member stepped forward, tears in his eyes, unable to accept this reality. As a true aristocrat, he had the pride and elegance of a noble descendant. With thousands of years of heritage, how could he lower himself to be a slave? Immediately, another Mu family member stood up. Better to die than to be slaves. This voice received a lot of support. They couldn't imagine the humiliation that awaited them as slaves. But most of the Mu family members present were actually tempted. At this point, staying alive was already a blessing, who cared about anything else? Wow, you all have such wonderful thoughts. At this moment, Qi Yuan's eyes showed disdain. A bunch of degenerate trash like you, how dare you think you're worthy of being my slaves? Wouldn't that be too embarrassing for me? Qi Yuan naturally looked down on the Mu family. Their wealth, their heritage and accumulation were not worth mentioning in Qi Yuan's eyes. Their value was not even worth a joke to amuse him. These NPCs are really funny, dreaming so big. So, let's just kill them all, so they don't keep dreaming and get off easy. Qi Yuan said calmly. The Mu patriarch's eyes flashed with disbelief. Qi Yuan's response was completely unexpected. How could anyone refuse 1,000 years of the Mu family's accumulation? But there was no time for him to think, his consciousness stopped at this moment. In the hall, over 200 Mu family members turned into corpses in an instant. The seventh prince's heart trembled, fear arising within him. Gong Yikai also shivered, not daring to move. Indeed, it's quieter this way. Otherwise, they'd keep talking in my ear, annoying. Qi Yuan said casually. After killing more than 200 aristocrats, he was as relaxed as squashing ants. Oh, by the way, if I'm not mistaken, there should still be a few thousand, or maybe tens of thousands of Mu family members left. Should we kill them all? Qi Yuan looked at Ning Dao, muttering to himself. Husband, if you wish to kill, I can use a spell right now. All those with Mu family blood will perish in an instant. Ning Dao answered seriously. In her world, Qi Yuan was everything. Whatever Qi Yuan said, she would comply. These words struck fear into the hearts of the seventh prince and Gong Yikai, their faces changing dramatically. Such a terrifying spell was too terrifying. The heart of this woman was too frightening. Such a spell could kill not just tens of thousands but likely hundreds of thousands. No, if I did that, wouldn't I be a mass murderer? I am not someone who kills indiscriminately. Qi Yuan refused. He was a good person, never killing indiscriminately, never exterminating entire families, never resorting to collective punishment. I know. Let's hold a public vote. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up with a satisfied smile as he thought of a perfect solution. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Public vote. The seventh prince was momentarily stunned. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, but he couldn't understand Qi Yuan's words right away. Seeing that the seventh prince and Gong Yikai didn't understand, Qi Yuan explained further. It means letting the people vote on their fate. At that time, I will have my robot, 01, gather all their life records, listing all their evil deeds and good deeds. Then, provide options for the people to vote on whether they should die, face imprisonment, or be released without charge. Qi Yuan patiently explained. He had never met these people before, felt no animosity, and didn't have any particular feelings about them. So, let the vote decide their fate. Besides, wouldn't that be fun? The seventh prince hesitated, not expecting this kind of public vote. He initially thought it would be a vote among the 7 martial stars families. Such a public vote was unheard of, unprecedented. Seeing this, Qi Yuan couldn't help but say, are you saying the citizens of Qin Yuan don't have the right to vote? But I distinctly remember that every citizen has the right to vote. Or is this just lip service? Qi Yuan raised his voice. The seventh prince's heart tightened, and he quickly replied, yes, absolutely, they have the right to vote. Although, indeed, as Qi Yuan said, it was often just lip service. But now, with Mr. Qi bringing it up, how could it just be lip service? It had to happen. However, the implications of this matter were too significant. A nationwide vote, with everyone acting as a judge, had too many unpredictable and uncertain elements. If it's possible, why are you hesitating? Don't tell me, you can't find any university students to build a voting website. Or perhaps, if the website is outsourced layer upon layer, it would be so poorly made that it crashes when too many people vote. The seventh prince was bewildered for a moment, then immediately promised, we, the royal family, will fully support this, to serve Mr. Qi. Don't serve me, I don't need servants. Serve the people, Qi Yuan stretched lazily. The seventh prince nodded quickly. Although, with his authority, he couldn't agree on behalf of the royal family. Such a public vote would also need the agreement of all the 7 martial stars families. But at this moment, how could the seventh prince dare to refuse? He agreed immediately. As for whether the 7 martial stars families would agree, there was no need to think about it. They wouldn't dare disagree. Otherwise, what awaited them could also be a public vote. At this point, Qi Yuan turned his gaze to Gong Yikai. Long time no see, old man. You've gotten younger. Gong Yikai was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly lowered his head. Old man here pays respects to Mr. Qi. His posture was very humble. Completely different from when he was on the Lost Mountain. Yes, 10 years later, not exactly, my corpse met you, Qi Yuan said casually. Back then, you brought some of your family's young ones. I remember a person named Gong Yiqing, who had a pretty good attitude. But, there was one whose body was hollowed out by indulgence, I think his name was Gong Yilang. He looked at people with his nose, extremely arrogant, almost committing the crime of insulting a corpse. Back then, when Qi Yuan had turned into a corpse, Gong Yiqing was still respectful toward him. However, Gong Yilang was blabbering, speaking filthy words. Upon hearing this, Gong Yikai's face suddenly fell, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He understood now, Qi Yuan was a regressor. It should be that this regressor had died, and 10 years later, the Gong Yi family had sent people to communicate with Qi Yuan's corpse. Now hearing that someone from the Gong Yi family had disrespected Qi Yuan, his expression became even worse than crying. "Husband, should I blow a breath at the Gong Yi family?" Ning Dao asked considerately. Gong Yikai immediately knelt on the ground, nervous and scared. "Mr. Qi, please spare me." He had seen it before. This woman next to Mr. Qi could almost collapse the sky eye with a single breath. If she blew a breath at the Gong Yi family, would anyone survive? Gong Yikai was naturally terrified and immediately kowtowed, begging for mercy. Qi Yuan saw this and said to Ning Dao, "Am I some kind of demon king, always killing and fighting? That's not good. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. If I hadn't seen Gong Yikai, I would have forgotten about it." Hearing this, Gong Yikai finally breathed a sigh of relief, his heart settling down. As long as she doesn't blow a breath at the Gong Yi family. At this moment, he hated Gong Yilang, that little brat, to death. That guy was just a second-generation playboy, so bold, how dare he insult Mr. Qi? "Thank you, Mr. Qi, for sparing us." At this moment, he also felt a great deal of goodwill toward Gong Yiqing. This Gong Yiqing was not from the main line but was very diligent. Not long ago, someone in the family proposed to support Gong Yiqing, but this proposal was rejected. Now, Mr. Qi mentioned Gong Yiqing, so that rejection was naturally void. Not only would the Gong Yi family support Gong Yiqing, but they would also regard him as the true leader of the younger generation. "You handle the cleanup here, I'm too lazy to bury them. Arrange the banquet. Since I'm already in the capital and it's still early, I might as well play around for a couple of days." Qi Yuan said casually, holding Ning Dao, and their figures disappeared. Only the seventh prince, Gong Yikai, and a room full of corpses were left behind. The seventh prince stretched out his palm, which was covered in sweat, showing how nervous he had been just now. However, at this moment, he felt a rush of excitement and thrill. He looked at Gong Yikai and slowly said, "Let's have me and Gong Yiqing handle this vote, shall we?" Although he didn't know who Gong Yiqing was, since Qi Yuan mentioned him, he had to be reused. "All right," Gong Yikai quickly nodded. According to the rules, this matter would need the nod of the patriarch. But now, in this special situation, what use is a patriarch? Mr. Qi is the real king. The true king who dominates the world. Meanwhile, the entire capital was in turmoil. Especially among the 7 martial stars families, their high-ranking members all immediately realized the fall of the 13 Sky-Eye fortresses of the Mu family. This incident was shocking, causing all the 7 martial stars families to tremble in fear. That was the Sky-Eye, the cornerstone of the 7 martial stars family's establishment. The Sky-Eye was breached. This was even more terrifying than a nuclear war breaking out in the world. So, countless personnel, vehicles, and information rushed toward the Mu family to find out what had happened. But the conclusion they got was even more shocking and incomprehensible. It was actually a human who single-handedly destroyed 13 Sky-Eyes. This was simply unbelievable. The Sky-Eye was said to be capable of slaughtering gods. Yet, a human woman easily dealt with it. At this moment, in a hall 3,000 meters underground, the patriarchs of the 7 martial stars families gathered, and their expressions were not looking good. Destroying the Guiyan military camp, slaying 3,000 soldiers with a single sword, was already enough to shock the world. But now, his companion, is 100 times, 1,000 times more terrifying, obliterating 13 Sky-Eyes with a single blow. The old patriarch of the Gong Yi family said tremblingly. The other patriarchs of the 7 martial stars families present nodded seriously. Even the gods in mythical legends are nothing more than this. There were 21 families in the 7 martial stars. At this moment, these 20 old men were gathered together, discussing what had happened today. If that woman wanted to, I'm afraid, our Sky-Eyes would also be destroyed instantly. The old patriarch of the Fang family spoke in a shaky voice, but no one dared to ignore his words. The Fang family was one of the top 3 in the 7 martial stars families. Their status was even higher than that of the Mu family. But even so, the old patriarch of the Fang family knew that their higher status was of no use against Mr. Qi. This person is too terrifying. And his companion is simply not human. Sigh, in the face of the unknown, we must maintain reverence. The Mu family, with 1,000 years of accumulation, has been used to doing whatever they want, without regard for others, and now they've stumbled, falling into an abyss from which there is no return. 1,000-year-old family, not even qualified to be someone else's servant. It's really ridiculous. After saying this, the old man seemed somewhat despondent. It was as if the things he had been proud of all his life had completely vanished. The worldly power, in the eyes of those on a higher level, is indeed as if it were nothing. According to the tests, the methods employed by that woman have an energy level that is immeasurable. Another elder spoke. After Ning Dao destroyed the 13 Sky Eyes, thousands of warships were immediately dispatched into space for investigation and research. Although it's unmeasurable, destroying our Sky Eyes happened in an instant. After simulation, we concluded that such a strike would be enough to wipe Guiyan off the map. And note, this means wiping it out, not just exterminating the humans but making sure that, on this world, Guiyan no longer exists. Most importantly, we don't know if this is her limit. Upon hearing this, the people present had shock written all over their faces. Even with their power and composure, they were moved by this. The Sky Eye is powerful, but even wiping out all humans in Guiyan would require several Sky Eyes to fire simultaneously. Moreover, this would only wipe out humans, not other living creatures. Yet this mysterious woman could flatten Guiyan from the map with a single strike. What kind of concept is this? An unimaginable concept. So, gentlemen, stop thinking about resistance, schemes, or recruitment. Such beings are beyond our comprehension. Our proud technological civilization, our cultural heritage, might not even be worth one of their naps. The old patriarch of the Fang family said, perhaps because of tension, even making a slip of the tongue, his voice carrying a deep sense of helplessness. If the Immortals left some traces to be studied, Ning Dao's display was completely unfathomable. Can human power sink a continent? How many bombs would it take to do that? So I propose, let's not discuss it further here. No amount of discussion will be of any use. Regarding Mr. Qi, and that mysterious woman, we just need to maintain respect for the unknown. At the same time, strictly forbid family members from causing trouble outside. Whoever causes trouble will be expelled from the family at best, and executed at worst. The old man from the Fang family spoke firmly, his words carrying weight. I second that. I don't want our family to be subjected to a public vote. If Mr. Qi votes on us, we probably have no ability to resist. Sigh, sometimes, being famous in history isn't so bad. These old patriarchs voiced their agreements one after another. Although Mr. Qi hadn't said anything, they understood what they should and shouldn't do. Regarding Qi Yuan, they dared not investigate his privacy like Marquis Blue Sea did, instead, they checked his public information. This public information also revealed a bit of Qi Yuan's character. Mental illness certificate, somewhat unpredictable. But overall, he seems like someone who repays kindness with kindness, repays enmity with enmity, a respectful and law-abiding person. Since he's like that, they will finish this play with him. Tomorrow, I will personally visit Mr. Qi, who will join me. The old man from the Fang family spoke, and then, thinking of something, he added, I will go in person. For people at their level, having a cloned body is a simple matter. The cloned bodies are usually dormant, only used in special situations to replace them. I will go in person as well. I will go in person too. These old guys realized that Qi Yuan must not be offended. Using a clone to visit would be disrespectful to Mr. Qi. On the streets of the capital, Qi Yuan was walking with Ning Dao, or rather, to be precise, the canary was walking. At this moment, Qi Yuan held a brick in his hand, his eyes revealing a thoughtful expression. I've always heard that if you randomly throw a brick in the capital, you'll hit a department head. I wonder if that's true. It was a rare visit to the capital, and he wanted to test it out. The canary tilted her head, showing a pondering expression. Blood Pearl, I think it's unlikely. There's hardly anyone around us. Then let fate decide. Qi Yuan tossed the brick into the air. This time he didn't use much strength, he only threw it a few thousand meters high. Moreover, he cast a spell just in case, to avoid killing anyone. Even if the brick fell and hit someone, it wouldn't cause any harm. Come on, let's go see who it hit. Seeing the brick falling rapidly, the canary was also excited, holding Qi Yuan's arm, wanting to see if it hit a department head. Let's go and take a look. Qi Yuan was in a good mood. It's rare to have someone accompany him in such playful antics. The two of them quickly headed in the direction where the brick was falling. At this moment, on the streets of the capital, the sun was a bit blinding. Many people were looking up at the two suns in the sky, taking pictures and checking in. Huang Weiming, holding a black bag, was walking down the street in a daze. He was from a rural background. When he was in college, the villagers had given him eggs and sweet potatoes to support his studies at a prestigious university. It should be noted that prestigious universities in Qinyuan were very expensive. He worked hard, studying while working part-time, and after graduating, he started his own business. He invested in a project that, fortunately, grew quickly. Within just 5 years, his company was valued at 1 billion. At this point, he also began to give back to his hometown. But who would have thought that his small company would catch the eye of a second-generation aristocrat? That aristocrat wanted to snatch the company from him, and without a strong background, he had no way to resist. Various departments began to make things difficult for him, and partners started avoiding contact. All of this was to force him to sign a contract. Once he signed, the company would no longer be his, and he would become just another employee. Although the salary would be high, he felt deeply frustrated. Because the projects he wanted to invest in for his hometown would have to be put on hold. This is just shameless. How could they do this? Huang Weiming felt a deep sense of helplessness. He wasn't some naive young person. He understood concessions. After all, these things happen frequently. Usually, you lose a bit and then share the gains. But that Mu family's second generation was utterly shameless, really wanting to take everything, leaving nothing. No sense of fairness at all. How could he not be angry? He even wanted to curse the heavens. He looked up, his eyes filled with fury. But in the next moment, the anger in his eyes turned to fear. A brick-like object was falling from the sky, about to hit him on the head. Ah! Huang Weiming screamed in fear, unable to react. The brick fell on his head. He froze. Because he wasn't hurt at all. At that moment, a voice came from nearby. Hey, are you a department head? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Director. Huang Weiming was momentarily stunned. He looked at the young couple not far away, and a look of amazement flashed in his eyes. He was somewhat of a person with status, having attended many gatherings and met many handsome men and beautiful women. But none of them compared to these two. It wasn't just their looks, it was also their aura. What surprised Huang Weiming the most was that the brick that had just hit his head appeared in the young man's hand. He felt as if he had been through a dream, as if everything just now was an illusion. I'm not a director, he replied instinctively. Qi Yuan held the brick in his hand, a look of disappointment on his face. So it was all a lie. How could it be that throwing a brick randomly in the capital could hit a director? The canary's lively eyes sparkled with amusement. If you want, he could be a director. Cheating takes the fun out of it. The conversation between the strange young couple left Huang Weiming bewildered. Brick, hitting people, director, wasn't that just an illusion? He wanted to say something more but suddenly realized that the young couple had disappeared from his sight entirely. He quickly looked around but found no trace of them. He searched everywhere but couldn't find them. If they were humans, they couldn't have left his sight so quickly. Could they be ghosts? Huang Weiming then smiled wryly. The stress was too much. His nerves were becoming frayed, causing him to hallucinate. A big brick falling from the sky, plus the man asking if he was a director. Just thinking about it felt bizarre. He put these thoughts aside, frowning, dragging his weary body back home. Sigh, the world is tough, it might as well be destroyed. Huang Weiming felt a deep sense of helplessness. He even considered that a mere commoner's anger could spill blood within 5 steps. But unfortunately, that was impossible. First, he had a family, attachments, and ties. Second, the Mu family was one of the 7 martial stars families, and their descendants were protected by nanorobots. He couldn't even hope to spill blood within 5 steps. Could it be that I have to accept this fate? He felt unwilling. At that moment, his phone screen suddenly lit up. A message appeared before his eyes. Seeing the dense text, he initially thought it was spam and was about to delete it. But suddenly, he paused. A vote? What is this? He was stunned. Dear Mr. Huang Weiming, you are an adult and a legal citizen of Qinyuan. You are specially invited to vote on the following matters. The Mu family, 7 martial stars family, treason, listing of crimes, and a vote. These pieces of information flooded Huang Weiming's mind, leaving him confused and feeling disoriented. Could someone be playing a prank on him? Judging the 7 martial stars families? What a joke! Who doesn't know that the 7 martial stars families are the true emperors of Qinyuan? 1,000-year-old family standing firm, who could judge them? However, he quickly clicked on the link provided in the message. When he saw the information on it, he was momentarily dumbfounded. If this is a joke, the workload is just too much, isn't it? Clicking on a name would reveal a complete biography. The data was extremely detailed, documenting all the deeds of that person's life. Good deeds and bad deeds alike. Moreover, each profile included a robotic lawyer providing legal explanations according to Qinyuan's laws, specifying the kind of punishment that should be meted out. Such a vast amount of information, professional explanations, and detailed data couldn't just be a prank. This is Mu Kong. When he saw a familiar name, he was completely stunned. The one who tried to seize his assets was none other than Mu Kong. He was also among those being judged. Huang Weiming felt it was absurd. He continued reading. Murder, rape, currently suspected of attempting to seize the assets of a businessman surnamed Huang. Seeing this, Huang Weiming was shocked. Isn't this about him? He was now extremely excited, feeling both absurd and ridiculous, and hurriedly opened his social media platform to see what was going on. Sure enough, on all major platforms, the topic of voting had become a sensation. Voting? What's going on? What is this Mu family? Public voting? Who initiated this? Hiss. Could it be that the Mu family offended the other 7 martial stars families at the same time? Impossible. Even if the Mu family were to fall, the 7 martial stars families wouldn't allow a vote. What's behind this? Could it be that the gods have revealed themselves? The moon was dimly lit. Qinyuan held the canary in his arms and looked at the 7th prince not far away. He waved his hand. I'm very busy, I don't have time to meet these idle people. Send them away. Don't disturb me or affect my mood, or else, it might have to go to a vote. Hearing this, the 7th prince felt his heart tighten. The word, vote, made his already tense mind jump. Although not all the 7 martial stars families had extremely bad family traditions, they really couldn't withstand a vote. As you command, Mr. Qi. The 7th prince quickly responded. As for what happens next, I don't want to get involved, leave it to your officials. After all, I'm just an ordinary person, only capable of giving suggestions. Now go, I need to rest. Tomorrow, I'll have to go back to Longtai City, and in a few days. I need to participate in the martial arts tournament. Mentioning the martial arts tournament, Qinyuan's expression turned serious. This was the most important event. Compared to the martial arts tournament, the 7 martial stars families were nothing. Hearing this, cold sweat broke out on the 7th prince's back. Your suggestion is more effective than an imperial decree. Who in Qinyuan today would dare to provoke Qinyuan? Even the other 7 martial stars families now treat Qinyuan like an ancestor. After paying his respects, the 7th prince left the hotel. In the lobby outside the hotel, a group of elderly men was standing respectfully. These elderly men, the youngest among them, were over 60. But at this moment, they stood respectfully outside the hotel, not daring even to sit on a chair. Since they were here to meet Qinyuan, they didn't dare to use their usual privileges, they didn't close off roads or prohibit others from entering. So occasionally, people passing by would see a group of old men standing there, looking curious. Some even took photos. No matter how hard they thought, they could not have imagined that this group of old men were the most powerful people in Qinyuan. The patriarchs of the 7 martial stars families and the king of the Qinyuan royal family. Seeing the 7th prince come out, these elderly men immediately stepped forward. The old patriarch of the Fang family asked, "What did Mr. Qi say?" The old patriarch's voice still carried a slight tremble. Having lived for most of his life, he had never been this cautious. "Mr. Qi does not wish to see you," the 7th prince answered truthfully. "What? Mr. Qi doesn't want to see us? Could it be?" These old men looked as if they were mourning. They thought Qinyuan was angry and wanted to deal with them. "Mr. Qi said he's very busy and doesn't have time to see you." The seventh prince had a good memory and immediately repeated Qi Yuan's original words to these people. The old men sighed in relief when they heard this. Mr. Qi's words are well noted in our hearts, we dare not disobey. The old patriarch of the Fang family said. The other patriarchs echoed him. Not seeing Qi Yuan, they weren't sure if it was a good thing or a bad thing. In fact, some of them felt uneasy. If Mr. Qi were unhappy and decided to kill them all, what would they do? Not seeing Mr. Qi was, in some sense, a good thing. From now on, we shall abide by the laws and be good people. We will also strictly demand the same from our family members, ensuring they do not disturb Mr. Qi. The old patriarch of the Fang family added. The other elders echoed him, like a group of children taking an oath, only missing the red scarves around their necks. Not far away, a few young men and women stopped and couldn't help but take pictures when they saw this scene. This is so interesting. Are they shooting a video? So creative. Getting a bunch of old men to shoot a public service announcement video about respecting the law will surely go viral. This Mr. Qi is probably a big internet celebrity. This is the capital, not some rural area. Hiring these old men to shoot a video probably costs more than an egg. At least 10 eggs. 2 days later, Longtai City. Qi Yuan breathed in the fresh air. Looking at the clear blue sky, he couldn't help but say. Even though the rumor that a random brick thrown in the capital would hit a director isn't true, the bad air quality in the capital is. The canary also took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. This trip to the capital, the only regret is, those old guys were too poor. Although their age meets my white moonlight's requirements, their other qualifications and capabilities were too lacking, not even comparable to meal replacements. At that time, Qi Yuan didn't meet those old men. However, he was always a fan of elderly men. His favorite people were elderly men. After all, the probability of finding his white moonlight among elderly men was the highest. Back then, he couldn't help but look up from a high place, searching for his ideal white moonlight. Unfortunately, reality was too harsh. Those old men were too disappointing. Not even worth being called a meal replacement. I've done a simple search these past few days. There's likely very few here who could be your white moonlight, the canary said considerately. After being with Qi Yuan for so long, she had gotten used to his way of speaking. It seems we'll have to leave it to fate, Qi Yuan sighed. As they spoke, the two arrived again at the former Martial Arts Alliance building. The competition was set to begin tomorrow. Today, all contestants would undergo a medical examination and then be assigned accommodations. The competition would start tomorrow. At that moment, a bus stopped, and a group of young men and women got off. Xing Yu's eyes were full of excitement. So this is Longtai. It really looks much more prosperous than our Tianyu. So many martial artists, are they all here to participate in the martial arts tournament? Wang Shichao's eyes sparkled. This time, Xu Tian had performed outstandingly in the city-level competition, earning a spot in the national competition. For their martial arts school, this was a big deal. So, there were 5 or 6 people from their school who followed Xu Tian to Longtai City. Wang Shichao and Xing Yu, as the school's beauty representatives, naturally came along to cheer him on. After all expenses were covered by the master of the martial arts school. Brother Xu, you must make it to the top 100 in this competition. Xing Yu cheered for Xu Tian. Xu Tian shook his head. It's too difficult. I'm just here to broaden my horizons this time. Who knows if there will be a next time? Lately, too many things have happened. Hearing this, Xing Yu and Wang Shichao felt the same. Especially the vote a couple of days ago, which involved the legendary 7 martial stars families. Even someone like Xu Tian, who had some influence in his own area, didn't have the qualifications to come into contact with members of the 7 martial stars families. But now, everyone could vote to decide their life or death. This caused quite a sensation in Qinyuan and sparked a lot of discussions. Opinions were divided, but no conclusion was reached. However, people reached a consensus. The world might be changing, an unprecedented transformation was coming. Some people say that cultivators have already appeared in the world, and in the future, martial arts might be eliminated. Sigh. Xu Tian sighed deeply. After practicing martial arts for so many years, he was at a loss about where to go if martial arts were eliminated. Shichao, do you think there really are cultivators in this world? Xing Yu asked Wang Shichao. Wang Shichao was stunned for a moment. Her memory returned to that time, to the severed head. When she received the head as a gift, she was terrified for several days. Later, she heard about the Guian military camp incident and watched the leaked videos. A terrifying thought arose in her mind. Could it be that cultivators really exist? Qi Yuan, is he a cultivator? But if he's a cultivator, why practice martial arts, why send her ahead, and earn $1 million? Cultivators certainly wouldn't lack $1 million. Could it be, he has a crush on her? She was lost in her thoughts when suddenly a voice called out. What a coincidence, you're also here to participate in the National Martial Arts Tournament. When Shu Tian and the others heard the familiar voice, they quickly looked over. Upon seeing the newcomer, surprise and amazement filled their eyes. Qi Yuan, why are you here? Shu Tian couldn't help but ask. Xing Yu was deep in thought. She found Qi Yuan very strange. Back at the martial arts school, there was a female celebrity, and Qi, who would pick him up every day. Now, in Longtai, there was an indescribably beautiful woman by his side. I came to participate in the National Martial Arts Tournament. This is my fiancée, her name is Ning Dao, also known as the Canary. Isn't she beautiful? Doesn't she count as the #1 beauty of the planet Gongxing? Qi Yuan held the canary's small hand, looking at her with warm eyes. The canary, who used to be so vain, had suffered a lot due to the curse of the myriad monsters, Gate. Qi Yuan still felt a lot of guilt towards the canary. She was not only the #1 beauty of Jopin Mountain but always very beautiful. Fiancé, where did you meet her? Xing Yu's eyes flashed with amazement. If anyone had claimed to be the most beautiful woman in the world before, or the most beautiful woman in 5,000 years, I wouldn't have agreed. But now, I recognize her. Indeed, Ning Dao's beauty was beyond description. See, Canary, you're not only the #1 beauty of Jopin Mountain, but also the star flower of the planet Gongxing, Qi Yuan said playfully. Tisk, I used to ask you to say I was the #1 beauty of Jopin Mountain, but you were reluctant, the canary pouted quite adorably. Qi Yuan's memory seemed to flash back to Jopin Mountain, and his eyes filled with reminiscence as he held the canary's hand even tighter. The past is the past, the present is the present. Hey, stop flirting, you two, it's too sweet. Just tell us how you got qualified to participate in the martial arts tournament. I don't remember you participating at the city level, Xing Yu said. Wang Shichao, who usually talked a lot, was now silent, seemingly a bit afraid of Qi Yuan. I went through a special channel, Qi Yuan replied earnestly. Special channel? Shu Tian was surprised, his eyes subtly changing as he looked at Qi Yuan. At that moment, an announcement suddenly sounded inside the building. Attention all contestants, in order to promote civility and build a new culture, contestants are prohibited from using any form of profanity, threats, or provocation against their opponents during the martial arts tournament. Violators will be immediately disqualified, and the broadcast echoed in the ears of everyone present. The martial artists wore strange expressions. What's going on? What does promote civility and build a new culture mean? This never happened before. Not allowed to provoke the opponent. That's no fun. Can we still give the middle finger? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The announcement left the martial artists who came to participate in the martial arts tournament bewildered and unsure of what to do. In previous years, the martial arts tournament had very low ratings. Eventually, the organizers added a trash-talking segment before the match. During this segment, the competitors had 3 minutes to insult each other on stage. The trash-talking segment was the most popular and had the highest ratings. Moreover, many of the best insult exchanges were edited and uploaded online. Especially those where a competitor would engage in vicious trash talk and then get beaten up badly afterward, these clips were highly dramatic and very entertaining. Now, promoting civilized behavior and fostering a new spirit, forbidding trash talking. Does this mean they no longer care about ratings? Who is the official with a brain that was squashed by a door, coming up with rules like this out of nowhere? Ah, the world has become so surreal lately, Xing Yu couldn't help but complain. Recently, in Qin Yuan country, all sorts of bizarre things were happening. There were rumors about the revival of spiritual energy, tales of sword immortals destroying military camps with a single strike, and the voting incident. Everything was getting more and more chaotic. So, the promotion of civilized behavior and fostering a new spirit didn't seem all that ridiculous in comparison. We can't guess what those above are thinking, so we'll just follow the rules. After all, we're only here to broaden our horizons, aren't we? Shu Tizu spoke seriously this time. In the city-level competition, he had performed quite well. But on a national level, it was clear that the ones who would perform well were all martial arts masters at their peak. His strength was still far from the peak of martial arts. That's right, let's just follow the rules. After all, I'm a law-abiding citizen, Qi Yuan chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Not far away, Wang Shichao heard this and remained silent. Beheading someone and sending their head as a gift, is that law-abiding? What kind of good person decapitates people? But, I have high ambitions. I came here to win the championship, Qi Yuan said enthusiastically. Now that he was at the Jade Blood stage, participating in the martial arts tournament was like a grandfather playing with his grandchildren. Mr. Qi will definitely win the championship. At this moment, Han Shanyan from Beihei came over, his face full of respect. Recently, there had been upheavals in the capital, and the Mu family of the 7 martial star families had been annihilated. His elder brother had been transferred to the provincial cabinet, and he himself had received an honorary earl title. One could say he was having a great time. He knew that everything he had now was bestowed upon him by Mr. Qi. He felt both respect and awe toward Mr. Qi and Ning Dao. Didn't you say before that I couldn't win the championship? Qi Yuan asked, surprised. That was then, this is now, Han Shanyan replied earnestly. Good insight. If I get a chance in the future, I'll introduce you to a fantastic wife, Qi Yuan said softly. Unfortunately, Han Shanyan could not enter the Death Qi world or the Yellow Springs world. Otherwise, he could have introduced him to Old Master Huang or the Sea God. Upon hearing this, Han Shanyan felt conflicted. Before he could respond, a voice tinged with mockery came from the side. Han Shanyan, the championship in the martial arts tournament is not something just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can win. The speaker was a burly man with a tattoo on his face, someone clearly not to be trifled with. To win, one has to be a powerhouse like Zhang Yang, the Southern Lion. When Zhang Yang was mentioned, admiration filled the tattooed man's eyes. Han Shanyan couldn't help but laugh. If you were the one claiming to win, I might have given you some credit. But you're pinning your hopes on someone who once defeated you, you're quite something. The tattooed man had faced off against Zhang Yang, the Southern Lion, before participating in the martial arts tournament and lost within 3 moves. Since then, his fighting spirit had been crushed. HMPH, you don't know your own limits. You don't understand that even among martial arts masters, there are differences. If Zhang Yang had more time, he would have surely surpassed the peak of martial arts. What a pity. As the tattooed man spoke, his expression became somewhat forlorn. He had also heard that after winning the martial arts tournament, Zhang Yang would retire from the martial arts world. This tournament was his farewell fight. It was a pity that he would not get to see anyone break through the peak of martial arts again. After speaking, the tattooed man waved his sleeve and left. Shu Tizu's eyes widened in surprise. Are you Han Shanyan from Beihei? A martial arts master? As a martial artist, he had naturally heard of the Northern Crane and Southern Lion. This young man who referred to Qi Yuan as Mr. Qi was actually Han Shanyan, the Northern Crane. Then Qi Yuan. Many thoughts raced through his mind as he looked at Qi Yuan with a different expression. The people from the martial arts school behind Shu Tizu also looked at Qi Yuan with a newfound respect. Qi Yuan had only been at Mingwu Martial Arts School for a few months. Judging by Han Shanyan's description, he was at least a martial arts master. Could he really be a top-notch genius? Han Shanyan smiled. Yes, that's me. At this point, Qi Yuan looked around at all the participating martial artists and couldn't help but say, too weak, it's so lonely being invincible. Xingyu rolled her eyes at Qi Yuan, even if you are a top-tier genius, don't underestimate everyone else. She understood that Qi Yuan was likely a genius who had broken through the peak of martial arts. Given the strange things happening lately, it wasn't too surprising. I'm not underestimating anyone. I wish they would put in more effort. But unfortunately, they're too weak. If it wasn't for wanting to win the championship, I wouldn't have even bothered participating, Qi Yuan said. Canary, holding Qi Yuan's arm, said cheerfully, do you want me to injure them all so they have to withdraw from the tournament? That way, you can directly win the championship. Wouldn't that be a bit much? Qi Yuan thought about it and shook his head. Meanwhile, inside the building, a woman looked anxious. Sir, just now, contestant Wang Fusheng verbally provoked the target person. What? The man in military uniform looked shocked. How dare he? The target was someone they all had to treat with caution, and someone dared to provoke him. Is he courting death? Wang Fusheng, right, quickly, send someone to arrest him. He verbally provoked and threatened an opponent before the competition. Disqualify him immediately and charge him with endangering national security, arrest him right away. The military man was truly angry. They had been treading carefully around Qi Yuan, fearing to provoke him. Yet someone still had the nerve to offend him. Was this a death wish? If they upset Qi Yuan and he brought down a few more eyes of heaven, who would bear that responsibility? Who would take the blame? Hurry up and arrange for staff to give every contestant a pre-competition briefing. Prohibit them from using any form of foul language or provoking their opponents, understand? The military man said sternly. This matter had to be handled properly. Otherwise, forget about promotions and pay raises, they might not even be able to keep their lives. The next day, the martial arts tournament officially began. This martial arts tournament featured 10 arenas, where participants would fight in batches. After several rounds, the top 20 or so fighters would be selected for further competition. The competition usually spanned 2 days. The first day was essentially a battle royale with no highlights. In the spectator stands, there were only a few viewers. Sigh, why is there no pre-match trash-talking segment? It's so boring. No trash-talking, no heated exchanges. This fighting is less exciting than a street brawl. Boring, I wouldn't have come if I'd known. The audience watched the matches with little interest. Qi Yuan wasn't particularly interested either. As he watched the competition, he mused, a mortal martial master, you can achieve that in 100 years. As for a spiritual martial master, I still have no clues. Canary, on the other hand, found it quite entertaining. Watching these little people fight is quite fun. It's like watching a cartoon. Hey, you're the little one, not me, Qi Yuan glanced at Canary. Canary was petite and delicate. Her black dress covered her entire body, making her look even smaller. She could even hang herself entirely from Qi Yuan without much weight. What do you mean little? I'm not little at all, Canary said proudly, puffing out her chest. Although she secretly bought a push-up bra, she was naturally between an A and B cup, leaning more towards a B. Even with that, she didn't look exaggerated, like an upside-down jade bowl. Indeed, you're not small. If you want to be bigger, I could use a spell to make you as big as a mountain. Get lost. Canary rarely swore. Hey, don't swear, it's prohibited here. TCH. Canary turned her head away from Qi Yuan, deciding that if Blood Pearl didn't apologize, she wouldn't talk to him today. See that person? That's Zhang Yang, the Southern Lion. He's my biggest opponent in this martial arts tournament, but unfortunately, he's just a bit stronger than an ant. At that moment, on the arena, Zhang Yang unleashed a powerful punch, creating a strong gust of wind, his blood energy boiling. This scene elicited cheers and applause from many in the audience. Because, it was another instant knockout. Canary was still angry and didn't want to talk to Qi Yuan. But then she thought, this was Qi Yuan trying to talk to her. If she responded, it wouldn't count as her initiating a conversation with him. She glanced at Zhang Yang, a thoughtful expression on her face. Blood Pearl, don't you think the people in this world look a bit familiar? Familiar? Qi Yuan was taken aback. To be honest, he hadn't noticed anything familiar. Their bloodlines seem to share some degree of origin with the demons of the 10,000 demon realm, Canary said seriously. She was in the Yin God realm, so she saw more than Qi Yuan did. As someone familiar with the 10,000 demon realm, Canary knew it well. In the Flowwind realm, one of their greatest enemies was the demons of the 10,000 demon realm. The supreme of the 10,000 demon realm, under Shang Yanren's command, invaded the Flowwind realm. As a supreme, Ning Dao had fought against the supreme beings of the 10,000 demon realm many times and was familiar with their aura. Qi Yuan was different. After entering the Myriad Convergence Gate, he just bulldozed his way through. He barely interacted with the supreme beings of the demon race. Mentioning the Flowwind realm, Qi Yuan grasped Canary's cold little hand. Does it have something to do with the 10,000 demon realm? Does this mean we might have a chance to return to Nine Plate Mountain in the future? If possible, we could even have a wedding at your hometown. I don't have a hometown, but if I did, it would be on your golden core. Canary pouted playfully, but there was a hint of joy in her voice. Indeed, she never really had any family. The Blood Pearl, who suddenly burst into her world, was pretty much her everything. Most of her life had been spent in a long, agonizing wait. Now, she could finally savor some well-earned happiness. What if I bully you in the future and you have no one to back you up? Qi Yuan pondered. You dare. Canary glared at Qi Yuan. If that happens, I'll transform back into Ning Dao and stomp on you. Oh, I regret it now. I should have stomped on you a few times when you were trapped in Tianxin Palace. Back then, Qi Yuan couldn't enter the game. Ning Dao had used a soul lock jade to bring Qi Yuan in. At that time, Qi Yuan was Ning Dao's prisoner. Ning Dao even thought about fully controlling Qi Yuan, imprisoning him in the dungeons of Tianxin Palace so that he would never leave her sight, making his entire existence revolve around her. No, I should stomp on you right now, hee, Blood Pearl, you're no match for me now. Canary had a look of pride on her face. In the private box, Canary lifted her slender leg. Perhaps she didn't want to step on him with her shoe, and at some point, her shoe had slipped off, revealing a small foot wrapped in black stockings, like tender white lotus roots. Her 5 jade-like toes were either curled up or perfectly aligned, resembling the most exquisite artwork in the world, small enough to fit in one hand. Seeing this, Qi Yuan suddenly thought of something. Are the stockings from the Flowwind realm better quality than those on Gongxing Star? If we could go to the Flowwind realm, we could engage in cross-realm trade and sell stockings. Get lost. This time, Canary didn't hold back and kicked Qi Yuan. But perhaps she spoiled Qi Yuan too much. Her kick was light and slow, easily caught by Qi Yuan. Sigh, I was just saying, we're too short on money. Qi Yuan really wanted to buy Gongxing Star, but he was too poor. HMPH. A flush of red appeared on Canary's ears. She looked at Qi Yuan, displeased. Is money more important than me? On Nineplate Mountain back then, she had asked similarly, is the myriad convergence gate more beautiful than me? Hearing this, a smile appeared in Qi Yuan's eyes. For many people, money is indeed important. But for me, a lawful good, idealistic person, you are what matters. If you weren't lawful good or idealistic, it would still be you, Qi Yuan answered seriously. HMPH. Canary snorted again, but this time there was more joy in her tone. I suddenly thought of a serious question. At this point, Qi Yuan recalled something, his expression turning solemn. What question? Canary's long leg remained stretched out, not withdrawing her jade foot, seemingly enjoying her closeness to Qi Yuan. Or perhaps, having waited for so long, she felt an intense sense of insecurity and feared being abandoned at any moment. Only by staying close to Qi Yuan did she feel a sense of security. That's why, since coming to this world, she had stuck to Qi Yuan almost constantly. Her gaze, her peripheral vision, never left Qi Yuan. If she could lean against Qi Yuan, she would never refuse. We still haven't discussed how much the betrothal gift should be, Qi Yuan said seriously. I don't want a betrothal gift, Canary blurted out. Too much of a love-struck fool, Qi Yuan chuckled. If we posted our conversation online, there would be many people criticizing you. If they criticize me, you'd defend me, wouldn't you, Blood Pearl? Canary smiled charmingly. If not, I'd just kill them, Qi Yuan replied earnestly. He couldn't bear to let Canary suffer any more grievances. She had already endured far too much. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The martial arts tournament continued. Soon, it was Qi Yuan's turn to compete. Contestant number 06, Qi Yuan, please enter the arena. With this announcement, Qi Yuan stepped onto the stage. In the VIP box, Canary quickly waved her small fists and held a glow stick in the other hand, cheering excitedly. Qi Yuan, go for it. At this moment, Canary was Qi Yuan's cheerleader. Shu Tizu, who had just finished his match, immediately became tense and watched Qi Yuan closely. To be honest, he used to think of Qi Yuan as just another student in the same martial arts school, without any thought of comparing himself to him. But now, Qi Yuan had entered the national competition through a special route, naturally making Shu Tizu pay more attention to him. He wanted to understand what made Qi Yuan special. The strong do not care to compare themselves with the weak, but when they are on the same level, the desire to compete becomes stronger. Xing Yu, who do you think will win this match? Shu Tizu asked. Xing Yu carefully looked at the arena and replied, Qi Yuan's opponent is Xie Heng, known for his charging fist. He once made it into the top 100 of the national tournament and is not far from reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. His chances of winning are quite high. Xing Yu analyzed rationally. Wang Shichao shook her head, Qi Yuan will win. With the head on his shoulders, Qi Yuan would win. There was no doubt about it. Haha, it's rare that you two have different opinions. Never mind, let's just sit back and wait, we should have a result in a few minutes. Shu Tizu's words came to an abrupt halt, and the orange he was holding dropped to the ground. His eyes widened in shock. At that moment, the entire arena erupted in cheers. The electronic voice echoed throughout the venue. Contestant number 06, Qi Yuan, wins. It was a one-hit KO. Shu Tizu was stunned. Wang Shichao's body tensed up slightly, her face showing an expression of fervor. As expected, it had to be him. Shu Tizu couldn't help but feel a sense of defeat in his heart. Such strength must mean he's reached the pinnacle of martial arts. He's so young, and he's only been practicing martial arts for a few months, yet he's already at the peak. The difference between people, how can it be this vast? Qi Yuan's victory was certainly something to be happy about. But seeing how strong Qi Yuan was made Shu Tizu feel worse than if he had been eliminated in the first round. He had been practicing martial arts for so long and barely made it to the national level. Yet Qi Yuan, in less than 3 months, had left him far behind. Seeing this, Xing Yu also looked somewhat moved, but she still smiled and said, Senior Shu, if things don't go well in martial arts, you can always go back and inherit your immense wealth and noble title. That's something, even the champion of the martial arts tournament can't compare with. A look of envy flashed in Xing Yu's eyes. To her, the champion of the martial arts tournament was just a larger-than-life internet celebrity. It would probably take a long time for them to monetize their fame and accumulate a fortune. Meanwhile, both she and Shu Tizu already had fortunes worth billions. On top of that, Shu Tizu held a noble title that almost every citizen of the Qin Yuan country would go crazy for. Hearing Xing Yu's words, Shu Tizu finally felt a bit better, his mood lightening somewhat, but he still said, even without relying on family background, I'm far inferior to Qi Yuan. Family background is also a form of strength, Xing Yu added. For some, the starting line is a finish line that many can't reach even after a lifetime of effort. The rest of the martial arts tournament was quite dull. Without the trash-talking segment, everyone was very restrained. Even when knocked down in the arena, no one dared to make any bold remarks. The most they would say was something harmless like, I'll be back. In any case, this martial arts tournament was the most civilized ever. However, the intensity of the matches didn't decrease, and there were many quick knockouts. Especially Zhang Yang, who knocked out his opponents in seconds. Qi Yuan did the same, easily defeating his opponents. Soon, the second day of the martial arts tournament arrived. However, this time, an unusual situation occurred. 21 people made it to the finals. A 2 versus 2 competition meant one person would have a bye. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the drawing of lots. Qi Yuan was also eager. I've always had good luck. Hurry up and give me a bye. The numbers on the big screen continued to spin. Canary smiled slightly. Isn't your robot 01 the best at hacking? Have it secretly manipulate the results, and you'll be all set. Cheating is bad, it's unethical. But you did remind me of something, Qi Yuan mused. Back in the Flowwind realm, he used to threaten the heavenly Tao whenever he had nothing to do. Eventually, his threats paid off. Now, he also wanted a bye. So, should he continue to threaten the heavenly Tao? Hey, up there, aren't you going to thank me? After all, I've done a lot for the civilization and harmony of your world. How about giving me a little favor? Qi Yuan whispered to the sky. Canary smiled. Isn't asking the heavenly Tao for a favor also cheating? No, it's different. Qi Yuan turned his head. This wasn't cheating, it was simply the heavenly Tao repaying him with gratitude. The white snake repaid Shu Xian with her body, why couldn't the heavenly Tao give him a little advantage? At that moment, the numbers on the screen stopped. A look of joy flashed in Qi Yuan's eyes. Sure enough, threatening the heavenly Tao works. I got a bye. Sigh, I guess I should keep threatening it whenever I have nothing to do. Qi Yuan was happy. It was better to have a bye than to fight. If he kept threatening the heavenly Tao, maybe he could even get a bye straight to the finals. Watching others fight while he completed his tasks effortlessly, who wouldn't enjoy that? After the first round bye, there was a second round bye. But there was no third round bye. Because there were only 6 people left. Perhaps Qi Yuan's threats to the heavenly Tao had worked. He got byes in the first 2 rounds, and in the third round, he faced Han Shanyan, the Northern Crane. Han Shanyan immediately surrendered. This scene also drew a lot of criticism from the spectators. It's rigged. There's definitely a conspiracy. That kid's luck is way too good. Not only did he get a bye, but his opponent also surrendered. That's Han Shanyan, the Northern Crane. He must be some rich kid experiencing life. He's so handsome, I'd love to have his babies. Hey, buddy, keep it together. No need to embarrass yourself in public. At this moment, Zhang Yang had just finished his fight. His sharp gaze fell on Qi Yuan's VIP box, filled with fighting spirit. He returned to his own box to rest because the final match would take place in an hour. The final rules were simple, a 3-person melee. The last one standing would be the champion. Back in his box, Zhang Yang was immediately attended to by staff members who began to care for him. Brother Zhang, congratulations in advance. The championship is definitely yours this time, a short man said with a grin. He wasn't from the martial arts world but came from a prominent family. He was a follower of Zhang Yang. It's going to be tough. Qi Yuan's strength is hard to fathom. I even have a feeling that if given another 6 months, he could break through the pinnacle of martial arts. The burly martial artist said seriously. He had seen Qi Yuan in action, even against those at the pinnacle of martial arts, Qi Yuan easily defeated them. Zhang Yang could hardly achieve such a feat. Zhang Yang squinted his eyes and said nothing. At this point, the short man continued, HMPH, even if that kid somehow wins the championship, what's the point? Heh, a while back, his performance caught the attention of many big shots in the martial arts alliance. They all thought of him as the next Luo Bufan, a hope for breaking the pinnacle of martial arts. But now, they've already abandoned him. Recently, they've all been flocking around Brother Zhang. The short man spoke with a sense of pride. He wasn't lying. Qi Yuan's display of power and talent had caused a stir within the martial arts alliance. But this commotion didn't last long. As rumors spread, the upper echelons of the martial arts alliance began hearing about cultivation. Why bother with martial arts when you could cultivate immortality? Even if you break the pinnacle of martial arts, you still couldn't defeat a genetically enhanced soldier, could you? So why bother practicing martial arts? Therefore, these high-ranking officials had been circling around Zhang Yang lately. After all, Zhang Yang's family had ties to immortality. Hearing this, a hint of desolation flashed in the burly martial artist's eyes. He then said, indeed, even if Qi Yuan wins the martial arts tournament, the future belongs to Brother Zhang. Immortality, that's the true path. HMPH, the future is mine, and so is the present. This championship will be mine. Zhang Yang's eyes flashed with determination. He looked toward Qi Yuan's VIP box, a hint of killing intent in his gaze. This martial arts tournament would be his final fight in the martial arts world, a grand send-off. The future had no place for martial arts, only the path of immortality mattered. He, Zhang Yang, would not only stand at the pinnacle of martial arts but also the pinnacle of immortality. In the VIP box. Qi Yuan sat calmly. The peak of martial arts is lonely and uninteresting, not as fun as the pinnacle of martial arts. Ever since I got my mental illness certificate, I've been doing things more and more whimsically. So, I think I prefer the pinnacle of chaos. Agreed, being too serious isn't good either, Canary said, nodding quickly as she thought of something. She didn't want to see Qi Yuan staring at a door in a daze every day. She liked this version of Qi Yuan, the one whose eyes were full of her. Besides, she had been watching a lot of shows lately. In many of them, the male protagonist would abandon everything, even his family, to pursue his ultimate goal. Some characters, even after achieving immortality, would choose to watch their loved ones grow old and die, only to lament. True freedom comes from having regrets. But Canary didn't like such protagonists. She didn't want to be abandoned, she wanted to be the one who stayed by his side. I'm always serious, but I'm a bit worried. I think I might have a bit of pre-championship anxiety. Qi Yuan suddenly looked a bit downcast. Canary was puzzled. If I win the championship, won't I become a celebrity? To be honest, I've never been famous before. Of course, the blood-clothed sword god didn't count. The blood-clothed sword god had fame, but he never showed his face. As a socially anxious person, Qi Yuan didn't mind being a masked hero, but the thought of becoming a public figure made him nervous. After I win, if I walk down the street, will people ask for my autograph? Will they want to take pictures with me or secretly photograph me? That would be so embarrassing. I don't want my life to have no privacy. Hey, Canary, how much should I charge for an autograph? Qi Yuan mused as he continued worrying. Canary, what if people online criticize me? Qi Yuan asked, sounding genuinely concerned. Canary smiled gently. Ning Dao will step in. Anyone who speaks ill of you will be wiped out. Having someone to protect me feels really good. Qi Yuan glanced at Canary, his tone suddenly turning heroic. The final battle is about to begin, and so is my journey. The wind is cold, the river water is icy, Qi Yuan goes to win the trophy and will return victorious. Blood Pearl, do your best. I'll be waiting for you to return safely. Canary said softly, showing a rare tenderness. The National Martial Arts Tournament final had finally reached its climax. 100 breaths later, on the arena stage, 3 contestants stood at 3 corners. Qi Yuan stood in the north, his posture upright, his expression calm. Zhang Yang stood in the south, his eyes sharp, brimming with fighting spirit and even a hint of killing intent. The last contestant, however, had a pale face and a look of resignation. He turned to the referee and said, "I surrender." He surrendered without hesitation. The previous round had drained him significantly, and his injuries hadn't yet healed. He had assumed that Qi Yuan and Zhang Yang would be in similar conditions to his own. The praise his friends had for these two seemed exaggerated. But to his surprise, these two were completely unharmed. Zhang Yang turned his gaze toward Qi Yuan, his eyes full of surging battle intent. "You're quite impressive. You're qualified to be my opponent in martial arts." Of course, this was limited to martial arts, Zhang Yang silently added in his mind. "I am indeed impressive, but you're a bit lacking," Qi Yuan replied, looking at Zhang Yang with no trace of fighting spirit. "But, I do enjoy these kinds of easy wins. It's like playing a game on easy mode. If the road to mastering martial arts and the path to mastering spirituality were filled with opponents like Zhang Yang, Qi Yuan would be thrilled." Zhang Yang looked down on him, sneering, "Your talent in martial arts is strong, but in my eyes, it's nothing special. You have no idea how terrifying your opponent truly is. Today, I will shatter your arrogance and show you what true power is." Zhang Yang roared, his voice like a thunderclap. As he shouted, his clothes tore apart, shredding into strips. This highly dramatic scene immediately drew cheers from the audience. He's on the verge of breaking through the pinnacle of martial arts. Zhang Yang is incredibly powerful. So strong. The experienced martial artists in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Even those at the peak of martial arts felt they wouldn't last a single round against Zhang Yang. Qi Yuan is in danger. Shu Tizu thought anxiously. Even though he didn't enjoy seeing his friend succeed while he struggled, he wasn't about to wish ill on his friend. Wang Shichao said flatly, "Still not enough." She glanced at the others cheering for Zhang Yang, a hint of mockery in her eyes. She felt a sense of superiority, like she was the only one sober while everyone else was drunk. Zhang Yang's strength didn't compare to Qi Yuan's, not even close. Could Zhang Yang wipe out an entire military camp with a single sword? As expected, Qi Yuan's disdainful voice came from the arena. "Is this all you've got?" Qi Yuan took a step forward, and an overwhelming pressure swept across the arena. Zhang Yang's imposing aura suddenly diminished. Fear flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes. "Is this blood essence?" A powerful martial artist can suppress others with their spirit, energy, and blood. Clearly, Qi Yuan had advanced far beyond Zhang Yang on the path of martial arts. At this moment, Zhang Yang felt a deep sense of defeat. It was the first time he had ever lost so badly. But soon, this sense of defeat turned into madness. It doesn't matter how strong your martial arts talent is. This world has changed. I will bury you along with martial arts. Driven by jealousy, Zhang Yang became more and more crazed, desperate to destroy the person before him. At that moment, a flame suddenly burst forth from Zhang Yang's palm. The crowd erupted in shock and excitement, mixed with confusion. Immortality is eternal. At this moment, Zhang Yang finally unleashed the power of immortality, revealing his ultimate trump card. "Eternal. Not for you," Qi Yuan said, his eyes flashing with resolve. "Who needs immortality? I am invincible as I am." He threw a punch. A surge of blood and energy erupted in the air. "You should really see what martial arts is all about. One punch, all things arise, and all perish." Zhang Yang's smile froze, his body exploding into a cloud of blood mist. The crowd was stunned, falling into complete silence. On the arena stage, Qi Yuan took a deep breath. What a thrilling and satisfying final battle. His performance was excellent, and he figured it would probably win him a lot of fans. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. On the arena, Qi Yuan stood against the wind, his posture straight and tall, feeling quite pleased with himself. This was his first national martial arts tournament, and he had won. After becoming the champion, he would become a household name. Endorsements and commercial performances would come one after another if he wanted them. His life's path was about to change. However, at this moment, the entire martial arts tournament venue was filled with confusion. Fire. Where did he go? Did he just explode into a mist of blood? Is this still the martial arts I know? In the blink of an eye, the battle between Qi Yuan and Zhang Yang completely defied everyone's expectations. At first, Zhang Yang's bursting clothes displayed brute strength. Though bizarre, it was still within the audience's acceptable range. But then, his fists caught fire. What the hell was that? Did they bring some kind of technology into the arena? And then, Zhang Yang, whose fists were on fire, was directly blown up by a punch from Qi Yuan, turning into a mist of blood. What was that supposed to be? Confusion, doubt, shock. Are we sure this isn't a movie? Is this some kind of magic trick? How could a living person be turned into a mist of blood? This isn't scientific at all. Not only were the audience members puzzled, but even the organizers of the martial arts tournament were stunned. A bald executive stood up, still filled with confusion, but he shouted, "Stop the live broadcast immediately." The live broadcast of the martial arts tournament had a 3-minute delay. When incidents like this occurred, they would usually stop the broadcast based on past experiences. However, at this moment, a calm but complex voice spoke up, "Continue the live broadcast. Follow the rules." Hearing this voice, the bald executive was baffled. An incident like this could cause panic and bring unnecessary trouble to society. The bald executive was aware of the existence of immortality. Currently, the higher-ups were clearly not ready to announce this matter to the public. Of course, what confused him the most was that Qi Yuan's display was clearly martial arts. So why was he able to defeat Zhang Yang, who was using an immortal technique? Panic is irrelevant, rules are paramount. Follow the rules. The young voice became firmer. This left the bald executive feeling a bit resentful. These damn second-generation elites, not only did they parachute in to take over as the head of the martial arts tournament, but they also lacked foresight. How could such an incident be allowed to be leaked out? Rules are paramount. What nonsense. Grumbling inwardly, the bald executive dared not argue further. Meanwhile, an old man looked as if he had lost his mother, his expression bleak. "It's over. Zhang Yang is dead. Will the Zhang family come after us?" Previously, Qi Yuan had demonstrated exceptional talent in martial arts, almost breaking through the limits of martial prowess. The old man had high hopes for Qi Yuan and wanted to speak with him, but he was rebuffed and never got the chance to meet him. Faced with such a proud talent, the old man had harbored some resentment. Later, after learning of immortality, his attention completely shifted to Zhang Yang. What was breaking through martial arts limits compared to that? It wasn't even worthy of polishing the shoes of an immortal. So, he aligned himself with Zhang Yang, hoping to gain a path to immortality through him. Now, with Zhang Yang dead, he had no idea how to justify this to the Zhang family. The old man suddenly stood up, his voice quivering. "Sir, this man killed Zhang Yang on the arena. He should be detained and handed over to the Zhang family for an explanation." Zhang Yang held a significant position within the Zhang family. The Zhang family itself was a prominent one, highly esteemed. Now that Zhang Yang was dead, he didn't know how to justify this to the Zhang family. The young man's gaze turned sharp. In the arena, life and death are determined by fate. All must adhere to the rules. Zhang Yang died, then he died. Those are the rules of the arena. The old man, still anxious, argued, "But we must provide an explanation to the Zhang family." The bald executive added sarcastically, "If the Zhang family blames us, I'm afraid even you won't be able to handle it, sir." The young man, who had parachuted in to oversee the tournament, had some background, but how significant could it be? Compared to the Zhang family, it was probably a far cry. The young man's eyes were cold. "It seems the two of you need some time in prison to rethink. As for the Zhang family, I'll notify them personally and see if they dare demand an explanation." With his words, several armed soldiers appeared, pointing their guns at the bald executive and the old man. The young man picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Zhang Mingyuan, I hear your Zhang family needs an explanation." The young man's tone was one of accusation and displeasure. "I need an explanation from your Zhang family." Not far away, both the bald executive and the old man's faces turned pale. Especially when they heard the humble voice of the Zhang family's head, Zhang Mingyuan, over the phone. They were both shocked and bewildered. Clearly, it was the Zhang family who had suffered a loss. Why was the Zhang family head acting so submissively, as if he were on edge? Suddenly, the bald executive and the old man looked at the man on the stage, their eyes filled with shock. Could it be, finally, I've won the championship. At the hotel, Qi Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Finally, there was progress in this game's mission. Canary sat nearby, seemingly watching the broadcast, her eyes sparkling. I must say, Blood Pearl, that punch of yours was pretty cool. As she spoke, she looked over at Qi Yuan, as if comparing him to his video footage. What do you think, since we didn't stay for the interview and left right away, could that be a problem? What if the organizers come after me and cancel my championship title? Qi Yuan asked cautiously. After winning, there was supposed to be an interview and a speech. As the blood-clothed sword god, Qi Yuan could talk endlessly. He could give speeches and deliver profound statements. But that was behind a mask, not as himself. In reality, he wasn't very eloquent. When faced with enemies, he was slightly socially anxious, especially when they started ranting. Usually, he couldn't out-argue them and would just resort to violence. A socially anxious person prefers to act rather than argue. It should be fine, Canary said confidently. If someone tries to strip you of your championship, I'll personally step in and get it back for you. Good to hear. Qi Yuan stretched and relaxed. Living off a strong woman was great. Having a capable fiancé really saved a lot of trouble. Blood Pearl, if you find all this troublesome, I can use a technique to make people in this world subconsciously ignore you. They'd still know you exist, but in certain situations, they just wouldn't mention you. How about that? That way, even though you're a public figure, no one would secretly photograph you on the streets. Canary smiled. Qi Yuan thought for a moment and nodded seriously, sounds good. Canary smiled back, but I'll need to use your Star Core Golden Pill's power, otherwise, it might be a bit slow for me to handle alone. Do as you like, Qi Yuan said nonchalantly. Okay. Canary's eyes flashed a bright red. In an instant, it seemed as if a golden glow had covered the heavens and the earth. Many people looked up at the sky, noticing an extra sun, then quickly averted their gaze, as if nothing had happened. All done, Canary clapped her small hands. This won't affect our gameplay, it'll just reduce some paparazzi and those with ulterior motives. Not bad, saves us a lot of hassle. Otherwise, if we go back and get a marriage certificate and someone secretly takes a picture and posts it online, that'd be too troublesome. Qi Yuan valued his privacy. Hearing Qi Yuan's words, Canary's ears turned red. She sat in her chair, her legs swinging, clearly in a good mood. All right, now I can take you home with peace of mind. Above the starry sky, a pitch-black expanse, tinged with a hint of illusion, slightly different from the real starry sky. Cold warships traversed the space, countless small aircraft detached from the warships, then returned. These small aircraft were the latest generation of reconnaissance vehicles from Cannixing. Their purpose was to investigate and gather information on Gongxing. At this moment, in front of a large screen, a captain in a starry sky uniform raised his eyebrows, his eyes filled with intense battle spirit. What are the results of the investigation? The captain was a staunch war hawk, always contemplating the colonization of Gongxing. However, the sky eyes on Gongxing were somewhat challenging to deal with. Cannixing aimed to completely conquer Gongxing, but it would come at a considerable cost. So, it seemed more feasible to support some countries on Gongxing, spark a civil war there, and profit from trade. But recently, they'd received information that 13 sky eyes on Gongxing had been destroyed. This was nearly 1/6 of Gongxing's strength wiped out. Gongxing's defense system had a significant gap. This was Kangxing's opportunity. In terms of technological strength, Cannixing was far superior to Gongxing. However, Gongxing had acquired an unknown legacy, a lost civilization's aircraft carrier, allowing them to elevate the sky eyes and gain the strength to counter Cannixing. But with Gongxing's capabilities, they couldn't replicate the sky eyes. With one less sky eye, it was gone forever. The captain was excited, as if he were about to build an unrivaled military career. Reporting to the captain, our reconnaissance data shows that an internal conflict occurred among the 7 Martial Star families. The other families attacked the Mu family and wiped them out. A man in a special military uniform reported. Internal conflict. This result surprised the captain. An internal conflict alone caused the destruction of the sky eyes. That's just too wasteful. Is there something we're missing? The captain instinctively felt that things were not so simple. Captain, you're overthinking it. Humans, don't they always love internal strife? A sudden voice rang out in the warship. In the vast warship, it was as if a monstrous wind blew through, like a small tornado. The tornado eventually stopped, revealing a strange man with 4 horns on his head, his double pupils gleaming with an unusual light. The strange man looked at the screen ahead, staring at the distant blue planet with a fervent and obsessed expression. What a delicious world! I feel the call of ancestral blood. The captain looked at the strange man with reverence. Does the Lord think there are no hidden secrets? The captain knew that this strange man was an outsider, from a powerful world called the Myriad Demon Realm. That world was home to mighty demon clans. According to genetic analysis, humans on Canaxing and the demon clans of the Myriad Demon Realm shared a common ancestor. Humans and demon clans sharing a common ancestor sounded strange. At first, Canaxing was cautious and resistant to the Myriad Demon Realm. But when the Myriad Demon Realm's mighty ones descended and met with nearly 200 of Canaxing's leaders, granting them youth and vitality, Canaxing's attitude toward the Myriad Demon Realm changed dramatically. Even the elders in the captain's family received blessings and gifts from the Myriad Demon Realm. So, all of them held the strong beings of the Myriad Demon Realm in high esteem. After all, the strong of the Myriad Demon Realm were immensely powerful and mighty. Whether there are hidden secrets, does it matter? The double pupil man's expression was fanatical. No matter what cards Canaxing holds, it will fall under the territory of our Myriad Demon Realm. If we acquire the ancestral blood, our Myriad Demon Realm will once again be great. The last great catastrophe cost us dearly. The former demon king of the Myriad Demon Realm, along with a female demon, sent a grand army to a foreign domain. Who would have thought that out of over 10,000 supreme warriors, only a handful returned? That battle severely weakened the Myriad Demon Realm. The former demon king had to abdicate. With the new king's ascension, the Myriad Demon Realm slowly regained strength, but it still fell short of its peak. Now, on Canaxing, they detected the scent of ancestral blood. How could they not be thrilled? If they obtained the ancestral blood, what kind of opportunity would it bring to the Myriad Demon Realm? It was unimaginable. The entire Myriad Demon Realm might even have a chance to ascend to the upper realms. The Keelin warship will serve as the Lord's arm. The captain quickly pledged allegiance. The double pupil man nodded. Once the elders from our clan arrive, we will sweep across Canaxing. The Sky Eyes are nothing but oversized toys. Although the double pupil man was very wary of the Sky Eyes, he believed the elders of his clan could handle them. The elders were terrifyingly powerful, nearly reaching the point of ascending to the upper realms. No matter how powerful the Sky Eyes were, they were still just lifeless objects. The double pupil man was full of confidence and then said, "If I'm not mistaken, you have some contacts with some countries on Canaxing. I would like to go down to Canaxing and take a look first." Certainly, the captain readily agreed, but then he remembered something and said, "Please, be cautious and do not reveal your identity, otherwise, if the Sky Eyes target you, it would be difficult." He didn't finish the sentence. The Sky Eyes were too terrifying. They were said to be capable of killing gods. Their warships were strong, but compared to the Sky Eyes, they were still a level behind. I understand. The double pupil man was no fool. He was very strong, but even fighting Canaxing's super warships was challenging, let alone the Sky Eyes, which were even stronger than the super warships. "I'll make the arrangements." The captain immediately agreed. Though Canaxing and Canaxing were enemies, they did not prohibit communication and trade. The double pupil man gazed at the distant blue planet, a fascinated look in his eyes. What a unique world. Meanwhile, in Tianyu City, Qi Yuan, holding Canary's hand, returned to his home. Canary held Qi Yuan's hand tightly, feeling a bit nervous. The door opened, and the robot 01 stood at the door, a smile appearing in its eyes. "Welcome home, master, mistress." "So this is 01, quite good looking," Canary said, her face slightly flushed. Though she had been through a lot, she still retained her shy nature. As she spoke, she looked around the house. Inside, the walls were decorated with the Chinese character for double happiness, and the table was filled with wedding candies, giving the place a festive atmosphere. The cat, Xie Shinsu, also had a double happiness character stuck on its back, looking quite adorable. Canary held Qi Yuan's hand, looking around, seemingly very excited. "Master, I checked the calendar. Tomorrow is an auspicious day for a wedding." Canary's face turned bright red. "Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. In the living room, Canary carefully examined everything, as if she wanted to remember every speck of dust in the room. The red, double happiness, character looked especially festive. Meow, meow, meow. Xie Shinsu shook her body vigorously, seemingly unhappy with the double happiness character on her back. She felt very wronged. During the time Qi Yuan was away, she was tormented by the robot 01. She really wanted to report 01 for cat abuse. Not only was she not allowed to shoot videos every day, but she was also restricted from smelling catnip. Unfortunately, no matter how much she meowed, Qi Yuan couldn't understand. She kept meowing until she felt cold in her lower abdomen. If she could return to her true form, would she be this miserable? Would she need to grovel to Qi Yuan? More likely, the dog owner would have to grovel to her, the immortal master. What a cute cat. Canary looked at Xie Shinsu, a smile appearing in her eyes. She gently tapped her hand. Xie Shinsu's body seemed to lose control and fell into Canary's hand. Xie Shinsu felt dizzy. Immortal art, why couldn't she feel any spiritual energy fluctuations? This skill had to be at least at the late stage of chi refining, right? Her body suddenly stiffened. How could there be a cultivator here? From which world did she come? Xie Shinsu became alert and began to seriously examine Canary. After just one glance, she was stunned. This woman's appearance alone seemed otherworldly. And she knew immortal arts. What kind of virtue or ability did this dog owner, Qi Yuan, have to marry such an immortal? But then she thought about how good-looking her owner was, and she understood. Sigh, people who have just entered the path of immortality are easily dazzled by worldly charms, unlike her, a golden core stage master who is already detached from worldly affairs. Xie Shinsu couldn't help but sigh. However, the fact that the other party was a cultivator was a good thing. When she regained some of her cultivation, she could communicate with them. Even if she leaked a little bit from her fingertips, this couple would surely worship her as a high-level cultivator. At that time, wouldn't the robot 01 be at her disposal? Catnip, she could smell it for as long as she wanted. As for shooting videos, she could just go on strike and act as a supervisor. Xie Shinsu indulged in her sweet fantasies. Canary played with the cat for a while, her expression filled with joy. Before long, Canary followed Qi Yuan back to his room. Qi Yuan called out softly, "Xiao Jia." With his voice, a bridal gown suddenly appeared in the room. A peculiar look flashed in Canary's eyes, and then she smiled, blinking, as this sister Xiao Jia. She had heard Qi Yuan mention Xiao Jia and knew about Qi Yuan's story with Xiao Jia. She's special, Canary said, a strange light flashing in her eyes. Everyone is special, Qi Yuan said matter-of-factly. You're special, she's special, I'm special, how about we go register our marriage tomorrow? Qi Yuan looked at Canary and Xiao Jia. From the cold sleeve of Xiao Jia, a wooden sign with a happy face slipped out. It seemed that no matter what Qi Yuan said, she was always happy. Canary leaned against Qi Yuan, nodding her head. But, is it illegal for the three of us to register together? Qi Yuan looked worried. As for morality, Qi Yuan didn't care. The bottom line needs to be flexible. What mattered was legality. How about this? I'll wear Sister Xiao Jia, and then we register together. Canary suggested with a whimsical idea. Qi Yuan was stunned for a moment, looking at Canary. I didn't expect you to be this clever. But then he shook his head. That won't do. This should be done openly and honestly. We can't have a wedding where Xiao Jia doesn't even have a place. Although Qi Yuan always obeyed the law, a little rebellion for the sake of family was acceptable. Looks like I'll have to pull some strings and find Kuang Huan. Kuang Huan was a noble. In Qin Yuan country, nobles have a high social status and enjoy privileges. Kuang Huan had extensive connections, so helping him get the marriage certificate was no problem at all. Thinking of this, Qi Yuan dialed Kuang Huan's number. At that moment, in the hotel, Kuang Huan was absent-mindedly watching TV. Occasionally, he looked out the window at the sun and the sky, giggling foolishly. A gentle young woman looked at her husband, her eyes showing helplessness. Experts said that the extra sun in the sky should be looked at less, or it might cause memory loss. What do you know? Memory loss is nothing. Kuang Huan looked at the sun in the sky again, giggling as if it were a peerless beauty. Back then, he was trapped in a steel fortress. When he saw the sun appear in the sky, he felt both surprised and excited. Though under house arrest, his mood was great, and he had a good appetite. Soon after, he was personally released. The person who invited him out was from the capital, someone incomparable to the one from the military camp. They personally came to apologize and offered soft words. This was something Kwang Huan had never experienced before. Later, he learned about the referendum and heard that Mu family's 13 sky eyes had fallen. He laughed, admiring Mr. Chi even more in his heart. The 7 martial stars. In Mr. Chi's eyes, aren't they just ants? Sky eyes. Terrifying weapons capable of killing gods. They're just toys. Mr. Chi is the type of person truly standing at the pinnacle of the world. Everything in the world is just a game. No wonder Mr. Chi often talked about games, NPCs, settings, and plot. Indeed, for such a person, isn't this world just a large game? At this moment, Kwang Huan felt both joy and anxiety. To use an inappropriate metaphor, it's like a young wife suddenly finding out that her husband is the emperor. She feels happy but also realizes he hasn't paid attention to her for a long time. Just then, the ringtone of his special attention rang, and Kwang Huan's brow twitched. Not far away, the gentlewoman saw her husband like this and felt jealous. Oh my, you didn't even set me his special attention. How could it be the same? Be quiet. Kwang Huan glared at his wife and carefully answered the phone. The gentlewoman saw this and smiled. Mr. Chi. Kwang Huan held the phone as if he were holding an ancient and precious artifact, and his back involuntarily bent. It was as if Chi Yuan was right next to him on the other end of the phone. Why is your voice trembling? Are you doing some exercise? Could it be, am I interrupting something? Chi Yuan asked casually. Kwang Huan's face changed slightly. No. He was very nervous, afraid Chi Yuan might misunderstand. If I didn't interrupt, that's good. Otherwise, if I spoiled your mood, I'd feel bad about asking you for a favor. Chi Yuan said unhurriedly. These words didn't sound like something an absolute powerhouse would say. But having interacted with Chi Yuan before, Kwang Huan knew this person had a carefree attitude towards life. Please, Mr. Chi, just give me your orders. He became even more humble. To serve Mr. Chi was his honor, enough to bring glory to his ancestors. Didn't I say before, that when a second sun appears in the sky, I would get married? Congratulations, Mr. Chi. Kwang Huan's eyes lit up. So, everything Mr. Chi said was true. His wife really came down from the sun. This was simply unimaginable. What kind of style, what kind of unparalleled elegance would his wife have? We plan to register tomorrow, but there's a small problem. Chi Yuan hesitated. Kwang Huan was slightly confused. An absolute powerhouse still needs to register for marriage. But then he thought, you can't guess the mind of such a powerhouse. Register if you want. Is there anything you need my assistance with? It's like this, I want to marry 2 wives this time, and register together. Chi Yuan stated his purpose. Kwang Huan was stunned, completely shocked. 2 wives. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Marrying 2 wives might sound strange, but it's not that unusual. Many nobles marry 2 or more openly. Some even buy a few buildings in a neighborhood, each building housing a different wife. This is quite common. The key point is, Mr. Chi is different. Mr. Chi's wife is a super powerful entity. A woman coming down from the sun sounds impressive. Such an impressive person. Mr. Chi, does your wife know you want to marry too? Kwang Huan cautiously asked. He feared that if he helped, Mr. Chi's wife might kill him. She knows, Chi Yuan replied, puzzled. Why, do you suspect I'm deceiving young girls into marriage? No, Kwang Huan quickly clarified, I will immediately handle it for Mr. Chi. Oh, right, my 2 wives don't have ID cards or photos, could you help me with that? Sure. Oh, I forgot, to take ID photos, they need to be present. Let me know, and I'll come with my wives. Oh, no, tomorrow is the registration, is there enough time? Ah, this is so troublesome, getting ID cards, registering, going twice. Can it all be done together? Chi Yuan was very troubled. Kwang Huan was a bit speechless. He even wanted to say, you don't even need to come out, I could bring the ID cards and marriage certificates to you, photos not required. But then again, this is Mr. Chi. His thought process is unusual, and Kwang Huan dared not object. Handling both certificates together is also possible. At that time, I'll send a red packet to the staff. Mr. Chi and your wives only need to come near the neighborhood. Kwang Huan decided to move the Civil Affairs Bureau and the police station outside Chi Yuan's neighborhood. Really, no wonder you're a noble, you really have the connections. By the way, how much red packet are you planning to give? I can't let you pay. Tell me the amount, and I'll cover it. Hearing this, Kwang Huan felt a bit of a headache, and finally said, 999. He didn't dare quote too high or too low. Ah, my savings have gone down by 999 again, now I'm even further away from buying Gongxing. Qi Yuan was a bit distressed. It's not easy to make money these days. Job advertisements say salaries range from 5,000 to 9,000. Indeed, it's 5,000, without a doubt. But when you look online, the average salary is 9,000. Kwang Huan chuckled, not daring to comment on Qi Yuan's words. The morning sun was very warm. Wang Tong was driving the car, looking content. Wow, with an extra sun in the sky, it feels like the temperature is rising. Zhao Longshuo sat in the passenger seat, reading the newspaper attentively. I heard that there's been a resurgence of spiritual energy recently. Do you think the extra sun in the sky is some kind of mythical power? Wang Tong looked at the sky, deep in thought. Originally, Zhao Longshuo, who was seriously reading the newspaper, paused for a moment. You young folks lack experience, you're too easily deceived by marketing accounts. There's no such thing as a resurgence of spiritual energy, it's all fake. What demons and gods, what immortals, it's all fake. We need to believe in science. Then what do you say about the extra sun in the sky? Wang Tong said, dissatisfied. This shows the importance of reading more. Look, the newspaper says that the extra sun in the sky isn't really a sun, it's a phenomenon called sky spots or refraction. Zhao Longshuo handed the newspaper to Wang Tong. Wang Tong pouted, what a load of crap these experts say. It's vague and ambiguous, just trying to fool people. Didn't an expert recently mistake a cat for a rabbit? There's no point arguing with you young people. Zhao Longshuo didn't want to continue. There was no point in arguing about this. Seeing this, Wang Tong didn't want to strain their colleague relationship. She asked, which noble's mistress are we going to register today? These things are not for us to question, just follow the procedure. Zhao Longshuo said this with a serious expression. Before coming, the leader had repeatedly warned them to make sure the person was served well. To speak less, do more, and not to ask unnecessary questions. The leader also mentioned that if they offended this person, they should prepare a coffin. As a civil servant, you're almost set for life, unless you make a major mistake, it's impossible to get fired. And yet, the coffin was mentioned. Zhao Longshuo also realized that this time, the noble in question must be very special, with overwhelming authority. I heard we're registering 2 marriages today, another day to be envious of the nobility. When will I ever get 2 husbands? Wang Tong mused. Zhao Longshuo smiled, saying nothing. By around 9 in the morning, Zhao Longshuo and Wang Tong arrived at their new office location. Here, this would be their office for the day. Upon arrival, they found other department staff were also present. After some small talk, Wang Tong returned to the room and secretly said to Zhao Longshuo, the noble's wife doesn't even have an ID card, could she be some fugitive or maybe some heiress faking her death? Wang Tong, who watched a lot of television, immediately imagined a lot of plotlines. For example, Noble A falls in love with heiress B, but heiress B is engaged to Noble C. So she fakes her death to escape the marriage. Your guess is a bit far-fetched, you might as well say, an alien. Zhao Longshuo casually said. Alien, Wang Tong's eyes lit up, you've given me a new idea. Could this person not be human? Maybe a demon, a ghost, or even a fairy. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, anything is possible. Wang Tong was babbling nonsense. Zhao Longshuo sighed, forget the spiritual energy resurgence, outside, I wouldn't dare say you're my colleague. Hey, don't say that. I think it's really possible. Wang Tong said excitedly. Get to work, tidy up. The person is coming this afternoon, and you'll get to see the monsters and demons you want to see. Zhao Longshuo laughed heartily. You old-timer, so stubborn. No wonder the internet says people can't accept new things once they turn 35. You don't understand. When you reach a certain age, you'll understand. You'll also realize how naive you were when you were younger. Zhao Longshuo said earnestly. Li Yan. Qi Yuan, what's up? I'm holding a wedding ceremony tomorrow, make sure to come. You're getting married? On the other end of the line, Li Yan was a bit confused. At the same time, a hint of jealousy rose in her heart. She envied Qi Yuan's luck. He became a major live streamer because of a cat, probably earning millions a year, and now he even got a wife. Congratulations, congratulations. The address is, never mind, I need to notify others. Wang Shu, I'm getting married, the wedding ceremony. Tomorrow, I'll definitely take a leave and come. Wu Qi, will you come to my wedding ceremony? Dr. Zhang now, my wedding ceremony is tomorrow. In the hospital, the female doctor in uniform received a call from her patient, and her mind momentarily went blank. In her mind, a handsome face appeared. You are getting married? Zhang now asked, puzzled. Does she know you have some mental issues? Qi Yuan, you shouldn't harm other girls, understand? Zhang Nao's mind was in a mess, jumping to conclusions. My mind is fine. On the other end of the phone, Qi Yuan was a bit unhappy. For a wedding ceremony, he had to invite some people to make it lively. But he had no relatives. Neither Canary nor Xiaojia had any relatives besides him. So this banquet couldn't even fill a table, quite a poor turnout. That's why he thought about inviting more people. All right, Zhang now asked a few more questions, feeling conflicted. After hanging up, she sat in her office, looking melancholic. How can a mentally ill person get married? This is clearly harming other girls. Zhang now felt somewhat indignant. She had seen many such cases. If it happened to her, she would feel somewhat upset. Suddenly, a bold idea appeared in her mind. It's better to let him harm me than others. This thought frightened Zhang now, and her face turned a little red. But soon, she held her head, showing a pained expression. Maybe I should change my job. After being around mental patients for so long, I'm starting to show symptoms myself. Plus, with that dream, I haven't slept well for a long time. In the room, Qi Yuan looked at Ning Dao in her red dress, his eyes revealing a hint of amazement. Having grown accustomed to Ning Dao's black dress, seeing her in a red dress for the first time brought a different charm. If the black dress Ning Dao was cold and seductive, Canary was charming, and the red dress Ning Dao carried a hint of cold elegance. Different attributes, all appearing on the same person. Did you finish making the calls? Ning Dao looked at Qi Yuan, sitting quietly. All notified. We should be able to fill a table, right? The sense of ceremony was still necessary. Then let's go register with Sister Xiaojia together. Ning Dao's breath was like an orchid. How did she become a sister? Earlier, when she was Canary, she called Xiaojia sister, right? I like it, Ning Dao said, giving Qi Yuan a flirtatious glance. I suspect you have split personality disorder, but I have no evidence. Qi Yuan waved his hand. In fact, he knew Canary and Ning Dao were the same person. Such behavior wasn't about two people coexisting in the same body. A more fitting description would be a performance or, let's say, two forms. When Canary wanted to be bolder, she would let Ning Dao come out. Canary, as a character, acted more like a little follower. Nujia doesn't have split personality disorder, Ning Dao smiled. Husband, I want to test you. Oh, today, my left leg and right leg are dressed differently. The left leg is dressed by Canary, the right leg by Nujia. Husband, guess, what is the decoration on the left and right legs? As Ning Dao spoke, she sat upright, her legs together, covered tightly by the red dress. Left, Canary, right. White stockings, Qi Yuan guessed. White stockings fit Canary's style better. Husband, you guessed wrong. At this moment, Ning Dao lifted the hem of her skirt, revealing the girl's slender and well-proportioned legs beneath the tightly wrapped skirt. Black stockings, tightly wrapped around the legs, with the edges pulled up to the thighs. Perhaps the stockings were a bit tight, leaving a shallow mark on the thigh. Canary said, husband likes it. As Ning Dao spoke, her slender jade leg also rested on Qi Yuan's leg. The 5 delicate jade toes curled in the black stockings, pink and lovely, like white jade. Ning Dao's left foot pressed against Qi Yuan's abdomen, showing a playful expression. I won't guess wrong on the right, it must be white stockings. Since Canary chose black, Ning Dao must choose white. Husband guessed half right, Ning Dao said with a smile. Is it flesh-colored stockings? No, Ning Dao said, lifting the right side of the skirt again. Quote. You really guessed half right. The other side was not wearing stockings. Ning Dao's leg was excessively white, with a somewhat morbid beauty, her toes together like tender lotus roots. Not wearing white stockings, better than white stockings. Husband, do you like it? Ning Dao was still bold. If it were Canary, such words could never be spoken. Ning Dao spoke, and her bare foot reached towards Qi Yuan's palm. Qi Yuan instinctively grasped it. Petite Ning Dao, with naturally small and exquisite feet, like a piece of art, Qi Yuan could hold her entire foot in his hand, gently stroking it. Ning Dao's face turned slightly red, and a layer of mist appeared in her eyes. Husband, if we wait until after we get the marriage certificate to do everything, wouldn't it be too rushed? She leaned closer to Qi Yuan, her whole body sitting on Qi Yuan's lap, her red dress covering Qi Yuan's thighs. Her charming eyes looked at Qi Yuan, her lips slightly pursed. Although she wore no makeup, her snowy face was cold and beautiful. Ning Dao's thigh, one side smooth as jade, like the best silk in the world, the other with the texture of black silk. She was both expectant and shy, but she still boldly said, "What Canary doesn't dare to do, I'll do." As she spoke, the girl's warm lips approached. At this moment, Qi Yuan was particularly calm, or rather, not calm at all. His hand unconsciously crossed over the skirt and gently picked up Ning Dao. A cunning look flashed in Ning Dao's eyes. "How about, we go to register later?" "What you said makes some sense." Qi Yuan did not hesitate at all, savoring and taking what he had not done with Canary before, making up for it. In Jopin Mountain, in the illusion, the past pain was just like smoke. Now is what matters most. Clothes slipped, skirts shattered, a moment of infinite charm. "Husband, you're a bit lacking, why don't you let me change into the black dress?" "Blood Pearl, be gentle. It's getting dark, when is this person coming?" Wang Tong sat in the new office, feeling bored. It was supposed to be the afternoon, but now it was almost dark. "Stop complaining. I asked the leader, and the leader said if that person doesn't come, we'll just work here from now on, until he comes to get the marriage certificate." Zhao Longshou put down his newspaper, not in a hurry. "Where isn't work just work? It's quite leisurely here. Besides, there's no chance of promotion anywhere, right? Then he might as well never come, it's perfect for slacking here." Wang Tong said excitedly. Of course, she was just fantasizing, this was impossible. At this moment, a sudden message arrived. Wang Tong's face changed slightly, "He's here." Zhao Longshou quickly got up, his expression becoming serious. "Remember, just do a simple process, take a photo, and make the certificates." Zhao Longshou instructed again. "Don't worry, I'm good at taking photos." Wang Tong waved excitedly. Maybe today, she could get some gossip on the nobles. Zhao Longshou nodded. Wang Tong would take the photos, and he would paste them on the marriage certificates. It's that simple. As for the stamps and such, they were already done. Other procedures were also waived. "Bye, Zhao Zhe," Wang Tong waved as she walked out of the office. Just as she stepped outside the office, she saw a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was dressed finely, with a strong military aura, clearly from a distinguished background. "It's him." Wang Tong squinted her eyes, just about to greet him when she heard him say, "Mr. Qi has already entered the photo room, go take their photos, and remember, don't talk too much." This man was, of course, Quang Huan. "Okay," Wang Tong nodded, a bit surprised. This man already looked extraordinary, and he still referred to the person inside as Mr. Qi. That person seemed really powerful. With a mix of anticipation and nervousness, Wang Tong entered the photo room. "Comrade, sorry to trouble you." A young and pleasant voice came. Seeing the person, Wang Tong immediately lowered her head, not daring to look much, her heart pounding. He's too good looking. This is what a domineering CEO looks like in a TV drama, right? Canary and I, we're all ready, just waiting for you. I'll be right there. Wang Tong kept her head down, not daring to look up. However, she still vaguely saw that beside Mr. Qi were two women with graceful figures. One was wearing a black dress, and the other should be in a red wedding dress. This made Wang Tong feel puzzled. These two wives, why were they dressed so differently? Despite her curiosity, she didn't ask. She kept her head down and walked to the camera. Only then did she dare to carefully look at the three people in front of her. She saw them sitting in a row. When she saw the girl in the black dress, Wang Tong's eyes showed a hint of amazement. She felt envious of the nobility again. She's too beautiful. At this moment, Canary tightly held onto Qi Yuan's arm, and in her beautiful eyes, there seemed to be a spring. A blush climbed up to her ears, and she seemed a bit shy. Of course, compared to before, these blushes were nothing. Wang Tong shifted her gaze to the face of the girl in the red wedding dress. She blinked her eyes, then took off her glasses and wiped them. She stood there dumbfounded, her mind a bit blank. Looking ahead, she asked unconsciously, Mr. Chi, where's your other wife? They're both here, the other one, is in the sky. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Wang Tong was confused, but still cautiously asked, I mean the one in the red wedding dress just now. She's right here. Qi Yuan held Xiao Jia's cold hand. Wang Tong was completely stunned. A wedding dress, what? This person married a wedding dress. And at this moment, something even more shocking happened to Wang Tong. The wedding dress seemed to lean closer to Mr. Qi, and its sleeves adjusted its collar. This wedding dress is a monster. She was so shocked, her heart felt like it would jump out of her throat. Damn, spiritual energy really has revived. Even wedding dresses are becoming spirits and getting married. Oh my, I can't keep it together. Her mind was in chaos, like a tangled mess. However, she still managed to keep her composure and took the photos. At this moment, she wanted to give Mr. Qi a thumbs up. Nobles are truly nobles, even marrying a wedding dress. Meanwhile, in the office, Zhao Longshou frowned, looking puzzled. What kind of nonsense is this, one person, with two names? The ID needs an extra line. Nobles are truly nobles. This is even more ridiculous, filling the races, wedding dress royalty. Since when did we have this race in Qinyuan country? Zhao Longshou was furiously complaining in his heart. But he dared not show any dissatisfaction. Even if it was this absurd, these details could be entered into the online system. You have to know, in their system, this information can't be filled in randomly. And they were all options to choose from. This was the rule from the headquarters. But now, it could actually be customized. How could he not be shocked? This system was from the headquarters. They just created a new race for Qinyuan country. The other side having this privilege means, well, they definitely have connections at the headquarters. Could it be, from the 7 Martial Stars family? No, the 7 Martial Stars family does have this privilege, but they wouldn't bother with this, it's too troublesome. 2 wives, if they want to marry, they just marry. Zhao Longshou was puzzled. Now, everything he needed was ready, he was just waiting for Wang Tong to bring the electronic and paper versions of the photos. One was to be entered into the system, the other to be pasted on the marriage certificate and ID card. At this moment, hurried footsteps approached. Zhao Longshou looked up to see Wang Tong rushing over, panting and looking anxious. Zhao Longshou frowned slightly, what's wrong? Zhao Zhe, do you know what Mr. Qi's wife is? Zhao Longshou was a bit confused. It's a wedding dress, Wang Tong said seriously, then muttered to herself as if she had lost her mind. Zhao Longshou was stunned for a moment, then laughed, these nobles, what a joke, marrying a dress and even needing a marriage certificate. Well, it's also normal. A while ago, a guy brought a blow-up doll here, insisting on getting married. We laughed so hard back then. Zhao Zhe, it's not an ordinary wedding dress, it's a spirit wedding dress. It can walk, Wang Tong said excitedly. As she spoke, she showed Zhao Longshou the photos she had taken. Look, this wedding dress, it's called Xiaojia, and it's really gentle. Quote question mark question mark question mark. Are you kidding me? Zhao Longshou looked skeptical. If I'm lying, may I get hit by a car when I step out? Ha ha ha, spiritual energy has revived, it really has. Wang Tong was excited, laughing foolishly for a while, then showing a sense of loss. The revival of spiritual energy, what does it have to do with a small person like her? Is it a blessing or a curse? Suddenly, she thought of Qi Yuan and a bold idea emerged, could he take me to the extraordinary? But soon she became desperate again, she was just a small person, why would anyone help her? I think you're a bit obsessed, how can a wedding dress become a spirit? Zhao Longshou still didn't believe it. Just then, footsteps approached. A voice came in. Are our marriage certificates ready? We're planning to take some photos and make a video. Seeing the person, Zhao Longshou was completely stunned, his worldview collapsed at that moment. A wedding dress really became a spirit. How is that possible? I thought there was only one place that had harmony, but there are 2. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Hold out your hand, yes, keep it in that position, perfect. 3 red marriage certificates appeared, Canary holding one in her hand, Xiaojia holding another with her sleeve, and Qi Yuan holding the last one. A camera on 01's head recorded this moment. I used to see people with cameras on their heads in videos, and now I finally understand, they were robots. Qi Yuan made a new discovery today. Canary giggled, I can grow a camera on my head too. As she spoke, a camera popped up on top of her head. Qi Yuan burst out laughing. From Xiao Jia's sleeve, a wooden sign with a happy expression slipped out. At this moment, 01 said, the video has been edited with music, and the caption is ready. The master can post it anytime. Qi Yuan logged into his account and found the video in his drafts. The video didn't show any faces, just 3 hands and 3 marriage certificates. Of course, to be more precise, it was 2 hands and 1 sleeve. Finally, it's my turn to show off. Qi Yuan happily hit the post button. Not far away, Xie Xinsu was confused. Yesterday, when she saw Ning Dao, she was already a bit bewildered. Today, she had just woken up and saw a moving wedding dress. And, it had even gotten a marriage certificate with her cold and indifferent master. She was completely dumbfounded. Is this a monster clan? A puppet, or something else? She was filled with confusion. Canary was clearly a cultivator, with powerful abilities, so how could she share a husband with an alien race? At this moment, she felt a vague sense of apprehension. She suddenly realized that her previous golden core stage cultivation might not be much. This alien called Xiao Jia seemed to have an extraordinary background. Could the dog owner, I mean, my cat owner, also have an extraordinary background? Xie Xinsu suddenly had a terrifying thought. Then, she quickly shook her head. Impossible. If he were special, why would he practice martial arts? If he had set foot on the path of immortality, why would he pursue martial arts? In this world, the path of martial arts has limited potential. Xie Xinsu felt lost in thought, her cat brain unable to sort out all the ideas. Sigh, busy with the wedding, tomorrow there's the feast. Fortunately, there are only the 3 of us in our household registry, otherwise, we'd have to toast everyone. Now it's good, we've even saved money on a wedding host. Qi Yuan waved his hand, feeling quite pleased. To be honest, he saved some money again, which he could now save for buying gongxing. People have been notified, the hotel is booked, time to cultivate martial arts. Qi Yuan treated the game like a task, while cultivating martial arts was the task. Canary and Xiao Jia were his life. Xiao Jia and I are going to sunbathe. Canary dragged Xiao Jia to the balcony to bask in the sun. The house was filled with warmth and happiness. Back in his room, Qi Yuan continued his martial arts cultivation. Although he had a cheat code allowing him to infinitely consume monster blood to improve his cultivation, practice was still necessary. Turning martial arts vitality into storage space, cultivating this is so troublesome, it takes a whole night. In the stronghold of the Yellow Springs world, Qi Yuan had acquired this martial art. Forget it, cultivating is too troublesome, I might as well add some points. Qi Yuan decided it was better to take shortcuts. He sat on the bed, eyes closed. A faint fragrance reached his nose. He knew it was Canary's scent. In his mind, images of Canary from not long ago appeared, her petite body, her dreamy expression, her broken gaze. Qi Yuan, be diligent, practice restraint. Only 50 drops of monster blood left, gotta use it sparingly. You used 10 drops of monster blood to begin compressing and expanding the vitality in your body. Ding, blood vitality space successfully established, with a volume of 0.01 cubic meters. Qi Yuan looked inwardly and found a blood vitality space had formed inside his body. The space is a bit small, but it's okay, I'll leave it as is. Although he could use monster blood to expand the space, Qi Yuan chose not to. He needed to keep some monster blood for emergencies. He was strong but still believed in being prepared for any scenario. This diligent cultivation yielded good results. The biggest gain was a breakthrough in my voice acting skills. The word, ding, is simply the essence of the system. The more Qi Yuan thought about it, the prouder he felt of himself. This sense of accomplishment was akin to skipping a stone 17 times. I wonder when the next mission will begin. My monster blood isn't enough. With this thought, Qi Yuan continued his cultivation. Such heavy rain. In a dim basement, Shenyang looked at the damp ground, his eyes filled with concern. The place he lived in was less than 10 square meters, with a monthly rent of 500 yuan. In a city like this, it was quite decent, just having a place to live. Unfortunately, today someone came and told him that such simple, low-ceilinged houses and basements were uninhabitable due to hidden dangers. He knew the risks, but who would want to live in such places? The last place he lived in was like a rural toilet, but the typhoon was too strong, blowing the house away, so he had to move. Finally, after finding a new cubbyhole, he had to leave again. Sigh, making money is really hard, but compared to guarding a tiny piece of land back home, at least I can save some money and have hope. Having worked hard all day, he was now exhausted, his back aching, and had no energy left. He could only scroll through short videos to relieve his boredom and fatigue. Although he was unwilling deep down, wanting to improve and not resign himself to fate, living in such a world, what could he do? At this moment, a video caught his eye. He paused, a look of envy appearing in his eyes. These rich folks are getting bolder and bolder, flaunting marriage certificates, showing off 3 at once, without even pretending. There should be a law against flaunting wealth, otherwise, we common folks will always be discontent. Shen Yong mused, then laughed. He opened the comment section and casually read through it. Envying the rich every day. Boss, teach me. Bro, you married 2 wives at once. Couldn't help it, I reported it. Don't get it wrong, this isn't a rich guy, this is an immortal cultivator. See, in his last video, he was even selling cultivation techniques. Shen Yong saw this comment and was stunned. Cultivation techniques. Shen Yong thought of recent online discussions. Is this world really about to change drastically, becoming more and more fantastical? Like the martial arts tournament, champion Qi Yuan broke through martial arts limits, punching his opponent into a blood mist, like the Spider Island, where celestial light shone, and they found the corpses of over 10,000 baby girls. Or how everyone in the Qin Yuan country voted on the life and death of the Mu family of the 7 Martial Stars clan. Or how there was an extra sun in the sky. All these strange events happened all at once. Most people vaguely felt that something big was going to happen in this world. Perhaps, a once-in-a-millennium change was upon them. If I became an immortal cultivator, wouldn't I also be able to marry 2 wives? Shen Yong thought to himself. Of course, he was just fantasizing. If he became an immortal cultivator, he would reach out to the world. He clicked on the profile of the person who married 2 wives and checked his first video. Cultivation technique, 100 million. And it was sold. Could it be real? Shen Yang's heart pounded, and he followed the account. Should I take a risk? He knew that in this world, besides one's background, most people's talents were not very different. Being a bit bolder, who knows, he might gain unexpected rewards. Do I have to tip to send a private message? Gritting his teeth, Shen Yong recharged and tipped, then sent a message, congratulations on your marriage. Now, the previous video had only a few dozen comments, so those wanting to private message were probably very few. Moreover, the tipping requirement for private messaging had deterred many people. Night fell, and the bright moon shone in the sky. Unfortunately, it's not like the moon in Kanglin world. The moon in Kanglin world was the projection of the moon goddess Yuanjin in the heavens. This moon was Gongxing's satellite. What's wrong, husband, are you thinking of returning to Kanglin world? The door gently pushed open, and a girl in a black slip dress entered the room, her snow-white shoulders exposed to the air, carrying a unique youthful charm. Her skin had a sickly whiteness, whiter than snow, but some faint red marks could be seen. Perhaps her petite body was too small, and the upper edge of her slip dress had a wide gap against her chest's mud and fat like snowy skin. A slight downward glance from Qi Yuan, and he could see everything. No, if I wanted to go back, I could go back anytime. But since time flows differently, it's better to stay here until the game ends, Qi Yuan answered seriously. He held Ning Dao in his arms. I have to stay here for at least 100 years. The path of the human martial master requires 100 victories. This was just one time. 99 to go. Isn't that 99 years? 100 years is so short. The girl clung tightly to Qi Yuan's arm. Don't worry, now that I've perfected my nascent soul, I can summon you to Kanglin world at any time. As for the stellar golden core, it can just hang in the sky. I guess it can swallow stars. Hearing this, the girl looked happy but then said, no, I have to stay in the sky often to comprehend the divine domain. On the stellar golden core, she was always in a state of forgetting and not forgetting. Time was the foundation of her divine domain. Only on the stellar golden core could she quickly comprehend the divine domain and improve her strength. Elsewhere, it could take thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years to progress slowly. Remaining on the stellar golden core would accelerate her growth. She didn't want to be a burden like she was on Nine Mountain, watching helplessly as he entered the gate of myriad manifestations while being powerless. Though she liked being protected, she didn't want to always be that way. Qi Yuan hesitated, thinking of something. Your divine domain is the path of time. I think you could go for postgraduate studies. The technology here is quite interesting, maybe it could help you with your path of time. Postgraduate studies? The girl was surprised, seemingly thinking deeply. Then go for a PhD too, and you'll become a female PhD. Qi Yuan chuckled softly, then added, there's a saying, once onshore, break ties with the one you love first. You wouldn't just kick me out after getting your PhD, would you? You. The girl seemed a bit annoyed, I'll kick you out now. Haha, Qi Yuan chuckled, actually, I think immortal cultivation can be considered a kind of science too. In this world, after stars age and die, they may become black holes. If I let my golden core age and die, would it also become a black hole? You know, black holes are mysterious celestial bodies, even more terrifying than stars. I even feel that if I entered a black hole now, I would instantly be shattered. Of course, Qi Yuan was just guessing. He hadn't entered a black hole, not even seen one. This universe was a bit odd. Or rather, it could only be considered a small universe, roughly the size of a galaxy. Of course, it could also be that Qi Yuan's current strength was still too weak to discover more. It's better not to try it if you're not sure. The girl was very concerned about Qi Yuan. Don't worry, I'm always very steady. If he weren't steady, he would have already turned his divine infant into a black hole. After all, forming the divine infant and transforming a star into a black hole are very similar. Of course, another reason was that Qi Yuan was reluctant to part with his stellar golden core. Having his golden core hanging in the sky, shining on all the worlds, how cool is that? And who says the Yang God is the ultimate goal of cultivation? His golden core Tao could also reach the other shore. In the future, when there are more golden cores, the sky will be full of his suns, casually smashing a few stars to see if they can become black holes. I'll have to work hard too. The girl nodded earnestly. You can work hard, just don't work too hard when I'm sleeping. Qi Yuan said, looking at the girl with some tenderness, you being alone on the sun, it must be quite lonely. It's hot there, not lonely. The girl gave a charming smile, then thought of something, her voice turning hesitant, husband, don't worry. If you miss me, you can call me down anytime, As she spoke, her movements grew bolder, becoming restless in Qi Yuan's arms. At this moment, Qi Yuan's eyes flashed with a sly smile. Canary, stop pretending to be Ning Dao. Canary's face turned bright red, and her bold action stopped abruptly. She looked a bit flustered. Qi Yuan, you're talking nonsense. But in the next instant, her lips were sealed, her body stiffening. After a dozen breaths, she was subdued by Qi Yuan and pressed onto the bed. She got up, bending over with her back to Qi Yuan, panting heavily, how did you find out it was me? If it were Ning Dao, it'd be me who'd be pinned down by now. Qi Yuan held Canary's slender waist, a smug look in his eyes. Of course, he also understood that Ning Dao was her, and Canary was also her, they were all the person he cared about. In the hotel's hall, cold sweat formed on the hotel manager's forehead. Yesterday, he received a call saying that a wedding would be held here. At first, he thought it was a big order. But then, just one table. He actually found it a bit funny and pitiful. A wedding with just one table, how cheap can they get? But he thought about it, business wasn't good, so he still set aside a private room for the newlyweds and even offered a discount. But soon after, a group of unexpected guests arrived, giving him some instructions. That's when he realized the joke was on him. A top-tier noble was holding a wedding at his hotel. He initially thought it was a low-key noble, hence their choice of his place. Officials came to instruct them not to reveal anything about today's event. But no one told him the bride wasn't human. Well, one of them was human, the other wasn't. Personally serving as a waiter, the hotel manager's legs trembled as he entered the private room. The good thing was, he wasn't the only one embarrassed. Inside, holding their wine glasses, every man and woman trembled, afraid of spilling their drinks. Oh my God, the hotel manager felt his worldview collapse. The first time hosting a wedding, for a non-human. At this moment, in the private room, Qi Yuan held a glass filled with juice and scanned everyone. Why aren't you smiling? Are you naturally not inclined to smile? Huang Huan immediately put on a smile. Mr. Qi, it's because Miss Ning Dao is so beautiful, we're a bit nervous. Isn't Xiaojia beautiful? Qi Yuan couldn't help but say. He never played favorites. Beautiful. Huang Huan nodded earnestly. Li Yan, holding her wine glass, nodded vigorously as well. At this moment, her feelings were a mix of all kinds. Thinking of her previous thoughts, she found them laughable. Initially, she thought Qi Yuan was very handsome, even felt a bit of attraction. Of course, she felt this way about many celebrities too. Upon learning Qi Yuan had a mental illness, she snuffed out that feeling. After all, she couldn't afford to lose face like that. Now, seeing Qi Yuan's wives, one so stunningly beautiful as Ning Dao, the other, a wedding dress. She suddenly felt her past self, ridiculously naive. Everyone present had different thoughts. Wu Qi's body also trembled slightly, unable to contain her excitement. Originally, because of Qi Yuan, she had long been at odds with her agent. Working hard as a chauffeur, she got nothing in return. Now, just being able to attend this wedding was worth it. At this moment, Qi Yuan's gaze fell on Zhang Miao's face. Doctor, how's your kidney deficiency? As Qi Yuan spoke, everyone present turned their eyes to Zhang Miao. Mr. Qi said Zhang Miao had a kidney deficiency, so she must have it. But how could she have kidney deficiency at such a young age? Zhang Miao's face turned red instantly, but she couldn't help but refute, I don't have kidney deficiency. Originally, she came to persuade Qi Yuan not to ruin other girls' lives. After all, marrying with a mental illness was just wasting others' lives. Seeing that the ones he was ruining were a wedding dress, the words she had prepared were all swallowed back. What else could she say? Although a bit headstrong, she wasn't stupid, afraid of being beaten to death. How about you give me some of your blood, and I'll study your kidney deficiency? Qi Yuan continued. Now, having entered the golden core stage, he vaguely sensed the special nature of Wu Qi's blood and that of the child brought back from Guiran. For him, it was indeed useful. It could nourish the divine soul. In the mortal heart world, Qi Yuan had formed the divine infants of innate chaotic gods and demons. These nascent souls were him, yet not him, they still retained a trace of true spirit. However, they were currently dormant. He placed these divine infants in the Tian Kun ancient mirror for nourishment. Now, he had found a better place. It was people like Wu Qi. At that time, placing the nascent souls to reside in these people, their bodies would have multiple grandpas, or grandmas. These grandpas, or grandmas, would occasionally wake up, guiding them to improve their strength, then nurturing their divine souls, allowing them to truly awaken. Once these nascent souls awakened by themselves, becoming independent entities, they could cultivate on their own. With the foundation of visualizing powerful blue star gods and demons, combined with the resources from the mysterious alien heritage site, the cultivation progress of these entities would be astonishing. The potential would be limitless. Each could be a young god. By then, what level would Qi Yuan's strength reach? Of course, this was just speculation. Qi Yuan was only at the golden core stage now. To summon the nascent souls, he would need to reach the purple mansion stage, which was still a long way off. By then, this world might already be experiencing a spiritual revival, with numerous cultivation worlds connecting, and many cultivation sects descending, recruiting disciples and leaving legacies. At that time, Qi Yuan might go around sending grandpas and grandmas, competing for disciples with those sects. Dr. Zhang Miao, in Qi Yuan's eyes, was somewhat similar to Wu Qi but also different. So, Qi Yuan wanted a drop of her blood to investigate further. I'm not kidney deficient, and I won't give you my blood. Zhang Miao looked wary. Having interacted with Qi Yuan many times, she wasn't very afraid of him. What a pity, you might have missed out on a grandma. Qi Yuan sighed. He didn't force anyone, I already lost my grandma a long time ago. Zhang Miao couldn't help but retort. That's why I wanted to recommend a grandma to you. If you like, I can recommend a grandpa too. Qi Yuan was very generous. There were more than 4,000 divine infants, he needed to find more people. No need, thank you. Zhang Miao suspected that Qi Yuan's condition might have worsened. Did you take the medicine I prescribed for you last time? With a compassionate heart, she still asked. Qi Yuan was speechless. You should worry about your kidney deficiency first. Look at you, it's been a long time since you've had a good sleep. If you keep having nightmares, you might just pass away one day. Hearing this, Zhang Miao's face turned pale. Those dreams were indeed frightening and terrifying. At this moment, Qi Yuan looked at Wu Qi. In a while, I'll send you a grandma, okay? Wu Qi's mind went blank. Why was he giving her a grandma too? She didn't have the courage that Zhang Miao did, so she could only bite her lip and agree, okay, I will treat her like my own grandma. Maybe I'll send a big grandma and a little grandma. Qi Yuan spoke, without any filter. Wu Qi could only smile and say, okay. Wang Shu watched this scene, still grinning foolishly. The conversation here was too high level for him to understand. After a few rounds of drinks, the wedding feast ended in joy. After seeing everyone off, Qi Yuan held Ning Dao in his arms, holding Xiao Jia's hand. With a flicker, they returned to their home. Qi Yuan lazily said, finally ate my own banquet, but it was a red banquet. Last time I missed the white one, which is probably the biggest regret of my life. Not attending his own funeral, not eating at his own banquet, truly one of life's 3 greatest regrets. If asked what the other 2 were, Qi Yuan wouldn't know, as he had just made them up. It can be rescheduled, Canary said eagerly. She was small, delicate, and cute. She had to jump a little to reach Qi Yuan's eyes, so Qi Yuan always had to hold her close. Forget it, it's inauspicious. Qi Yuan said lazily. Then, he waved his hand. Look, what did I buy for you? Canary quickly took the item Qi Yuan handed her and opened it. Her face immediately turned red, and she bit her lip. It's still daytime, Qi Yuan. Hey, what are you thinking? Didn't you want to go to graduate school? I bought you a school uniform. Huh, Canary's face turned even redder. I've already pulled some strings so you can take the exam here in Tianyu City. Qi Yuan said proudly. HMPH. Canary nodded. If I'm going to grad school, what about you? I'll continue practicing martial arts, and I have a feeling the mission in the Yellow Springs world is about to start. I need to go in and complete the mission. Too bad I can't go in. Sigh. Studying is so annoying. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. In the end, the Canary still wore the school uniform. However, when Qi Yuan took her to school, she glared at him. No one else is wearing this, it's completely useless. She looked quite cute in that moment. Qi Yuan patted the Canary's hair and said dotingly, it might come in handy occasionally. Indeed, when a person is petite, even when they're angry, they look adorable to others. The Canary's face blushed instantly. I'm off to school now. She ran off quickly. Qi Yuan watched her back, the doting look in his eyes not fading at all. It wasn't until her figure completely disappeared from his sight that Qi Yuan prepared to go home and practice martial arts. A message appeared on his phone screen from the Canary. I won't be wearing the school uniform at night. Qi Yuan chuckled at the message on the phone screen. Work hard and try to get into a PhD program. After sending the message, Qi Yuan turned around to leave. But suddenly, a hand grabbed his arm tightly. The Canary, who was supposed to be heading to school, had somehow appeared in front of him. She looked up at Qi Yuan with a pitiful expression. Qi Yuan, I don't want to go to school. She clung to his arm tightly, as if afraid that if she let go, Qi Yuan would disappear. Right now, the Canary was like a little cat without a sense of security, clinging to him closely. As expected, nobody likes going to school. Only after graduating and working might one look back fondly on school days. Qi Yuan sighed softly. Of course, it's more about missing certain people from school days. However, for Qi Yuan, those people weren't much different from NPCs in this world. The Canary looked at Qi Yuan with pitiful eyes. Can I make a puppet to go to school instead of me? Sure. Qi Yuan extended his hand and gently held the Canary's cold, small hand in his palm. When he played games and went to unfamiliar maps, Xiao Jia would accompany him. The Canary, after leaving Nine Plate Mountain and Lufeng Realm, only had him as a close person. Great. The Canary happily leapt up, a smile spreading across her face. Quick, bend down, I'll reward you with a kiss. Why don't you stand on your tiptoes? Qi Yuan said dotingly, but he still lowered his head. A gentle breeze came, like a cool night wind. Qi Yuan picked up the Canary, and the two disappeared into the crowd. At the school gate, some voices could be heard. Am I seeing things? I could have sworn there was a really good-looking couple just now. One of them was wearing a school uniform. I saw them too and was about to take a picture, but now they're gone. Maybe you two have been indulging too much and your eyes are blurry. In the Yellow Springs world, within the stronghold. Qi Yuan scanned the stone chamber, curiosity in his eyes. During these days, he had been diligently practicing, either in martial arts or immortal cultivation. For him, progress was quite ordinary. In between his practice, he also accompanied the canary and Xiao Jia, laying on the earth as their bed, with the sky as their blanket, traveling across mountains and rivers. Occasionally, he would pretend to be a college student and attend university classes with the canary. After all, he couldn't just let a puppet attend all the classes and earn the credits. Finally, after several months, the mission in the Yellow Springs world finally arrived. While staying in the stone chamber, Qi Yuan suddenly struck out, a flash of red and yellow light hitting the stone table. With this strike, Qi Yuan used the ordinary strength of a golden core. But even with that strike, the stone table remained completely unmoved. As expected, I'm still too weak to damage this stone table, Qi Yuan noted and stopped trying, instead stepping out of his room. The stronghold looked the same as ever, occasionally with some humans drifting around. On the bamboo tower, men and women dressed in various revealing outfits swayed their bodies, teasing the passers-by. Qi Yuan glanced over, calm and indifferent. Not far away, and Chao approached, holding a tracking dog, joy evident in her expression. I didn't expect we'd be doing this mission together. And Chao was naturally pleased, as missions had a high mortality rate. Qi Yuan, who could kill a Jade Blood Realm demon, was considered a strong presence in this stronghold. This mission involves others too. Where are they? Qi Yuan asked. The mission prompt indicated that this was a group mission, with over 20 participants. They should be from other strongholds. We'll meet them at the mission location, and Chao answered truthfully, then continued, Mr. Qi, we need to stay vigilant against people from other strongholds. In executing the mission, they would cooperate to complete it and earn rewards. But human nature is unpredictable. Besides the mission rewards, for those participating, other participants were also a prize. When we enter the game, will we replace other NPCs? Qi Yuan asked. Last time, he had replaced a gambling butcher. As a result, he encountered a child bride with a rare marriage saint constitution. The first time you enter, you will replace someone, but later on, you'll enter as a member of the demon subduing division. And Chao carefully explained. Interesting. Does that mean the demon subduing division is an official organization that spans across multiple worlds? Qi Yuan muttered. Mr. Qi, if you're ready, shall we start the mission? And Chao asked. She wanted to complete the mission quickly. Wait a moment, I'm going to pick up some stuff. Qi Yuan said, squatting down to pick up some dirt, grass, and stones from the ground, placing them into his qi and blood space. Seeing this, and Chao looked puzzled, why are you picking those up? For my wife to study. She's about to be a PhD, she might figure out how to get in and out of here. That way, she can accompany me on missions in this world. Qi Yuan didn't hide anything. The stones and dirt he picked up here would be given to the canary for research. Hearing Qi Yuan's words, and Chao couldn't help but want to laugh. Everyone fears the Yellow Springs world like it's a demon, yet you want your wife to come here with you. Being separated for so long, I just want to stay together, Qi Yuan said casually, picking up sticks from the ground. And Chao's eyes flashed with envy, I hope your wife can figure out how to get in and out of the Yellow Springs world soon. Of course, and Chao didn't believe Qi Yuan's wife could figure it out. The Yellow Springs world was incredibly bizarre. For so many years, countless talented people had emerged from the Yellow Springs world, encompassing all the elites from Gongxing for over 10,000 years. Yet, no one could find a way in or out. Their entry and exit were entirely at the discretion of the Yellow Springs world. Qi Yuan nodded. With the canary's abilities, and his eyes that could see hidden information, he still had some confidence in studying the Yellow Springs world. After about a dozen breaths, Qi Yuan had collected a lot of samples, all placed into the qi and blood space. Alright, we can proceed with the mission now. Okay, and Chao replied. The two arrived at the center of the stronghold, where there was a stone mill platform over 100 square meters. Once they stepped on it, they would receive the mission prompt and enter the mission. Without hesitation, Qi Yuan stepped onto the stone mill platform. Immediately, the space began to spin. This spin seemed timeless, completed in an instant. Qi Yuan quickly listened carefully, trying to hear something. Perhaps the time was too short, he heard nothing. When he realized it, he suddenly found himself in a dimly glowing space. This space seemed to be in the air. At this moment, he and Chao were like they were stepping on clouds. The game prompt also rang in Qi Yuan's ear at this moment. The Feng Yuan kingdom governs the world with filial piety, established 30 years ago. The north is in turmoil, demons rampage, and humans are their food. The noble families in the north are suffering and are migrating south. Junyang City is located in the north, trapped by demons. The Tong family has had 7 generations of single heirs. In March, the demons launched a massive attack on the city, causing heavy casualties. The only grandson of the Tong family, Tong Tianyu, was captured by demons. Mission: find Tong Tianyu and investigate the cause of death of his father, Tong Yue. Reward: Ancestral Reversion Pill. It's actually an ancestral reversion pill. And Chao couldn't help but exclaim, clearly recognizing the value of the mission reward. Oh, is this pill very powerful? Qi Yuan asked while glancing around this space. There were about a dozen people nearby, all blood warriors exuding a not insignificant aura. However, most were at the Qi and blood stage, with only a few at the Jade blood stage. These people were also participants in the mission with them. Before Chao could answer, a bald man spoke up. The strength of us blood warriors depends on the concentration of our bloodline. The stronger the ancestors' bloodline, the higher our bloodline concentration, and the stronger our talent and potential. The ancestral reversion pill allows us to glimpse a strand of our ancestors' true intent and thus enhance our bloodline concentration. Seeing the bald man, Chao's eyes showed caution. She continued, the higher one's bloodline talent, the greater the effect of the ancestral reversion pill. Conversely, if one's bloodline talent is very low, the ancestral reversion pill might not even be as effective as a simple body-refining blood pill. The bald man looked at the two and continued, if you complete the mission alive, I would be willing to purchase your ancestral reversion pills at a high price. No need, the ancestral reversion pill is also of great use to us. And Chao quickly refused. The bald man smiled and then looked at Qi Yuan with interest. I heard that Brother Chen Fan died in the last mission, and his belongings were taken by a newcomer named Qi Yuan. Could that be you? There were special ways to communicate within the stronghold. It was even said that if one was strong enough, they could cross the sea of fog to other strongholds. Oh, what of it? Qi Yuan looked at the bald man, who resembled a boiled egg. Would you consider transferring the Genius Alliance entry token to me? If you do, I will ensure your safety during this mission. The bald man said earnestly. He had always wanted to join the Genius Alliance, but his talent had not caught their attention. If he could obtain the entry token, he could join this powerful organization. He could then leave this backwater and move to a larger stronghold, without worrying about being swallowed by the sea beasts. Protect me, your strength doesn't seem that great, Qi Yuan said disdainfully. He didn't care for the Genius Alliance entry token, but he wouldn't give it away easily either. He didn't trust this man's promise to protect him. I am at the mid-stage of the Jade Blood Realm, just one step away from the late stage. Protecting you would be no problem, the bald man asserted confidently. At that moment, a menacing voice came. Yang Guang, I want that Genius Alliance entry token. A big bearded man walked over, his body reeking of blood. Seeing the bearded man, the men and women present all showed a change in expression. Blood Demon Hand Zhou Yuan. It's him, he's in our team. We're done for. I heard he often attacks his companions. Seeing Zhou Yuan, everyone looked fearful, instinctively stepping back to distance themselves from him. Bald Yang Guang's eyes showed caution. Zhou Yuan, business should be done in order, and this young man hasn't decided to trade with me yet. If you want to trade, you can offer a higher price, and we can compete. Zhou Yuan's eyes flashed with disdain, he's not worthy of trading with me. If not for you, I would have already taken it by force. With this statement, everyone witnessed Zhou Yuan's domineering nature. However, Zhou Yuan was indeed qualified to be domineering. His strength was the highest among those present, at the late Jade Blood Realm. Beside him, Qi Yuan smiled, Yang Guang, didn't you want to be my bodyguard? Start by driving Zhou Yuan away, and I'll see if you have the qualifications to protect me. When entering the game world, completing tasks was necessary, but so was meeting the substitute for his, White Moonlight. Having an extra helper would be beneficial. As for the Genius Alliance token, it was fine to trade it. The only regret was not giving Luo Bufan a benefit. In the real world, Luo Bufan's family didn't continue its legacy either. Hearing Qi Yuan's words, Yang Guang was delighted, and a strong aura emanated from him. Zhou Yuan, this young man is now under my protection. I suggest you leave, or else. Zhou Yuan grinned and licked his lips. Heh, I'll leave right now. After speaking, Zhou Yuan walked away directly. And Chao, seeing this, was stunned. Is this guy sick or what? Yang Guang quickly raised his hands and said, he's not my accomplice. Zhou Yuan's personality has always been like this. He is suspected of having a major illness. He was afraid Qi Yuan would misunderstand and think he and Zhou Yuan were in cahoots. He indeed has a major illness, mentally unstable. Qi Yuan's eyes flashed with a strange light. Zhou Yuan, late Jade Blood Realm martial artist, has consumed too many ancestral reversion pills. His bloodline is heavily influenced by his ancestor, resulting in a dramatic change in personality and erratic behavior. It's a pity Dr. Zhang Miao isn't here. She could issue him a mental illness certificate, Qi Yuan muttered, then asked Yang Guang, if you take too many ancestral reversion pills, will you be influenced by your ancestor? Generally, no, Yang Guang replied, but then he remembered something, and said seriously, but in rare cases, yes. Some bloodlines see their descendants as resources. If that happens, you'd need a blood transfusion to change your fate. I see, Qi Yuan said softly. Honestly, he now wanted to see who his bloodline ancestor was. He looked at Yang Guang and continued, this time, in the mission world, I plan to hunt some demons to obtain their blood essence. Are you strong enough to protect me? Yes, absolutely. With me here, you'll surely reap a bountiful harvest. Yang Guang promised, patting his chest. Demon blood essence could enhance strength, but each person could only absorb a limited amount. Even with a blood purification pill, excessive consumption was not possible. Yang Guang believed that with Qi Yuan's strength, hunting a Jade Blood Realm initial stage demon would yield more than enough blood essence. That's good to hear. I appreciate your help, Yang Guang. Qi Yuan smiled happily. This time, entering the game with a hitman meant he could slack off. Yang Guang nodded, brimming with confidence. It seemed that this time, the Genius Alliance entry token would be his. The only one he needed to be wary of was Zhou Yuan. He might make a move in secret. After a few more exchanges, the cloud beneath them flashed with light. The nearly 20 people present finally arrived in the mission world. The Tong family, located in the center of Zhenyang City, was a well-known noble clan. The late Master Tong had served in the Secretariat as a Grand Secretary of the third rank, a high-ranking and powerful position. However, after Master Tong retired, his political legacy remained unused, and the north descended into chaos. Countless noble families and clans migrated south. Zhenyang City, located at a strategic position, had Mount Shuyao to the front. This mountain was treacherous and unsuitable for large-scale migration. More importantly, Mount Shuyao was filled with demons, and among them was a demon hero. This demon hero was ambitious, uniting the 3,000 demons of Mount Shuyao, forming a demon village and training demon soldiers. Zhenyang, Hengyang, and Kashui cities were all besieged by Mount Shuyao. The grandson of the Tong family had been captured by demons from Mount Shuyao. At this time, outside the Tong family estate, Qi Yuan was wearing the uniform of the demon subduing division, yawning. Yang Guang took out a token, looked at the trembling inn-servant ahead, and spoke with authority, where is Tong Yue? What year did he die? Entering the mission world, Yang Guang decided to start by questioning the locals about the Tong family, then proceed into the Tong estate. The inn-servant was an old man, hunched over, barely standing at 1.5 meters. Reporting to the officer, Master Tong Yue died 3 years ago, died suddenly in the Tong family courtyard. It's said he died a tragic death, his entire heart was dug out. It was said to be a demon disaster, truly a sin. Mentioning demons, the inn-servant's eyes were filled with resentment, as if demons had devoured his family. Heart dug out, Yang Guang frowned. The inn-servant continued, Core Master Tong and Madame Tong, they had only one heir for 7 generations. The day Master Tong died, Madame Tong's hair turned white overnight, she aged over 10 years. Did the Tong family investigate what demon was responsible? Yang Guang asked. The Tong family didn't dare investigate. Even if they did, what could they do? Go demand answers from Mount Shuyao. The inn-servant shook his head, his aged face showing regret. Yang Guang squinted, contemplating something. Then Qi Yuan spoke, let's go, see if we can find any clues at the Tong estate. Yang Guang nodded, and Chao, holding the tracking dog, headed towards the Tong estate as well. At this time, quite a few of Qi Yuan's companions had already entered the Tong estate. Thus, when the 3 of them and a dog arrived, they encountered no obstacles. Welcoming them was an old steward from the Tong estate. The grandson was captured by demons, and the old master is worried sick, bedridden and unable to see guests. Please understand. The steward was old, moving with difficulty. Where did Tong Yue live? Take us there. Qi Yuan glanced around the Tong estate and asked casually. This mission involved finding Tong Tianyu and investigating the true cause of Tong Yue's death. Tong Tianyu was captured by demons. To find him, they just needed to head to Mount Shuyao. But finding the truth behind Tong Yue's death required investigation. Well, after the young master passed away, his house caught fire and burned down, nothing was left. The steward replied. What about his wife? Qi Yuan asked again. She died in childbirth, gave birth to the young master, the steward answered with a sigh. There's a rumor outside that Tong Yue was killed by demons. What kind of demon? Yang Guang inquired. The steward quickly shook his head. I don't know about that. The county magistrate also sent people to investigate but found nothing, just said it was the work of demons. Where is your young master buried? Yang Guang asked again. We can't inspect the body, can we? The steward had a conflicted look. Several officers before you had the same thought, but you might be disappointed. After the young master was buried, a demon disaster occurred in the graveyard, and the young master's body was stolen. What? And Chao exclaimed in surprise. This is very strange. Yang Guang squinted, pondering. Tong Yue's death was definitely not simple. His residence burned, and his body was stolen. If one coincidence was acceptable, a series of them was not. It indicated that someone was hiding something behind the scenes. What do you think, Brother Qi? Yang Guang looked at Qi Yuan. Based on my years of watching TV, usually when a body is missing, it means faked death. Qi Yuan replied seriously. That's how they always portrayed it on TV. There was also the trope of pushing the enemy off a cliff, stabbing through the heart, and yet the enemy survives. That's why when Qi Yuan killed someone, he made sure to crush the bones to dust, witnessing their death with his own eyes. But the game setting says he's dead, so let's assume he is. Qi Yuan didn't want to argue with the game designers about the plot. Yang Guang couldn't help but smile, agreeing with Qi Yuan's assessment. He continued questioning the steward. Did Tong Yue have any enemies in Zhenyang City? The young master was kind and never held grudges, rarely left home, and had no enemies. The steward confirmed. A kind-hearted shut-in. Indeed, no enemies. After all, there was no internet here for online arguments. What was the relationship like between Tong Yue and your old master? At this point, Qi Yuan asked suddenly. The old master and madam were very fond of the young master. When he fell ill with a fever and fell unconscious, the madam personally went to Wanshan Temple to request holy water, taking one step at a time up 762 steps, finally convincing the holy monk to help heal the young master. This matter is well known throughout the north. In Zhenyang City, ask anyone, they all know our master and madam cherished the young master greatly, wishing they could bring down the sun from the sky for him. The steward said, his expression melancholic. Since the young master passed, the old master and madam's health has worsened day by day. If it weren't for the young master, they might not have survived. Sigh. This time, if the young master doesn't come back, the Tong family line will end. Please, officers, bring the young master back safely. The steward seemed to empathize with the old master, his eyes wet with tears. At this moment, Yang Guang transmitted, is what the steward said trustworthy? The words are true, but whether anything was omitted is another matter, Qi Yuan replied truthfully. The steward's nose hadn't grown when he spoke earlier, meaning he wasn't lying. So, what do we do now? Yang Guang asked. Let's go see their old master. Qi Yuan replied. After all, as the head of the Tong family, the old master would know the most. And since Qi Yuan could tell if someone was lying, he wasn't afraid of the old master deceiving him. Even though everyone said Tong Yue was killed by demons, it could also be possible that the old master was behind it. After all, anything was possible. However, just as they were about to follow the steward to the old master's quarters, they heard a rough voice. You little brat, how dare you meddle in my affairs? We, from the Demon Subduing Division, are here to investigate the Tong family. A mere county magistrate wants to see me, he should come in person to invite me. After saying this, the person kicked out, sending a young bailiff, who looked quite tender, flying. The young bailiff lay on the ground, clutching his stomach, his face filled with pain, but he didn't dare to say anything back. This bailiff looks quite young, doesn't seem older than 14. For someone to hit him this hard, that's just despicable. And Chow couldn't help but say. Yang Guang also frowned, quickly rushing over to help the childlike bailiff up. He was still a warm-hearted person. Yang Guang looked at the person who had struck out, his gaze unfriendly. Although we are on a mission, these people are still living beings. The person who had struck saw Yang Guang, evidently wary of Yang Guang's strength, and immediately bowed his head, saying, "That was my mistake." In the Yellow Springs world, strength was everything. He didn't dare offend Yang Guang and had no problem admitting his mistake. At this moment, not far away, Qi Yuan looked at Yang Guang's head, with sunlight pouring down, and couldn't help but say, "His bald head is really shiny." Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. You there, why are you seeking the demon-subduing division? Yang Guang casually asked the young bailiff. The county magistrate wishes to meet with the officials from the south to discuss important matters, the young bailiff promptly replied. We will see Lord Tong first and then meet the county magistrate, Qi Yuan said casually. Investigating the cause of Tong Yue's death and finding Tong Tianyu would require some information from the county magistrate as well. The young bailiff's face lit up with joy. I'll wait right here for you, sirs. Having finally brought the demon-subduing division to the county magistrate, the young bailiff was thrilled. As the county magistrate had said, the demon-subduing division was the most powerful in Fengyuan, specializing in eliminating demons. They might be able to break the siege of Zhenyang City. Zhenyang had become an isolated city for 3 years. The people of Zhenyang had suffered from demons for a long time. Under the steward's lead, the group marched deep into the Tong estate. The further they went, the more they encountered tall, powerful guards with strong blood auras patrolling. They wore soft armor, had fine swords at their waists, and carried high-quality equipment. Your family's security is quite tight. How could a demon have infiltrated and killed Tong Yue without anyone knowing? Yang Guang asked. In just a short while, he had seen no fewer than 50 private guards patrolling. Rather than an estate, the Tong Manor resembled a large fortress, complete with a training ground. The steward lowered his head and replied, I do not know, sir. There were rumors that it was an inside job from within our Tong estate. After the death of Master Yue, the old master was furious and purged the servants. All those suspected were beaten to death. Hearing this, Qi Yuan couldn't help but remark, this game is still too rigid. There should be a mission for us to investigate the cause of death of those beaten to death, that would add a twist. And Chow quickly agreed, is the master's life more valuable than the servants? Yang Guang chuckled but commented in awe, no wonder everyone wants to be a noble family, they have soldiers, food, and land. The Tong family is practically a small royal court. Their conversation was transmitted through sound, ensuring the steward did not hear them. Otherwise, he might have thought they were government officials sent to suppress the Tong family and could have accused them of treason. They might not be able to leave the Tong estate without a fight. As a local noble family, the Tong estate housed nearly 1,000 family soldiers and over 100 armored soldiers. This kind of force could not be underestimated. About a quarter of an hour later, after winding through the estate, they finally reached Lord Tong's residence. Outside the courtyard, many maids stood with gloomy expressions. They seemed to be worried about the young master, who had been captured by demons. The steward couldn't help but wail, our ancestors have served the Tong family for generations. If the young master does not return, the Tong family will fall apart. Where would we go then? His sadness was not feigned. After all, being a family servant in a noble house like the Tong family was much better than being a peasant. It was also a position of prestige. Let's go and see your lord, Qi Yuan said. After about a dozen breaths, they entered an antique-style house. Qi Yuan and the others filed in, surveying Lord Tong, who was lying in bed. Lord Tong was in his 60s, frail and breathing weakly. A white-haired woman sat by the bed, her face tear-streaked. The woman, who was only in her 40s, had well-maintained skin but was also covered with white hair. She was the same woman who had walked step by step up the steps to Wanshan Temple to pray for medicine for her son, Tong Yue. Upon seeing them, Lord Tong opened his cloudy eyes. My lords, you must bring my grandson back. If you do, there will be a great reward. Lord Tong waved his hand. The steward gave instructions, and after a few moments, several burly armored soldiers brought a wooden chest into the room. The chest was opened to reveal piles of silver, along with some jewelry and ornaments. And Chow saw this and felt a mix of emotions. Had she not entered the Yellow Springs world, she might have been tempted by such wealth, but now she was unmoved. However, the wealth and private soldiers already demonstrated the strength of the Tong family. With such power, the eldest son's mysterious death and the young master's kidnapping suggested deep waters beneath the surface. Yang Guang looked at Lord Tong and softly asked, "Lord Tong, we will certainly search for Tong Tianyu. What we need to know now is the cause of Tong Yue's death." The white-haired woman's hands trembled. Hearing her son's name, tears fell like rain. "My poor son, whom I carried for 10 months, it was my fault for not protecting you." Lord Tong's eyes also showed a hint of sadness. Yue was likely killed by the flower demon, Man Luo. Hatred flashed in Lord Tong's eyes. Yang Guang's eyes lit up. Indeed, important information had just been revealed. Qi Yuan stood quietly to the side, his expression amused. His nose hadn't grown, indicating that Lord Tong was telling the truth. Tong Yue had indeed died at the hands of the flower demon, Man Luo. My poor grandson was also taken by the flower demon, Man Luo. If hatred could kill, the flower demon Man Luo would have died countless times from Lord Tong's gaze. His nose didn't grow, so it's true. This mission is unexpectedly simple. Just ask an NPC, and they tell you the answer. Did the Tong family have any enmity with the flower demon Man Luo? Yang Guang continued. Investigating the truth also meant understanding the motive behind the killer's actions. Hearing this, Lord Tong's face changed slightly. Lady Tong, who had just stopped crying, started weeping again. Lord Tong's voice turned hoarse and pained. "I have been indulgent with Yue my entire life. Whatever he wanted, I gave him, fearing only to disappoint him. He wanted the courtesan, and I got her for him. He wanted Kirin blood, and I sent people to Mount Shuyao to hunt it. But when he wanted to marry a demon into the Tong family, that was the first time I got angry with him. We humans and demons are sworn enemies. How could I allow a demon into the family? So, this flower demon Man Luo was someone Tong Yue loved?" And Chao asked. And Chao's mind raced with thoughts. From her years of watching TV dramas, it seemed likely that the Tong family's master had separated the couple, causing the flower demon Man Luo to hold a grudge. She resented Tong Yue for changing his mind, so she dug out his heart and kidnapped his son. Everything suddenly made sense. It seemed simple. Yes, back then, I wouldn't allow her into our house. Yue resented me for it, but later, he understood our concerns. He and Lady Yun were respectful to each other. After Lady Yun passed away, he never remarried, Lady Tong said, reminiscing about the past. I wish Man Luo had taken my heart instead of Yue's. My poor son. Lady Tong's emotions were becoming agitated. Listening to all this, Qi Yuan's nose didn't grow. This meant that Lord and Lady Tong were telling the truth. Tong Yue had indeed died at the hands of the flower demon Man Luo. Cough, cough. At that moment, Lord Tong coughed, blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. Lady Tong quickly went to his side to attend to him. Yang Guang and the others understood it was no longer appropriate to stay. Lord Tong, please take care of yourself. We will find Tong Tianyu. Yang Guang finished speaking and left with Qi Yuan and the others. What do you think? Yang Guang transmitted to them. If they are telling the truth, Tong Yue's death is straightforward. All we need to do is find the flower demon Man Luo, and the truth will be revealed, and Chao responded. Alright, then let's meet the county magistrate. This mission seems more challenging in terms of finding Tong Tianyu than investigating Tong Yue's death. Mount Shuyao has 3,000 demon soldiers, it looks like a tough battle ahead. Yang Guang's fighting spirit was evident. On the mottled walls, traces of black blood remained, and the brick walls bore many knife marks. The county lieutenant, clad in armor, was a burly man with sunken eyes and a fierce gaze. However, his expression was grim at this moment. HMPH, Zhenyang has been besieged for 3 years, and despite numerous requests to the court, no one has responded. Yet the court sent the demon subduing division to investigate when a single scion of the Tong family went missing. HMPH, is the entire city's population worth less than 1 Tong Tianyu? The county lieutenant was particularly displeased, harboring disdain for the noble families. He was once a leader of displaced people who rose up against the demons. But he was ultimately outnumbered and defeated, retreating to Zhenyang City, where he became a county lieutenant, commanding the county's military affairs. The county magistrate was a small old man with a constant kindly smile on his face. Old Li, your grievances aside, don't show it when the emissaries arrive. HMPH, The county lieutenant, old Lee, snorted, his expression reluctant, and then he sighed, I understand, the people of the city can't wait any longer. In his youth, he led 100 young men from his village to fight the demons, protecting their homes and gaining numerous victories. At that time, the government sent officials to offer him a position, but having won many battles, he was proud and arrogant, not taking the government seriously. When the government saw that they couldn't win him over, they colluded with the demons, leading to the massacre of his troops. He had no face left to return to his village. Otherwise, if those old women and children asked about their sons, husbands, or fathers, he wouldn't know how to answer. His heart was filled with anger towards Mount Shuyao. Because the strategist of Mount Shuyao was someone from the government who had tried to recruit him. Sigh, I don't know how much longer Jianyang City can hold out. The county magistrate hunches over, as if this position is more comfortable. At this moment, footsteps approached. The county magistrate straightened his back, suddenly full of energy, and quickly looked towards the entrance, moving to greet them. The county lieutenant hurried over as well. The emissaries have traveled far. I have prepared a feast for you. Please enjoy. The county magistrate greeted them warmly, his face filled with a spring-like smile. Outside, it was the young bailiff, along with Qi Yuan and the others. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. A feast, not bad. It's good to have a feast early. Last time, the game ended before he could have his feast. This county magistrate reminded him that he could have a feast first. After the feast, he could go kill some demons, perfect. Please, honored emissaries, come inside. The county magistrate quickly said. The county lieutenant scrutinized the 3 demon-subduing division members, his expression serious. Clearly, he sensed the strength of the demon-subduing division members. After some brief pleasantries, they all went inside. Inside, a table was set with a dozen hot dishes, steaming with heat. Qi Yuan and the others sat down casually, the aroma wafting up to greet them. I love feasts, Qi Yuan said without hesitation and started eating immediately after sitting down. Of the dozen hot dishes, most were vegetables, only 4 were meat. Qi Yuan ate with relish, but An Chao and Yang Guang did not touch their chopsticks. The 2 of them were not interested in ancient dishes. Moreover, the food looked rather plain and somewhat simple. Seeing that the 2 weren't eating, the county magistrate quickly said, Jianyang City has been under siege for 3 years, and supplies are scarce. We don't have anything good to offer. Please forgive us, esteemed emissaries. I just ate, not hungry. Yang Guang replied, also picking up his chopsticks to take a piece of radish. However, the radish tasted bland, as if not enough salt had been used. You didn't put enough salt on this. Yang Guang commented while touching his bald head. The county magistrate smiled awkwardly, with Jianyang City under siege and the trade routes cut off, there's a shortage of salt. It's that bad. Yang Guang was taken aback. Suddenly, he thought of what he had seen on the way to the county office. There seemed to be no young or strong men around, only old men, women, and children. Even the bailiffs seemed to be just kids. Before the county magistrate could respond, the county lieutenant couldn't help but speak up. Honored emissaries, you may not know, but ever since the noble families migrated south, we who stayed in the north have become the demons' food supply. There is a severe shortage of food and salt in the city. We have no choice but to risk sending people outside the city to buy food and salt. The journey is extremely dangerous, and any misstep means falling into the hands of the demons and becoming their food. Only 3 out of 10 groups return. The county lieutenant's eyes were filled with deep helplessness. Out of 10 groups that set out, only 3 returned with salt or food. The rest either perished or went missing. Hearing this, Yang Guang's eyes filled with rage, these demons should be eradicated. The county magistrate then quickly asked, honored emissaries, is there any word from the court about when the royal army will reclaim the north? The county lieutenant also looked at Yang Guang with great anticipation. Being stared at like this made Yang Guang a bit embarrassed. He touched his head, I don't know about that. Though he was with the demon-subduing division, he wasn't a member of it. He naturally didn't know when Fengyuan would reclaim the north. Upon hearing this, the county magistrate's previously straight back slumped again, and his energy immediately waned. The demon-subduing division was close to the emperor, and they had the most reliable information from the court. These emissaries said they didn't know, which meant, the court had not even mentioned reclaiming the north. The county magistrate's last hope was dashed. Then he forced a bitter smile. Given the ongoing southern migration, a northern campaign was but a distant dream. Has there been any edict from the court? The county magistrate asked again. No, Yang Guang continued eating his radish. In fact, he didn't recognize most of the other vegetables and was afraid of falling ill if he ate them. Hearing this answer, the county magistrate was momentarily at a loss for words. The court had forgotten about Junyang City. He asked again, unwilling to give up, why have the emissaries come to Junyang this time, and when will you return? We will leave once we find Tong Tianyu, Yang Guang replied truthfully. The county magistrate's face changed slightly. The county lieutenant slammed his chopsticks on the table. The court sure is concerned about the Tong family. As for the city's people, did the court even mention them? The county magistrate quickly stood up and apologized. I'm sorry if we've offended you, esteemed emissaries. No problem, Yang Guang replied in a low voice. Having completed many missions, he naturally understood that the people in these mission worlds were real people. Not just game data. Seeing Feng Yuan's people suffering, he also didn't feel good about it. At this moment, the county magistrate said, when the emissaries leave, could you perhaps take some of the children with you? Now, Junyang City had no hope. A breakout was impossible. The only safe way out was for a small elite unit like the Demon Subduing Division. The county magistrate hoped that these nearly 20 members of the Demon Subduing Division could take some seeds of hope out. Even though they might only save a dozen people. But even saving one, was still saving a life. Junyang City had suffered heavy losses among its young and strong men. Only about a third of the soldiers on the city walls were young men. The remaining 2/3 were split between elderly soldiers and child soldiers. Hearing this, Yang Guang looked ashamed. We cannot do that, I'm sorry. Once they completed their mission, they would immediately leave this world and return to their base. They couldn't bring anyone back with them. Upon hearing this, the county magistrate froze, and his trademark smile vanished. The county lieutenant picked up his chopsticks and slowly resumed eating, saying as he ate, the emissaries have important military duties. How could we hold them up? The county lieutenant Old Li's voice was rather sarcastic. He harbored deep resentment towards the court. Yang Guang grew increasingly embarrassed and didn't know what to say. The atmosphere at the table became awkward. They ate in silence, with none of the earlier friendliness and familiarity. The county magistrate hunched over, also remained silent, as if whoever spoke first would be the one embarrassed. About 100 breaths later, Qi Yuan put down his chopsticks. All right, the feast is over. Time to kill some demons. Qi Yuan clapped his hands and stood up. After the feast, he had to kill some demons, otherwise, the meal would have been for nothing. Emissaries, are you going to kill demons? The county magistrate was taken aback. Weren't these Demon Subduing Division members here to rescue Tong Tianyu? Why would they go to kill demons? Yes, I've long been interested in the demons on Mount Shuyao and plan to hunt some. By the way, do you have a map of Mount Shuyao, and can you tell me their troop deployment and strength? Qi Yuan asked, ready to mooch off some information. Does the Demon Subduing Division intend to attack Mount Shuyao? The county magistrate's eyes lit up. No, it's just that I intend to hunt some demons on Mount Shuyao, Qi Yuan said softly. Yang Guang added from the side, Brother Qi wants to hunt some demons to extract their demon blood and enhance his strength. Hearing this, the county magistrate's hope was dashed once again. To extract demon blood to enhance strength meant they wouldn't kill many demons. It seemed the court really had no intention of dealing with Junyang City. However, regardless, the emissaries going to hunt demons, killing one was one less demon, which was still beneficial to Junyang City. The county magistrate was willing to help. Bring the map of Mount Shuyao. Soon, the excessively young bailiff brought the map to Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan took the map and said, thank you. As a reward, after killing the demons, the bodies will be yours for food. Do you want to send some people with me to carry the demon corpses? Yes, Humushi, didn't you always want to see Mount Shuyao? Here's your chance, take some people and go with the emissaries, the county lieutenant instructed. The young bailiff, named Humushi, was delighted and immediately bowed, thank you, emissaries. This Humushi was the young bailiff they had met at the Tong estate earlier. He looked to be only about 12 or 13 years old, making him a child soldier. Your name is Humushi? Qi Yuan asked with a curious look. Humushi was puzzled. Has the Lord heard of me? I have heard of another Humushi with the same name, but he was a great general. Qi Yuan recalled a piece of history he learned recently while pretending to be a student with Ning Dao. In history, there was indeed a famous general named Humushi. This general had an extraordinary experience, learning martial arts and military tactics from a divine figure in his dreams when he was young. Hu Mushi became a leader of displaced people, commanding an army of over 100,000 elite soldiers at the height of his power. He ended a period of turmoil. His achievements were comparable to those of Guo Zi of the Tang dynasty on Blue Star. However, Qi Yuan didn't think much of it. In games, it's normal to refer to real-life figures for the setting. This Hu Mushi's prototype might just be the real Hu Mushi. Gather the people, let's go, time to hunt demons. Qi Yuan said. After a good meal, it was time to hunt some, white moonlight, demons. Understood. Hu Mushi straightened his back, looking excited. Qi Yuan asked, does the county magistrate know where the flower demon Man Luo is now? I have heard of this demon. It is rumored that the trouble in the Tong estate was caused by the flower demon Man Luo. This demon should be on Mount Shuyao. As for its specific location, I do not know. If the emissaries are in a hurry to find this demon, you could visit the abbot of Wanshan Temple. This demon lived in Wanshan Temple before it transformed and has a close relationship with the abbot. He may know its whereabouts. Oh, Wanshan Temple. Qi Yuan opened the map and immediately saw Wanshan Temple. He wondered, Wanshan Temple is right on Mount Shuyao. Why has the demon army left this temple alone? HMPH, because the strategist of Mount Shuyao is a disciple of the abbot of Wanshan Temple. The county lieutenant's tone was harsh when he mentioned this. He had a deep-seated hatred for the strategist of Mount Shuyao. This setting is complicated. It seems the abbot of Wanshan Temple is also a key mission character, Qi Yuan remarked casually. With his many years of gaming experience, Qi Yuan was certain the abbot of Wanshan Temple was important. Yang Guang nodded, agreeing with Qi Yuan's observation. The county magistrate and the county lieutenant were confused, not quite understanding Qi Yuan's words. Let's go. First to Wanshan Temple, then to hunt demons. Qi Yuan stood up. Yang Guang, serving as a temporary bodyguard, quickly followed. And Chao did the same. Soon, the only ones left in the room were the county magistrate and the county lieutenant. Clean this up, and bring this delicious food to the soldiers on the city wall. They haven't had a taste of meat for quite some time, the county magistrate instructed, hunching over as he looked at the warm food on the table, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. His meals hadn't been this good in a long time, it was only this lavish thanks to the emissaries of the Demon Subduing Division. These people from the Demon Subduing Division, they are likely here to take away the Tong family. Can we keep the Tong family's grain and livestock? The county lieutenant stroked his beard, his expression unreadable. If the Tong family were taken away by the Demon Subduing Division, the city's power would diminish. Junyang City really had no hope left. Sigh. The county magistrate sighed. It is indeed good to be a noble family. Junyang City was in crisis, and the county magistrate often went to the Tong family manor for help. Unfortunately, Lord Tong showed no interest in defending Junyang City. He neither sent troops nor provided food. As county magistrate, he had no way of dealing with Lord Tong. Firstly, Lord Tong was a noble with 1,000 private soldiers and a fortress built within the estate. In terms of power, it was even stronger than Junyang City. Secondly, Lord Tong held an official position and was known for his extreme filial piety. Fengyuan was a state governed by filial piety, and to be known as a household of utmost filial piety was a great honor, almost like an amnesty. Thirdly, Lord Tong had connections in the court. If the county magistrate offended him too much, his legitimacy as a county magistrate could be called into question. The latter 2 points didn't bother the county magistrate much. But the first point he couldn't ignore. He was very envious of the Tong family's private soldiers. If they could help defend, Junyang City would be much better off. Unfortunately, enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Wangshan Temple. The mountain stood tall and serene, with the ancient temple perched on its peak, hidden amidst the clouds. Occasionally, the sound of a distant bell echoed, creating a sense of a paradise on earth. However, to the people of Junyang City, while it would have been appropriate to call Wangshan Temple a paradise 3 years ago, it wasn't the case anymore. Now, the stone steps leading up to the temple were covered in blood, and every step was marked by bones. Many who could no longer survive in Junyang City fled towards Wangshan Temple, only to be hunted and killed by demons on the steps. Within the ancient temple, weeds grew everywhere, and thorns were scattered all around. An old monk sat motionless in front of a Buddha statue, his eyes closed, chanting sutras. Tap, tap, footsteps echoed, sounding particularly loud in the great hall. The abbot of Wangshan Temple, eyes still closed, paused his chanting, "What brings you here, honored guest?" Even without opening his eyes, just by listening to the footsteps, he could tell that the owner of these steps was neither one of his disciples nor a demon. "I'm Qi Yuan from the Demon Subduing Division, here to inquire about something." Qi Yuan looked calmly at the abbot of Wangshan Temple. The abbot appeared to be paralyzed in his legs, his cultivation level reaching the peak of qi and blood. Qi Yuan estimated that if it weren't for his leg problems, this abbot would likely have already reached the jade blood stage. What might this benefactor be here for? The abbot remained calm and showed no fear despite Qi Yuan's affiliation with the Demon Subduing Division. "The flower demon man Luo, I want to know her whereabouts." Qi Yuan didn't waste any time. The previously calm abbot's face showed a hint of pain upon hearing this name. "She is in the Fenghua cave." The abbot did not hide anything. "Your heartbeat tells me you're not lying, but this statement is a lie." Qi Yuan studied the abbot. With his level of cultivation, he could tell if an ordinary person was lying without using his ability to detect nose lengthening. The abbot's heartbeat remained steady, and his micro-expressions suggested he was telling the truth. But his nose had grown longer. The abbot looked at Qi Yuan in surprise. "Benefactor, you are quite unique." "Whether I'm unique or not is irrelevant. Tell me the correct answer." Qi Yuan wasn't in the mood for games. He was eager to hunt demons. "The one you are looking for is in Fenghua Cave," the abbot replied again. This time, Qi Yuan's nose didn't grow longer. A look of interest appeared on Qi Yuan's face. "Interesting, this time it's true. The flower demon man Luo being in Fenghua Cave is a lie, but the person I'm looking for is indeed there. Doesn't this mean, oh, I need to use my brain here? I'd better stop thinking and just go with it." Qi Yuan didn't bother thinking further. This mission seemed complicated, but if he really wanted to complete it, it wasn't difficult. If he could just search the souls of all the enemies, wouldn't the truth come to light? That would be much faster and more accurate than blindly guessing. At this moment, the abbot said, "If the benefactor has come to eliminate the demon, please spare her life. She has had a pitiful life and only killed those who deserve to die." The abbot's voice carried deep helplessness. According to the county magistrate, the flower demon man Luo was raised by the abbot of Wangshan Temple himself, almost like his own daughter. "Thanks for the information, I've noted it." Qi Yuan nodded. He was still polite, even though he was just here to get some information. Saying thank you was always good manners. After saying this, Qi Yuan's figure disappeared. In the vast hall, only the abbot of Wangshan Temple remained. He looked at the hall, seemingly seeing again the young boy and girl kissing beneath the Buddha statue. He also seemed to see the tearful cries of old Master Tong and Madame Tong. Humans and demons walk different paths. A father who loves his son will plan deeply for him, the abbot muttered to himself. Mount Shuyao, known for its steep mountains and cliffs. At this moment, led by Hu Mushi, a group of people made their way through a narrow mountain path. The road was overgrown with thorns and brambles, making the journey treacherous. Suddenly, Qi Yuan stopped in his tracks. "Bodyguard, it's your turn to act." Ahead, in a cave, two demons were clearly asleep. These demons were scattered demons. Hu Mushi, leading the group to exterminate demons, naturally targeted the scattered ones. Otherwise, if they accidentally intruded into a demon camp within Mount Shuyao, no matter how brave they were, they wouldn't be able to handle it. Yang Guang's voice was robust. "Brother, you stay here and enjoy your melon, I'll be right back." Having promised to protect Qi Yuan, Yang Guang was determined to keep his word. After all, as long as he provided Qi Yuan with enough demon blood, he could obtain the entry pass to the Genius Alliance. A great deal indeed. "Make it quick," Qi Yuan said, sitting down on a large rock and eating a watermelon. This watermelon had been stolen from a melon field, no, picked up from there. According to their estimates, this watermelon had been planted by demons on Mount Shuyao. Since they passed by, they might as well confiscate it. The only pity was that they hadn't found the owner of the watermelons, otherwise, they could have earned more demon blood. Qi Yuan sat on the rock, crossed his legs, looking relaxed. Hu Mushi and the three other bailiffs stood nearby, each holding a watermelon and with their pockets full of watermelon seeds, planning to plant them back in the city where food was scarce. "Lord Qi, letting Lord Yang go in alone, will that be dangerous?" Hu Mushi asked worriedly. "There are two pig demons in the cave, both powerful demons at the late stage of qi and blood. A late-stage Qi and blood demon was already considered an officer in a demon camp. Hu Mushi had thought the three lords from the demon-subduing division would act together. Instead, don't worry, Yang Guang should be very strong, otherwise, he wouldn't have offered to be my bodyguard. It's a minor issue. Qi Yuan continued eating his watermelon and spitting out the seeds. Seeing this, Hu Mushi didn't say more, though he still looked anxious. As time passed, Qi Yuan finished his watermelon and stared at the rind in his hand. There's no trash can here. Where should I throw the rind? Qi Yuan was quite conscientious and didn't litter. Especially not with watermelon rinds, someone could slip on them and get hurt, and then he would have to pay compensation. Hu Mushi blinked at Qi Yuan's question. This was a man from the capital. The things he thought about were so strange. No worries, this place is rarely visited, only demons come here. Even if someone slips, it'll be a demon, and Chao said. Good point. Qi Yuan then discarded the watermelon rind. Just then, footsteps were heard, accompanied by a robust voice. Brother Qi, those two pig demons have been slain. Is the demon blood sufficient? Not far away, bald-headed Yang Guang approached, carrying a pig demon in each hand. Each pig demon weighed 300 to 400 pounds. Now they were just dead pigs. Seeing this, Hu Mushi and the other bailiffs' eyes lit up. Lord Yang was incredibly fierce. He had killed 2 late-stage Qi and blood demons in the time it took to eat a piece of watermelon. Not enough, Qi Yuan said, waving his hand. Instantly, 100 drops of demon blood fell into his hand. No worries, we still have time, I'll go kill more demons, Yang Guang said, carrying the 2 pig demons without even breaking a sweat. I am a man of my word. I promised to get you enough demon blood, and I will. To be honest, Yang Guang felt a bit guilty towards Qi Yuan. After all, he was the one benefiting the most from this deal. How much demon blood could a newly initiated jade blood cultivator like Qi Yuan actually use? And the entry pass to the Genius Alliance was extremely valuable. I trust your character, good job, Qi Yuan praised him appropriately. At this moment, Yang Guang threw the pig demon bodies to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. These demon bodies, take them back for food. Hu Mushi swallowed hard. The 2 pig demons weighed almost 1,000 pounds combined. The people in the city would be able to eat well. The 4 bailiffs hurried forward and lifted the 2 pig demon bodies. They had all trained in martial arts, so they were incredibly strong. Hu Mushi, continue leading the way, this time, find a stronger one. Yang Guang said confidently. According to his calculations, killing another early jade blood demon would definitely suffice for Qi Yuan's needs. He chose to hunt an early jade blood demon rather than several late Qi and blood demons to demonstrate his strength. It was his way of showing Qi Yuan, see, with me as your bodyguard, you can feel completely safe. More importantly, if he didn't kill an early jade blood demon, given that Qi Yuan himself could take down late Qi and blood demons, it would seem as if his role as a bodyguard was redundant. It's like being the only person in a department. If you take a leave and everything functions fine without you, the leaders might realize they don't really need you. A stronger one. Hu Mushi's expression changed multiple times. Such a demon would be capable of commanding 100 demon soldiers within the demon camp. Are you sure we should? Relax, with me around, what's there to fear? Yang Guang pounded his chest with confidence. After slaughtering 2 demon boars, his confidence was at an all-time high. Alright, as you say. We'll seek out a serpent demon. It's at the early stage of jade blood. Hu Mushi said with a hesitant expression. Rest assured, a mere early jade blood demon is nothing to be concerned about, Yang Guang replied, full of self-assurance. Qi Yuan chimed in cheerfully, this bodyguard was well worth hiring. If only I'd met him sooner, my previous mission world wouldn't have been so tough. Yang Guang, now brimming with confidence, responded, if we ever cross paths in another mission, I'll protect you again. Really? Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. Even if we face a supreme enemy, you'll still protect me. Of course, Yang Guang answered without hesitation. Qi Yuan appeared thoughtful. It's a shame. There's an enemy I'd love to have here right now. If I could call him over, you could help me kill him. Oh, what kind of enemy? Yang Guang asked instinctively. Well, the old ancestor of the Taihuang Palace. He's quite formidable. He nearly forced me to leave my home. Alas, I'm too weak right now. If I were stronger, maybe I could stand against him. Qi Yuan recalled the great catastrophe in the Kanglan realm and the Taihuang Palace behind it, particularly that young god. That young god didn't seem like an ordinary one. Hearing this, Yang Guang's thoughts settled. It's probably just a mid-level jade blood cultivator. If he dares to come, I will surely take his head and present it to you, Brother Qi. Yang Guang declared without concern. Brother Yang, such courage and boldness. Qi Yuan exclaimed in awe. In the Kanglan realm, anyone who knew about the Yang god from Taihuang Palace wouldn't dare speak ill of him. This was because a Yang god's projection could span across the heavens, it wasn't just a figure of speech. Saying one wrong word might trigger his perception. But this world was different, there were no stars reflecting across the heavens. The Yang god of Taihuang Palace couldn't perceive anything here. Otherwise, a bolt of lightning might immediately descend from the sky and strike Yang Guang dead. Still, Qi Yuan was curious. If the Yang god from Taihuang Palace did come down, and Yang Guang tried to protect him by fighting the Yang god, what would the result be? Seeing Yang Guang so confident, he must have some hidden cards up his sleeve, right? A gentleman is true to his word, Yang Guang proclaimed, thumping his chest again. Brother Yang, how about this? After this game, why don't you come home with me? If that old ancestor from Taihuang Palace descends, you can help shield me, Qi Yuan suggested tentatively. Although Yang Guang was only at the mid-stage of jade blood, who knew, maybe he had the cultivation of a grand supreme Tao ancestor hidden within him. That wouldn't be so surprising, would it? For instance, a small ant that eats a grain of rice today might have swallowed a dinosaur yesterday. It makes perfect sense. No problem, consider it done. Yang Guang agreed without hesitation. Let's go, hunt the serpent demon. Qi Yuan ordered. Yang Guang's eyes gleamed with pride. Brother Qi, you just keep eating your melon. Leave the demon slaying to me. About half an hour later, they arrived in a forest. Yang Guang was true to his word, he said he'd go alone, so he went alone. Qi Yuan and the others stayed in the forest, waiting for Yang Guang to return after killing the demon. Qi Yuan sat on a stump, a foul stench in the air. The smell here is too strong, I've lost my appetite for watermelon. I might as well cultivate. Having just obtained 100 drops of demon blood, it was definitely time to cultivate. And Chao watched Qi Yuan, eyes filled with admiration. Mr. Qi, no wonder you reached the jade blood stage at such a young age. Your diligence is truly remarkable. Hu Mushi looked equally impressed. And Chao continued observing Qi Yuan, who closed his eyes and seemed to genuinely begin cultivating. Then, an unusual voice came from Qi Yuan's mouth. You have consumed 100 drops of demon blood and begun cultivating. Cultivation is a path that values diligence. 50 drops of demon blood consumed, your cultivation has increased by 50 days, moving far along the early jade blood stage. 50 more drops consumed, your cultivation has increased by another 50 days. Thanks to your strong early foundation, you are now just a step away from the mid-stage of jade blood. Quote? And Chao was perplexed. Quote? Hu Mushi was baffled. Qi Yuan opened his eyes, looking quite refreshed. Not bad, this cultivation session was worth it. I'm almost at the mid-stage of jade blood now. Beside him, and Chao looked at Qi Yuan with a peculiar expression. Is this really cultivation? Does cultivation come with sound effects now? Mr. Qi, do you always cultivate like this? And Chao couldn't help but ask. Yes, this method is quicker. Using demon blood, it's quite fast, Qi Yuan replied frankly, not hiding anything. And Chao couldn't hold back any longer. She, too, had consumed demon blood for cultivation. But she never did it like Qi Yuan. It took her at least a day to refine a single drop of demon blood, converting it into Qi and blood. As for Qi Yuan, he just gave a self-narration, pretending to be some kind of system from TV shows and anime, and then boom, cultivation done. This is simply a tall tale. How could any serious martial artist cultivate like this? Mr. Qi, you can't consume demon blood recklessly. Otherwise, you might go mad and end up exploding. And Chao cautioned. Don't worry, I can add points. I'm not afraid, Qi Yuan replied. And Chao looked at Qi Yuan with suspicion. Has he already gone mad? His mental state seems quite abnormal. Just then, a heavy stench filled the air again. Yang Guang reappeared, his bald head slightly bruised, but he looked pleased. Brother Qi, this time the haul is great. There were actually 2 early-stage jade blood serpents in the serpent's den, and I killed them both. The demon blood from these 2 serpents should be enough for you, right? Yang Guang said, breathing heavily. Clearly, hunting these 2 early-stage jade blood serpents had taken some effort. But the gain was substantial. The demon blood from these 2 early-stage jade blood serpents was definitely enough for Qi Yuan's needs. Not bad, that's 400 drops of demon blood, Qi Yuan said, waving his hand, and 400 drops of demon blood appeared in his palm. These 400 drops of demon blood were enough for him to step into the mid-stage of jade blood. He was growing fonder of Mount Shuyao by the moment. Especially with a free fighter to help him. He wondered if he should have Yang Guang help him wipe out all 3,000 demon soldiers on Mount Shuyao. After all, Yang Guang was confident enough to challenge the Yang god of Taihuang Palace. Wouldn't sweeping away Mount Shuyao's demons be like blowing off some dust? However, this demon blood isn't enough. I consume it very quickly in cultivation, you can ask in Chao. I swallowed up 100 drops in one go just now, Qi Yuan said expectantly to Yang Guang. How about you go kill some more? Not enough. Yang Guang's heart skipped a beat. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Yang Guang's expression changed multiple times. Brother Qi, the demon blood from 2 early-stage Jade Blood Realm demons, should be enough, right? He had a bad feeling. Could it be that appearances are deceiving? Was Qi Yuan deliberately making things difficult for him because he didn't actually want to give him the entry token for the Genius Alliance? Not enough, Qi Yuan shook his head. He held 200 drops of demon blood and said softly, the old ancestor of Taihuang Palace is too strong. I need to quickly increase my strength. Let me show you now, how I absorb demon blood. With Qi Yuan's words, 400 drops of demon blood floated into the air and were absorbed into his palms and pores. And Chao widened her eyes. Last time, she hadn't paid close attention when Qi Yuan was cultivating. This time, she had to take a good look to see if Qi Yuan was really using demon blood for cultivation. She carefully watched Qi Yuan, not missing a single detail. He really did absorb it. Upon seeing Qi Yuan's actions clearly, and Chao's pupils constricted, and her eyes were filled with shock. Yang Guang froze, his mind going blank. Brother Qi, if you do that, you will explode and die. He urgently reminded him, absorbing a large amount of demon blood in a short time, the human body would not withstand it and could explode. He felt both anxious and guilty. He thought Qi Yuan might have been provoked by his words and thus absorbed 400 drops of demon blood all at once. But the next moment, an inexplicable voice sounded, and Yang Guang was stunned, staring blankly at Qi Yuan. You consumed 400 drops of demon blood and began cultivating. 100 drops of demon blood have been consumed. You gained 100 days worth of cultivation. Your qi and blood are abundant, reaching the peak of the early stage of the Jade Blood realm. After consuming 300 drops of demon blood, you tried to advance directly to the late stage of the Jade Blood realm in one go. However, even though you are exceptionally talented and intelligent, the demon blood fell short, being somewhat nutritionally deficient. Your attempt failed, but you gained 300 days of cultivation. After the voice finished, Qi Yuan opened his eyes, his expression filled with joy. This time, pretending to be a system again brought new rewards. It seemed to know how to please its host better. See, I absorbed all 400 drops of demon blood, and I've already reached the mid-stage of the Jade Blood realm, Qi Yuan said, looking at Yang Guang, extending his hand. So, I still need more demon blood. Bodyguard, you know what to do. Yang Guang was at a loss, his mind in turmoil. What he saw in front of him was beyond his comprehension. Could it be, Qi Yuan had some special talent? Could he eat a lot and absorb it quickly? That was the only explanation. Yang Guang convinced himself and then looked at Qi Yuan, asking with difficulty, how much more demon blood do you need? Not much more. As long as the demon blood allows me to improve enough to defeat my great enemy, I'll stop killing, Qi Yuan said seriously. Due to the innate seed, the power-up in this world would almost completely reflect on his real body. So improving here was equivalent to his strength in the Kanglan realm also getting stronger. Brother Yang, could it be you're not up to it anymore? Seeing Yang Guang hesitating, Qi Yuan continued, if you're struggling, this time, you don't have to face the demons alone. I can join you. No need, I'm fine. Yang Guang replied loudly, even if Qi Yuan could absorb a lot, there had to be a limit. Moreover, his enemy, the old ancestor of Taihuang Palace, was probably just at the mid-stage of the Jade Blood realm. Killing 1 or 2 more mid-stage Jade Blood demons should be enough. No worries, just hold on a little longer. He was, after all, at the peak of the mid-stage Jade Blood realm and could even rival Zhou Yuan. Seeing Yang Guang so brimming with confidence, Qi Yuan couldn't help but praise, this bodyguard was worth every penny. HMPH, I certainly won't let Brother Qi suffer a loss. In this mission, whenever we encounter demons, I will slay them for Brother Qi and extract their demon blood. I will ensure Brother Qi returns fully rewarded. Yang Guang, insisting on saving face even at his own expense, figured he had started, so he might as well finish strong. Hearing Yang Guang's words, Qi Yuan was very pleased. Hu Mushi was also happy. After all, the corpses of the demons could be used as food. Next, the accompanying guards carried the demon corpses back to Junyang City. Only Hu Mushi remained in the mountains, guiding Qi Yuan and the others. In the next half-day, they visited 3 more rogue demon territories. Yang Guang killed 3 late-stage Qi and Blood Realm demons, 2 early-stage Jade Blood Realm demons, and even 1 mid-stage Jade Blood Realm demon. At this point, he looked vastly different from the confident figure who first entered the mountains. He was now injured, his blood martial energy depleted, and appeared quite miserable. Seeing Yang Guang carrying the demon corpses back, Qi Yuan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. So strong, I can't even see your limits. This time, when you staggered off to hunt the demons, I thought you would ask me to join you, but to my surprise, you came back. I almost want to sing you, Lonely Warrior, but alas, I'm too old to remember the lyrics. Yang Guang panted heavily, looking at Qi Yuan with a resentful expression. What Qi Yuan said was exactly what he wanted to say. He wanted to ask Qi Yuan, what's your limit? With so much demon blood, and yet, you still want more. But, having committed to his words and trying to maintain his facade, he had to see it through with gritted teeth. Here, have some watermelon, take a break. Qi Yuan tossed a watermelon, and Yang Guang caught it. He took the watermelon and ate it slowly. The watermelon, which he had initially found tasteless, now seemed incredibly delicious. The truth was, his blood martial energy was severely depleted. If he encountered another Jade Blood Realm demon now, he would have to flee quickly. Otherwise, further depletion of his blood martial energy would leave him without the ability to defend himself and unable to leave Mount Shuyao. Are you not okay? You seem pretty weak, Qi Yuan asked, looking at Yang Guang with concern. No, I'm fine, I'll protect you no matter what. Yang Guang threw the watermelon rind to the ground forcefully. Good, from your expression, I thought you had kidney deficiency. Qi Yuan was not a doctor, but whenever he saw someone who seemed sick, he would say it was kidney deficiency. 10 times out of 10, he'd be right. No, I'm incredibly strong now. If one demon comes, I'll kill one, if a group comes, I'll kill them all. Yang Guang quickly retorted. How could a man admit to being unfit? Moreover, you can't let someone label you with kidney deficiency. Not far away, and Chao watched this and couldn't help but chuckle. That's good, then I'm relieved, Qi Yuan sighed in relief. Noticing Qi Yuan's expression change, Yang Guang was a bit puzzled. He glanced at the gradually darkening sky and tentatively asked, tonight, are we still hunting demons? Isn't it a bit late? Don't worry, I'm not a ruthless capitalist who makes you hunt demons in the middle of the night, Qi Yuan quickly explained. He strictly adhered to an 8-hour workday. Yang Guang let out a sigh of relief. His life was spared. However, Qi Yuan mused, I don't hunt demons, but demons come to hunt me. Today, we've been wreaking havoc in the outskirts of Mount Shuyao, catching the attention of the demons. To attract more demons and gather more demon blood, I deliberately didn't conceal our aura. So, not far from us, over a dozen demons are heading this way. Their strength isn't too high, weaker than the ones you killed earlier. Just 3 early-stage Jade Blood Realm demons and a dozen Qi and Blood Realm demons. Quote? Yang Guang's eyes widened. He felt as if he heard a cracking sound, the sound of his heart breaking. What? Demons are coming our way. He quickly extended his senses, and what he discovered shocked him. He immediately locked eyes with more than a dozen pairs of demonic eyes. His heart skipped a beat. If he got tangled up with these dozen or so demons now, he might indeed be exhausted. Before he could speak, he saw Qi Yuan's expectant gaze. Brother Yang, it's your turn. I want their demon blood. Yang Guang felt like crying but had no tears, his legs trembling involuntarily. He seemed to remember the look his wife gave him after they had been married for a few years when he wasn't yet a warrior. Brother Qi, how about we run? Life is more important than face. At this point, Yang Guang accepted reality and decided to flee. If he lost his fighting strength and got entangled with these demons, drawing the attention of the main demon army, there would be no way to leave Mount Shuyao alive. Not to mention, they still had to go to the Fenghua cave to meet the flower demon man Luo and complete the mission. Run away. Qi Yuan was momentarily stunned, looking at Yang Guang. Why should we run away? Their strength isn't that great, they're not as strong as the ones you killed before. Hearing this, Yang Guang stammered, well, as the saying goes, it's not the plow that wears out the ox, but the land. There are just too many demons in Mount Shuyao. The more, the better. This place is a treasure trove, Qi Yuan said, then looked at Yang Guang with a disappointed expression. I see now, you're sick, kidney deficiency. Looks like this time, I'll have to rely on myself. With that, Qi Yuan got up directly. Yang Guang's face changed slightly. You've just reached the mid-stage of the Jade Blood Realm. Shouldn't we retreat first? If we get surrounded and the demon army swarms in, we won't be able to escape. And Chao's face also showed a worried expression. At this point, retreating was the best option. Why retreat? Qi Yuan's eyes sparkled with amusement. Today, when I picked up this stick on Mount Shuyao, I realized. Mount Shuyao is my blessed land. In Qi Yuan's hand was a straight stick. A stick this straight was quite rare. When people were young and found such a stick, they would feel like they were the Monkey King. Holding this stick, Qi Yuan also felt overwhelmingly powerful. Holding the wooden stick, he walked forward with determination. Women, children, and those with kidney deficiency, stay here. Tonight, let me protect you all. And Chao and Hu Mushi were moved. Yang Guang, on the other hand, wanted to argue that he wasn't suffering from kidney deficiency. But at this moment, given the atmosphere, it wasn't appropriate to break the tension. At this point, more than a dozen demons appeared. They were colorful and oddly shaped. At the front was a dog demon. Are you the ones from the Demon Suppression Division rampaging in our mountain, killing demons at will? The dog demon spoke cautiously, sizing up the 4 people before it. The other 2 early-stage Jade Blood Realm demons also looked serious. Originally, they heard that 2 late-stage Qi and Blood Realm demons had been killed, so they were dispatched to investigate. However, it seemed the enemies were stronger than expected. If you want to live, leave the demon blood behind. The dog demon demanded, clearly not wanting to fight Qi Yuan and the others. After all, with 2 enemies at the Jade Blood Realm, fighting them could result in significant casualties, not worth it. They intended to pretend to let them go, then call for more demon soldiers to encircle and annihilate them. Yang Guang heard this and was secretly thrilled, almost ready to help Qi Yuan agree to their terms. However, a cold, stern voice sounded. The moment I picked up this stick, it was destined that tonight would be anything but peaceful. Kill. In that instant, Qi Yuan's blood martial energy boiled, and he leapt forward like a giant bird, rushing toward the dozen demons. Although his cultivation was downgraded by 1 level in this world, similar to how a pre-true meaning realm sun god would be affected when entering other worlds, he was now in the golden core stage. However, in Qin Yuan country, with the assistance of the canary, Qi Yuan's cultivation had soared. After all, if the spiritual energy wasn't enough, what would he do? He would ask the canary for a kiss, transfer some spiritual energy, and maybe engage in dual cultivation. His cultivation level rose quickly. In the current world, he was already at the peak of the golden core stage. He was just 1 step away from the nascent soul stage. In the game, his strength was also at the late Jade Blood Realm level. Even without using his martial prowess, relying solely on his cultivation strength, he could easily slaughter these demons. A ray of light flashed from the wooden stick. Enlarge. With Qi Yuan's command, the wooden stick in his hand shone as if coated with golden light, transforming into something akin to the golden cudgel. Die. Qi Yuan wielded the wooden stick, looking majestic as he swept it through the air. The enormous stick seemed to weigh 100,000 pounds. The gust it generated uprooted nearby trees and sent them flying. The mighty wind roared like a whispering god. A powerful wind barrier formed, trapping the dozen demons inside, rendering them immobile. What is this? The leading dog demon's face was filled with shock and fear. The other demons felt the same, the sight before them had completely stunned them. Unfortunately, they didn't have much time to be surprised. The enormous stick directly slammed into their bodies. Even when they revealed their true forms, they stood no chance against this attack. Like the golden cudgel, the stick smashed down, instantly turning them into a bloody pulp. Instant kill, annihilation in a single strike. Not far away, Humushi's eyes widened, filled with admiration. And Chao's eyes were wide with amazement. Last time, Qi Yuan wasn't this strong, was he? Yang Guang, however, was filled with shock and suspicion. No way, brother, you're this powerful, you can easily kill me, yet you asked me to be your bodyguard. What kind of trick is this? And, is this even martial arts? What Qi Yuan used didn't seem to be martial arts. Instead, it looked like the legendary immortal arts. But, wasn't it said that using immortal arts in this world would lower one's level by a tier? Then just how strong was Qi Yuan's real body? His mind was shaken, and he didn't dare think further. Meanwhile, several hundred drops of demon blood arrived, and Qi Yuan's expression remained calm. As if he had just squashed a few ants. It's still better to crush them to a pulp, no need to bury them, and they can even fertilize the soil. The wooden stick in his hand returned to its original state, and Qi Yuan spoke lightly. Yang Guang's smile was awkward. He felt like he had been a bit of a fool earlier. With Qi Yuan's strength, does he even need protection? Zhou Yuan probably couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. Brother Qi, you've been hiding the truth from me. Your strength surpasses mine. Me protecting you is simply a joke, Yang Guang sighed. He felt that he could forget about the Genius Alliance token. Indeed, I have lowered my guard and shown part of my strength to you. Shouldn't you also drop your facade with me? Qi Yuan asked. Huh, Yang Guang blinked, not understanding Qi Yuan's meaning. What have I been hiding? Didn't you claim you could challenge my great enemy, the old ancestor of Taihuang Palace? Qi Yuan asked seriously. Quote. Yang Guang put on a pitiful look. I thought he was weak. Since he can be your opponent, there's no way I'm his match. Is that so? Qi Yuan looked at Yang Guang, his expression calm. After a few moments, he said, you weren't lying, your bloodline origin indeed pales in comparison to his. Yang Guang looked puzzled, not quite understanding what Qi Yuan meant. What did this have to do with his bloodline origin? However, saying his bloodline origin was weak was something he couldn't agree with. Although Qi Yuan practiced immortal arts and his real-world cultivation was high, making him a big shot, Yang Guang's bloodline origin was a force to be reckoned with. Of course, he didn't dare say this out loud. After all, Qi Yuan's actions were quite unpredictable. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Yang Guang had no way to argue back and looked at Qi Yuan, saying, so now, the demon blood should be enough, right? Shouldn't we retreat from Mount Shuyao? Not enough, far from enough, Qi Yuan shook his head. This amount of demon blood isn't nearly enough for me to defeat my great enemy. While there's plenty of demon blood here, I have to take advantage of it. Yang Guang was completely at a loss for words. And Chao also remained silent, finally asking, Mr. Qi, are you planning to stay here and engage in guerrilla warfare to obtain more demon blood? Something like that, Qi Yuan nodded. Naturally, he wasn't planning guerrilla warfare but rather a direct sweep. Well, and Chao hesitated for a moment before saying, maybe we should leave first. Otherwise, staying here would just hold you back, Mr. Qi. And Chao was speaking the truth. With her late Qi and Blood Realm strength, encountering a Jade Blood Realm demon would be the end for her. If Qi Yuan was going to engage in guerrilla tactics, her presence would likely lower Qi Yuan's efficiency. What you're saying makes sense, Qi Yuan nodded. Then he glanced at the three people present, focusing on Yang Guang. Can you still kill 100 Jade Blood Realm demons? Oh, 100. Yang Guang's expression looked more miserable than crying. 100 Jade Blood Realm demons would overwhelm him. I can't. It seems your kidney deficiency is still quite severe. Go back with An Chao and the others. Qi Yuan looked at him with disdain. Who could understand the irony? Hiring a bodyguard who seemed sturdy and strong, but it turns out he's suffering from kidney deficiency. Cough, cough. Yang Guang was at a loss for words. And Chao looked at Qi Yuan and said seriously, Mr. Qi, please prioritize your own safety. If things become untenable, please retreat promptly. However, at this moment, an unexpected childish voice spoke up, Mr. Qi, while you're here slaying demons in Mount Shuyao, you might need someone to take care of you. I, Humushi, am willing to stay and look after your daily needs. Humushi's young face showed a resolute determination, as if he had been grappling with this decision for some time. And Chao and Yang Guang looked at Humushi in surprise, seemingly astonished by his courage. Qi Yuan, on the other hand, remained calm. I have high standards for food. 3 dishes and 1 soup, can you manage that? Quote. Yang Guang, I can. Hu Mushi's face lit up with excitement. Seeing this, and Chao didn't say anything more. Initially, she wanted to remind Hu Mushi that staying on Mount Shuyao could mean certain death. She also couldn't understand why Qi Yuan would want to bring along a burden. Of course, she really couldn't comprehend Qi Yuan's thinking. Sometimes, even Qi Yuan himself couldn't understand his own thoughts. A quarter of an hour later, and Chao and Yang Guang's figures vanished. Inside the mountain cave, only Qi Yuan and Hu Mushi remained. Looking at the dark night outside, Hu Mushi, if he said he wasn't afraid, would be lying. However, he still clutched his knife tightly, standing guard at the entrance of the cave. Since the southward migration began, the nearby cities have faced dire circumstances. Almost all the young men of Junyang City had died in battle. Currently, a third of those guarding the city walls were child soldiers, and another third were elderly soldiers with white hair. The elderly couldn't enjoy their twilight years, and the children couldn't grow up. This was the reality of Junyang City. However, compared to other cities that had fallen to demon territories, Junyang City was relatively fortunate. Unlike the local hordes of demons who, upon seeing a city, would swarm over, massacre the inhabitants, and turn the bodies into rations, the leader of Mount Shuyao seemed to have a bit more vision. Rumor had it that, following the military advisor's suggestion, they laid siege to Junyang City, treating the people inside like livestock. This way, when they wanted to eat meat, they would send demon soldiers to snatch people. To them, the human jerky from Junyang City was an endless supply. Unlike other demon territories that exhausted their resources by fishing with a net, leaving nothing behind. When other demon territories lacked population and human snacks, they would still capture people from Junyang City to sell to other demon territories in exchange for resources. In other words, Junyang City was like a livestock farm and treasure trove for Mount Shuyao. Hu Mushi held his knife, occasionally glancing into the cave. Inside the cave, he could hear Qi Yuan making strange noises as if pretending to be a robot. Hu Mushi had many thoughts in his mind. If only I could keep consuming demon blood like that. Of course, he was just thinking. Just then, a noise came from the cave, and Qi Yuan got up and walked out. He looked at Hu Mushi with a regretful expression. What a pity, you don't know how to play the suona. Otherwise, Qi Yuan thought of the times in the Kanglan and Fangxin realms. Whenever he went to battle, he always had a suona band accompanying him. When the suona sounded, there were no corpses left. Ah, Hu Mushi was momentarily stunned, then said, Sir, if you mean the suona, I can play it. My grandfather used to perform funeral services. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. It seems fate has guided you to stay here. With a wave of his hand, a suona appeared. Of course, this suona wasn't something Qi Yuan carried around but was conjured through his magic. I have a task for you. Whenever I'm slaying demons, stand by and play the suona, understand? Ah, okay. Hu Mushi was momentarily stunned but quickly nodded in agreement. 3 days later, in the demon camp on Mount Shuyao. A peacock clad in purple looked furious. Are you all useless? A single human hasn't been caught in 3 days, and nearly 100 demon soldiers have been killed. The peacock's eyes were full of anger. Nearly 100 demon soldiers had fallen. This was a significant loss for the demon camp. Every time they attacked Junyang City, only a few demon soldiers were injured, sometimes even with 0 casualties. But now, a single human had caused the deaths of nearly 100 demon soldiers. This was the greatest loss Mount Shuyao had ever suffered. That one's strength is formidable, likely just below the 12 generals. Said a demon with its head lowered, a trace of fear in its eyes. In Mount Shuyao, there was 1 leader, 3 generals, and 12 deputies. The 12 generals were all at the late stage of the Jade Blood Realm, and they weren't ordinary late-stage Jade Blood Realm demons. HMPH. The peacock woman snorted coldly. She was a general, a terrifying demon at the Yao Ying level. I want to see his corpse within 3 days. The peacock woman ordered coldly. At this moment, a tall man walked in, dressed in the attire of a white-clad scholar. His voice was cheerful. Why the anger, General? The terrain of Mount Shuyao is complex, making it difficult to find a late-stage Jade Blood Realm human cultivator. This white-clad scholar was the strategist of Mount Shuyao. Seeing him, a trace of emotion appeared in the peacock's eyes. But these demon soldiers are just lazy and cowardly. If we sent a few more demon generals, wouldn't capturing him be easy? The man's strength is not the problem, the challenge is finding him. Dispatching a large number of demon soldiers to search for one person is unwise, the strategist said. The peacock nodded. Currently, the leader was refining a demon weapon. Most of the demon soldiers needed to stay at the camp to prevent any unexpected incidents. So, to solve this problem, I have a method, but it requires the general's approval, the strategist said, looking at the peacock's face with a gentle expression. The strategist is indeed clever. Please, go ahead, the peacock promptly said. I'd better explain it myself. At this moment, a burly man with a strong presence walked in. He had a peculiar smile on his face, clearly not someone to be trifled with. A human. Seeing the newcomer, the peacock's eyes filled with murderous intent. If it weren't for the strategist being there, she would have probably attacked him immediately. General, I have a magical artifact that can detect the precise location of any human within a 100-mile radius. I can lead the way and bring the demon generals to kill that man. However, I have a request. This burly man was none other than Zhou Yuan. What's your request? The peacock asked. I want to meet the flower demon, Man Luo. Zhou Yuan revealed his purpose. After killing Qi Yuan, I need something from him. That something, of course, was the Genius Alliance's token. As for the flower demon, Man Luo, she was the key to completing his mission. The peacock's pupils contracted slightly, then she glanced at the strategist. Seeing no change in his expression, she smiled. I can grant you that condition. The strategist was quite concerned about the flower demon, Man Luo. He didn't oppose Zhou Yuan meeting her, which meant he had agreed. However, once he met the flower demon, Man Luo, if he wanted to leave, that wasn't happening. That was the peacock's intention. And Zhou Yuan's thoughts were similar. Once he saw the flower demon, Man Luo, and completed his mission, he could return to the base and wouldn't fear the demons playing any tricks. The strategist looked at Zhou Yuan. Thank you for your help. Zhou Yuan smiled. Don't worry. With my magical artifact, he has nowhere to hide. Zhou Yuan felt a bit regretful. Unfortunately, Yang Guang didn't come along. Otherwise, this time, he could have used the demon's power to not only kill Qi Yuan but also Yang Guang. As Zhou Yuan spoke, he took out a compass from his qi and blood space. Holding the compass, he dripped a drop of blood onto it. Immediately, a bright light flashed on the compass. The peacock looked at the compass, her eyes filled with greed. If she could get it, wouldn't that mean she could find food no matter how well it was hidden? Zhou Yuan chanted some incantations, and the blood light on the compass grew brighter and brighter. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan stopped, the blood light disappeared, and he looked shocked. There's someone within a mile of us. The compass pointed to someone 500 meters away. And, they're heading this way quickly, they'll be here soon. Zhou Yuan was astonished. The peacock and the strategist were equally baffled. This was one of the demon camp's strongholds, with 300 demon soldiers and a general guarding it. Who would dare approach this place? Were they looking to die? However, before they could react, a thunderous voice echoed through the valley. No need to trouble yourselves to find me. I came directly. Am I thoughtful or what? Aren't you touched? If you're touched, why not? Give me your demon blood. The voice arrived just as the person did. 100 meters away, a man in a blood-red robe appeared calm, holding a long, straight wooden stick. That stick seemed to be stained with blood, appearing eerie. It's you, Qi Yuan. Zhou Yuan looked strange, not expecting Qi Yuan to appear here. The peacock's eyes filled with shock and anger. Who gave you the courage to come here? Despite her words, a deep sense of apprehension lay hidden in her eyes. Something unusual was definitely afoot. Liang Jingru gave it to me, Qi Yuan said, holding his stick calmly. Who was that? The peacock immediately looked around, as if trying to find that person. The other demons also looked around cautiously. No sense of humor at all. It seems I need to merge with you and modify you a bit, Qi Yuan said, stepping forward. The wind blew, making his blood-red robe flutter. Seeing this, Hu Mushi was both excited and shocked. These days, he had followed Qi Yuan around, hunting demons. Qi Yuan seemed like an invincible war god, killing gods when they blocked his path and killing Buddhas when they stood in his way. Demons that the people of Zhenyang City feared like scorpions were as fragile as paper in Qi Yuan's hands. Now, Qi Yuan was directly attacking a stronghold, and Hu Mushi had followed him without hesitation. A mere jade blood cultivator dares to be so arrogant. Monkey General, take him down. The peacock shouted. A monkey demon reluctantly stepped forward. This monkey demon was short but very stout and nimble. It was also one of the 12 demon generals of Mount Shuyao. Normally, it wouldn't fear a fight. But now, with Qi Yuan actively attacking alone, it seemed suspicious. Still, it charged forward. Your life is mine. With a roar, the monkey demon's body swelled, its skin color changing, and it became a terrifying blue-faced demon with fangs. Is this fate? Qi Yuan held his stick, looking at the monkey demon. Then, his figure flickered. Heaven-slashing sword technique. A mighty sword strike, no, more accurately, a stick strike, descended from the sky. The strike was too fast, too fierce. A single strike carried the aura of an unparalleled sword. The powerful monkey demon had no chance to resist under this strike. It was crushed to death with one blow. One blow to kill one of the 12 demon generals, gaining 500 drops of demon blood. Qi Yuan smiled, all of you, come at once. I'm in a hurry. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan's heart shook. Qi Yuan's strength was beyond his expectations. Originally, he thought he could overpower Qi Yuan. But now, it seemed he was far from Qi Yuan's match. In fact, within 10 moves, he would surely lose. He felt fortunate he hadn't gone looking for Qi Yuan alone but had chosen to cooperate with the demons. At this point, the peacock felt relieved. So that's your trump card? Being at the peak of the Jade Blood realm is indeed strong, but unfortunately, you're still not qualified to be arrogant. Qi Yuan's attack was terrifying, instantly killing the monkey demon. But it also exposed his strength. The peacock had figured out Qi Yuan's power level. At her command, the 300 demon soldiers at the stronghold stepped forward. These demon soldiers, in various forms, wore different leather armors and wielded weapons, coming together to form an intimidating force. If such a force, led by the peacock, were to attack Junyang City, Junyang City wouldn't stand a chance. Hu Mushi, not far away, felt a surge of fear in his heart. But Qi Yuan, in his blood-red robe, showed no fear. Only 300 demon soldiers. A small scene. Strike up the music. How many enemies had he killed in the previous worlds? Countless. He had faced 3,000 enemies of the same level simultaneously. What did a mere 300 demon soldiers amount to? He grinned, his eyes filled with a chilling smile. Kill, kill, and destroy everything in sight. Qi Yuan, holding his stick, charged into the demon horde like a demon god. At that moment, the shrill and mournful sound of the suona began to play. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1.